All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to our hybrid meeting for Monday, March 27th, 2023. We do have some in the audience, plus there will be some attending online. So purpose of this meeting is a special council meeting to commence the 2023 budget deliberations. The meeting is open to the public to observe the proceedings. I'm going to call the meeting to order and remind council of the declaration of pecuniary interest that arises. The business of today will be the 2023 budget deliberations, and I'll just explain the process here. The budget of the new term of council provides an opportunity for us to consider the variety of municipal services HBM delivers. I hope we can build on the momentum of the past term to continue moving HBM forward. At the end of the meeting today, I hope we all have a greater understanding of the budget needed to serve our citizens. This is the financial plan that outlines how we meet our municipal obligation. I want to start by thanking our treasurer, Lionel Towns, and staff for providing this detailed budget document. I want to thank Lionel for giving us ample time to review it and prepare before today's meeting. The procedures for today's meeting is the same as any regular council meetings. All the questions will go through me as the chair, and I will ensure everyone has an opportunity to participate, ask their questions, followed by a supplementary question if needed. This is going to be a busy day with lots of information being presented. We will hear a brief overview of each department from the treasurer or department head, then proceed with questions from council if needed. We will then move to the next area of the budget. Decisions will be made most likely at the April 6th budget meeting is when a lot of stuff will take place. But if there's any questions today, things may happen today too. But for the most part, it's a listening event to understand the detail of the budget. So I'll open it up now to Lionel to start off, and then we'll work our way through, like I said, part two of the budget document here is we'll start with operating with administration, and then we'll work our way right down that list that's on page 2. So Lionel, go ahead.
Okay, to you, Mayor. I think I can speak to first staff and saying that this year we wanted to produce a document that wouldn't just be something that we look at during budget discussions. There would be a reference throughout the whole year. We want to provide some information on how the base amounts of the budget interact, such as assessment and tax ratios and how tax rates come together. So today we're going to go through the budget as it's presented in the budget book, and we can go as fast or slow as needs dictate. If there's questions, obviously, as the mayor said, we'll just deal with those and then move on when everybody's ready. So I'm going to start off with talking about the public budget input that we undertook. Now, I looked at last year's process and the responses last year, and I think there's a lot of room for improvement. And I think we all have some good ideas about how to make that even more fulsome next year. We had about 200 responses this year. Last year, I think there was around 60. I think we could look for, a rough goal of maybe 1,000, because I think that would be, I think we have about 5,600 bills that went out. So, 1,000 is quite when you talk about owners that have more than one bill. I think we were get up to the 20% mark. That would be a pretty high mark for, having people that really want to respond involved. So just to start off with, as I said, there was almost 200 inputs received. And there was quite a wide range of ages. Actually, I was kind of, happy with that. I mean, again, statistically, I think we need to get above 200 to be statistically relevant, but again, it showed a nice range. And property location, we were looking at ways to, without, asking for information that wouldn't be people wouldn't be comfortable giving to have a bit more information on location next year. And this chart was really interesting. We asked a couple of questions on infrastructure elements that were important to people, and of course, it's kind of what we may have expected. Of course, the protective services are pretty high, and winter maintenance, of course, in the summer it may not be seen as very important, but I think overall people showed us, what they felt was important and relatively important with other things. But of course, everything, all the services they get are, I think, somewhat important to at least some people in the municipality. And again, this was kind of like an overall policy question, and of course, roads. I mean, that's every municipality's a big sort of focus, and of course, every municipality deals with aging infrastructure, so again, not overly surprising. And a lot of people are thinking this house looked nice, but what's behind this house is a mathematical formula that, depending on the frequency of word, it increases the font. So with free-form responses, it's really hard to summarize those, because even if they're talking about roads, they're going to talk about roads in 2 or 3 different ways. Some comments, mention specific people or specific positions. And so this was a way of just getting themes across of, what people found important, and highlighting those, and just seeing, these are the focus. So I wonder how that's going to be shown in the budget documents. So that was the way of maybe summarizing some of these free form comments. So before I kind of move on, is there anybody that wants to discuss the public input section ideas for the future? Because I know we've been talking about a lot of things we can kind of improve on and ways to get more participation, but we'd be happy to hear other people's ideas as well.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to say, Councillor Doherty's, I think in the past, possibly putting some of these surveys into our, whether it be tax bills or water bills, to maybe try and up that number. So I don't know if that's something we can look at. I know there's a cost to that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it talks about roads in the survey. It talks about specific roads in 2 locations. Did they get addressed in the budget?
Yeah, sorry, through you, Chair. I know some of them have. Now, every single one in that word traffic, maybe not, but
There's only 2 roads mentioned, so it's pretty easy that we do or we don't. It's not.
okay. Well, I didn't look into the traffic that much, but I know we did a lot of roads in the budget.
Great, thank you.
Through you, Commissioner. Was the last survey like a multiple choice, or did you actually have to write out answers?
Through Chair, in the last survey, there was free form answers. I didn't actually, I saw the report, didn't actually see the survey, so it's not on our website anymore, but the last report had all of these responses listed, and there was some comments that spoke to specific positions and people. I didn't think it was really proper to have all that information.
Okay, to you, Chair. I think it would be relevant maybe next year to look at this, but maybe it'd be nice for us to have a look at the survey prior to it going on, because maybe we could add a little value. You never know. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, to Councillor Clement's question. The survey had both. There was like a multiple choice, pick one, pick the dot that applies to you, but there was also opportunity to comment.
Okay.
And write in. So it was a mix. It was a mix. And through you also, Mayor Martin, if I may, further to Deputy Mayor Webb's comment, staff has discussed further to the council meeting that was recently held, having an insert into the tax bill. So we are preparing to have that for our next mailing.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, so now, Norma.
Okay, so the next section is near and dear to my heart. So I was enjoyed from my past work lives, assessment and tax rate calculation and tax ratio. So as I said, when the books were sent out, this isn't meant to be a math lesson. There's no tests on this. And quite honestly, a lot of people may just glance right through this section. But I think it's important, or I thought it was important to have some background, because everybody knows what their property is assessed at. Everybody knows that, or they've maybe heard of tax ratios and but maybe the math behind how those rates are calculated is, a bit murky. So that's why this section was added this year for people who are interested or have a background in this. This will give them the information to kind of understand the tax rates, and quite honestly, it might be a good reference point for all the counselors moving forward during the year. If a resident asks you a question about this sort of thing, you can always contact us, but it might be of use. So the first part I'll talk about is the reassessment cycle. I mean, we all remember tax capping and also how that kind of morphed into reassessment cycles. So the 2020 reassessment was put off. We were in the middle of the pandemic, and it has still been put off. Now, there may be some movement to have the reassessments start for next year. But for the 2023 taxation year, we're still relying on what was the destination values, as they say, in 2020, which that assessment cycle started in 2016. All right, something my eye. So yeah, it's hard to say how that will affect the 2020. But again, unless policy changes, there'll be a phase in over 4 years if those assessments, reassessments are brought into play. And every year, every budget year for municipality, that real growth is important. So not reassessment growth, because people don't think see that as being real, because you know what, your reassessments are going up by say 10%, but in theory then your base is going up by 10%. So the tax rate should then go down, all other things being equal, by the same. So real assessment growth would be new construction. Growth that wasn't there before and having nothing to do with reassessment. So for Havelock-Belmont-Methuen in this coming year, the real growth is 0.9%. So not extremely large. And it's overall, as you can see there, some property classes have higher, some have lower. And you might say, well, why is that? I mean, why aren't they all the same? But you're going to have some, say, for instance, farmland. There may have been some farmland that was changed to another class. You could have industrial development. So if you have development, your CVA is going to go up, the total percentage. But if something is taken away from the other class, it's going to go down. So there's going to be different numbers for each property class there. And the other reason why it might be up and down is because of a change in tax ratios. And so county, for better or worse, control the tax ratio in all of the member municipalities. And 2 years ago, I believe, the county developed a plan to decrease the tax ratios for the multi-residential class. And I think that would be in an effort to stimulate housing supply. So this year, the tax ratio for the multi-residential class decreased again. I think that's on the next slide. You can see that. I can barely see it with my eyes, but the tax ratio for the multi-residential class went down by 12%. And the goal of that, and it started, I think, around 1.9 or 1.8. The goal is to bring that down to 1, so that the multi-residential tax ratio is the same as the residential. And so what that means is for every dollar of residential assessment, the tax bill would be the same for $1 of multi-residential assessment. So if you look at, say, for instance, I didn't follow along on here, but The industrial is 1.54, it looks like there, so that would mean that. If you had $1 assessment of industrial property and $1 assessment of residential. The industrial dollar assessment is paying 1.54 times more than the residential assessment. That's essentially all it means. So it's kind of interesting, there's been a lot of movement to get those ratios down closer to residential to spur development. So there's a lot of these, not to get into too much detail, there's a lot of these property classifications that you can't increase anymore.
So you, Mr. Mayor, what is classified as a multi-residential now?
More than seven
More than 7?
or more, I believe that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that, through you, Chair, that is an interesting area because I think there's moves afoot to spur more development in those areas, so they could be looking at those definitions.
Well, Bill 23.
So the next kind of building block in this is the calculation of weighted taxable assessment. So everybody knows what's on their tax bill for assessment. You know, your house is assessed at 150, 250. But the next part of the process here in building the tax rate is multiplying the assessment in every category of property by the tax ratio. So when it's residential, it just is multiplied by 1 because they're kind of like the base. But if you say, for instance, go to industrial, you multiply the assessment in the industrial class by 1.54 to get their weighted assessment. You do that for every property class, multiplied by the tax ratios, and you get this new column that says 2023 weighted assessment. You might think, okay, why are we doing that? Like, what's the point of doing this? Because I already know what my assessment is. But why we do that is that to calculate any tax rates, what happens is that you take all the expenses that we have budgeted for that are not covered through other areas like our own source revenue or grants, just what we have to raise from the taxpayer, our net tax levy. You divide that amount by the weighted assessment, the total weighted assessment of the whole municipality. When you divide that net tax levy by the total weighted assessment, you get the residential tax rate. Boom. That's exactly how you calculate the residential tax rate. And it's really easy from that point to get the tax rate from the other areas, say commercial, industrial, or other property classes. That's all you do is you take the residential tax rate then and multiply by the commercial tax ratio. And that gives you the commercial tax rate. You multiply the residential tax rate by the industrial tax ratio, and that's how you get the industrial tax rate. So one thing that's interesting about that is that this movement to bring down tax ratios, it's the winners of those movements, say multi-residential in the county. That's great. But the other side is there's always going to be losers. So when you decrease the tax ratio of one property class, the other classes have to pick up that slack. So not that I'm making a commentary on the policy, but it's something to always keep in mind when you do a tax policy change, that there's going to be somebody that's going to end up paying more money. Hopefully not a whole lot. So this comes to the tax rates that are proposed in the budget books. And I like to make a distinction between tax rates and tax levy. Because people might think, okay, if you're raising 4.5% more in tax levy, why doesn't the tax rate go up by that much? And there's two reasons here. The first one is the fact that there was real growth of 0.9%. Not a lot, but when there's real growth, that dampens the increase in the actual tax rate because it's spread out over more dollars of taxation assessment. The other effect here is the decrease in the multi-residential tax ratio, because that amount is spread out over all the other property tax classes. So It's pretty close to the increase in the tax ratio, but, or the tax levy, but not quite as high, so it's 4.2%. And you hear a lot of news stories, people say different things, different municipalities. I think as long as we know what we're talking about, there's no one measure that's better than another. It's just individual preference. We already talked about the county plan for the tax ratio for multi-residential. This page also shows the village area rate. It's essentially unchanged. The percentage change is 0.06%. So that's I believe 90 cents a year on $100,000 of assessment. I think I calculated it, so it's virtually unchanged. And the budget has as well. So as you can see, it's going to some reserves for sidewalks and streetlights and for waste collection that we have a vendor for.
We don't do anything with roads in town.
Through you, Chair, we do have a roads reserve for village road work.
Oh, I've just gone through the budget expenses and
Okay.
sidewalks, streetlights, waste collection. I was just asking.
rate part, yeah.
Yeah, so through you, Chair, that is simply just for the calculation of what they'll pay extra, but yes, there is. The roads budget wouldn't be in here, it would be in the other like road section for any roads in town. This is just kind of what goes into charging them extra. And so this next chart shows how much, and I like this chart because this is something that I think has come up many times in the past. Well, how much does the multi-residential class, or how much do our industrial property tax owners pay overall? Because we have a lot of assessment in different classes, but you can see overwhelmingly here that it is residential. And I think it's over 90%. So yeah, it's interesting. I think a lot of residential taxpayers like to see this because they know that they're by far the highest paying, so to speak, property tax class in the municipality. And of course, that means there's perhaps growth in other areas that's possible to diversify the assessment base. But it is interesting. And so this comes to the tax levy increase chart. Sorry, it's my eyes again. So when the budget book was put together, there was a lot of news stories at the time about okay, where people are at, what they've approved. You know, I think before the meeting started, the good point was made that you can't truly compare one municipality to another. It's just not possible. You know, one municipality the exact same size could have, for instance, their own water staff, or it's never possible. I mean, unless you were like a twin city and you had exactly the same services, but I don't know, I've never seen that, but this is just a you know, a list of what was basically just showing that a lot of municipalities were having issues this year with inflation that has caused some common problems with all municipalities, but after some scary numbers out for some municipalities at 13 and 14% when they started the process, I think most have come down significantly.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at the very top, it says Havelock-Belmont approves proposed tax levy increase. We didn't propose anything. This is just what the numbers represent. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Through you, Chair. By propose, I can change the wording next year. That's just what was presented in the budget document, and up till then, nothing's approved. It's certainly all of council's budget now, so.
That's the draft proposal.
Yeah. Certainly not proposed by council. And another big portion of tax bill is education tax rates. And since before 2000, there's been a movement to when you have a residential tax rate pool in terms of how much money is garnered by taxpayers, what they've tried to do since then is keep the education rate revenue neutral. So for instance, if I don't know what the actual numbers are, but if the education tax rate brought in $4 billion in a year, what they tried then to do in reassessment years, they would bring education rates down so that they would raise the same amount of money each year. Now, whether that's true or not, but that is exactly what they've been doing. So when a reassessment year comes in and you get that stage by stage increase every year for those 4 years, the education tax rate, unless policy changes, the education tax rate will go down each year. Now it comes to a point where, you know, that decrease is going to be smaller and smaller because of, you know, the diminishing effect, but that will happen. So it's supposed to not raise any more money from one reassessment period to another. But so this year, because we didn't have a reassessment and it was put off again until at least next year, the education tax rate stayed the same. Now, what somebody might say then, okay, what about new development? So maybe what they're doing is getting a little bit more money based on new development in the province. But for all our purposes, when there's not a reassessment, the tax rate should stay the same. And these are those rates that we will have in 2023. So a lot of people here know what the difference is between gross and net revenue. And so this may be a bit of a refresher for everybody, but I wanted to start off by saying the municipal budget, you know, a lot of people will talk about either one. So the gross budget, just the total amount that is being spent in the municipality in these budgets. So after you have the gross expenditures, you have to account for some inflows of money. Otherwise, we'd be taxing people many times over what we actually are. So we have own source revenue, we have grants, we have transfers from reserves. And all that comes down to, okay, then what do we actually need to ask people for? And so a big part of getting that number of the gross operating budget down to net is money we get from the province. So I just wanted to do a little bit of a review over what we get because it's so important to the municipal budget. So the big one here is the OMPF, or the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. So it's about $1.3 million. And this is some funding that I think a lot of municipalities rely on absolutely heavily. I know in the past there's been discussions about, okay, is this going to continue? Is there going to be, you know, a cut? And I know there's a little decrease this year, but there's been nothing currently or lately saying that they're thinking about drastically cutting this or getting rid of it. It's not guaranteed for future years, but I think the province would understand that without this, municipalities would be in serious trouble. So I believe in when there's a chart to make it big, because otherwise you can't see anything in it. So this is a bit of a graphic on, you know, how our gross operating expenses are split by division. I just threw that in there. I know it's kind of in the middle of the provincial discussion, but it just gives you a bit of a graphic on, you know, there's a lot of money being spent, and it changes slightly when you go down to net operating, because there's some areas such as roads that, you know, tend to attract municipal grants from the province. But it's just a little visual. And this chart, I wanted everybody to see what all of our revenue sources were, because it's really key, as I said, in getting down to, okay, what do we actually have to ask our taxpayers for? So this includes everything. This includes the province. This includes any money that we're asking for support of capital works from the taxpayers, transfers from reserves, and any sort of revenue coming in because of our operations. So it's just everything. So if you're wondering, if the taxpayer asks, well, how much money are we getting from the province? Here it is. Or how much money are we getting from the province for, water, roads? It's just a handy reference point. So we'll continue on with provincial grants. The OCIF, the Community Infrastructure Fund, is also very important. It's supported a lot of road projects in the past and continues to this year. We'll support the King Street and 6th Line resurfacing. Again, it's something that is said to be ongoing. But in terms of its permanency, I guess you can't count on anything going on in perpetuity, but it's very important to our roads program. The library gets a grant every year, about 20,000, because we support the library's operating budget. That grant is then transferred to HBM, but it hasn't increased apparently in many years. Somebody I think said a couple decades. I don't know if that's what you to chair, to councillor has been told, but it's remains static for a long time. The RIDE grant is every year grant. We apply for it every couple of years, and it supports the seasonal ride program. And we just got approved for another 2 years on that. The next one is the federal gas tax, which is now known as the Canada Community Building Fund. And it is actually termed a permanent source of infrastructure funding. And we'll receive about $150,000 this year, which will be going towards the Baker Street project. And the next one is it's got a long title, Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, and we normally refer to that as ICIP, COVID-19 Resilience Stream, and that it went to the Matheson Conservation Area Project, which I believe will be opening this year. The next source of provincial revenue is the ICIP Rehabilitation and Renovation, and that was approved for our very large community center improvement project, which will be starting this year. And there's lots of components there that we don't need to go over, but a large project. Our Green Stream support from the ICIP program is for our George Street upgrades. And that is go to the page here. It's split between the different levels of government and Havelock-Belmont-Methuen. And for that, it's 40% municipal, 33 1/3 provincial, and 26 2/3 federal. So this is a really critical area that we're coming up to now, the reserves and reserve funds.
So just to talk about the Ontario Municipal Fund, that's something that every year it's reviewed. There was times that we thought we might lose it. There was a time we didn't get it where other municipalities did. It used to be tied to farmland. So there was a lot of years that we weren't receiving that. We have been receiving it now for, I don't know, it seems like probably 10 or 15 years, and it's been beneficial and helped us a lot. But there was, even as early as a couple of years ago, they said that it was going to go away. I don't know how they would do it. I hope they would come back as a different model, but it's really important for us for budgeting. So anyways, but we do try to keep it for one-off, something that's not going to affect the tax rate later. So carry on.
Through Chair. So this area, I felt we needed to provide more background in this area. It's so important. There's so many reserves we have, and we can create a reserve for anything that we want. And there's been also a lot of talk about the difference between reserves and reserve funds for our purposes in budgeting. As Richard from Baker Tilly had said a couple of weeks ago, you can access reserves, you can access reserve funds for the purpose that they were developed. So for budgeting purposes, we don't need to worry too much about the distinction between the two. Essentially, the reserve funds have a bunch of GL accounts attached to them. They have to balance themselves within the GL structure of the whole municipality. So it's kind of like a little, it's like the Vatican. There's a little country within the other country. So, we have separate lists in the budget for them. And, you know, I'd be happy to talk about the differences, but in terms of how we use them, there's not a whole lot of difference. So in the
Councillor Doherty had a question.
Oh, sorry.
Through you, Chair. Well, I think people do look at the reserves and the reserve funds, and they do get confused. I think where I've been trying to find clarity is if you're putting away, for example, for a grader or a new fire truck, that's a long term. Now, I could never figure out whether that's reserve or reserve funds, but that is a distinct difference because you're protecting it a long term time. So I think whatever one you want to use is really working capital projects that have been approved and not the money's not spent yet. So the confusion for the taxpayer is that we're sitting on $16 million and we have potholes. So that's been the distinction I've been trying to make here is what is for long-term, what is for working capital that's already been spent, but not, or already been allowed for, but not spent. So sorry, through you, Chair.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Yeah, and I think to the specific scenario of money from, say, 2022 that isn't spent, the vast majority of that would be going into reserves. So for, say, for instance, if there was an expense that didn't get project that didn't get done in 2022, our accountants through the year-end process would put that money into the reserve, and it's there the following year if we decide to go ahead with the project. So yeah, most of that scenario would be affecting reserves. And for, say, for instance, for obligatory reserve funds, say, for instance, federal gas tax, that has to go into a reserve fund. And you have to ensure that it's being paid interest. That's another thing that Richard had talked about a couple of weeks ago. And another reserve fund would be the sewer infrastructure. So both could be long-term things, but for expenses that didn't happen 1 year and then, oh, we're gonna pay that in the following year, we want to go ahead with that. Yeah, I can see what you're saying there. It's a bit more short-term in those cases.
It's outstanding check. It hasn't been cashed yet.
Right.
So
That's an interesting way of putting it. Exactly.
So that's kind of something that we've dealt with. We've always, that question comes up every budget and every council we've been trying to bring that out about last year. The big term was carryover, and like I said to you before, I've asked around and that's a term that council uses, but treasurers don't use it. But this budget is full of carryovers from last year because we didn't get all of the roads projects are basically from last year and we budgeted for them last year and we're not rebudgeting this year for them. They're just in that reserve, and how we get the word out, I think that's our goal this year, is to try and do a better job of explaining how, like what that means, because we're seeing it over and over, and this isn't new. This happened last year, the year before that. We're trying to show the people that you know, yeah, we did budget for it, and it's not new money, but that's a council thing, I guess. But
just further to Councillor Doherty's point, I think he's getting at is there a way we can kind of break down the reserves in terms of, as I said, like, so if we're putting money towards, whether it's roads, towards a new road, say 200,000, that goes in there as reserve capital. And then when we take the budget this year, so the budget, usually we budgeted more, but you said that extra money just gets rolled in, that could be rolled in as an operating, right? And we could have two separate kind of accounts within. So we'd have an operating reserve, but a capital reserve too, so we'd have a hard number in terms of how much money we have for the said project. So if somebody comes to me and says, you know, I don't know, whatever, your reserves are too high or blah, blah, I can say, well, I've got 700,000 for the third line and I've got 600,000 in there, you know what I mean? And then you would have that as well. But what I see now is it's just going into a big pot. And we're just taking it out as, you know, well, we need some here for a capital project and we need some here. So I think, to me, it's just one extra item. I'm not trying to create more work for you, but it's, you know, an extra, if we could break that down into two things, I don't know if we can, because there were things I have to go to special accounts and.
Sure, yeah, I see what you and Councilor Dorothy were saying, perhaps. I could put together a schedule that shows commitments on the reserve. I think that's maybe what you're getting at.
Yeah.
It's just to show, okay, there's this money in there, but here's what it kind of went in there for.
Yeah, like I talked to you last week about the administration reserve, like years ago. OMPF used to be shown as OMPF in council. When we got to the later stages of the budget process, we'd say, oh, there's you know, still 800,000 left in the OMPF, and one of the roads needed something, or we had an overrun. We would maybe pull a bit from OMPF to help us out in that. But right now, in the last few years, it seems to have been just put into an admin reserve, and everybody keeps looking at that admin reserve. So I think we can work on that towards the end of the budget process too, as far as how that's shown, and bring it back out again. So it's not really shown as admin reserve. It's an OMPF reserve. Maybe after the budget process and we pass a budget, then it can be rolled into wherever it needs to go to. But for budget purposes, it's always easier to look at that number and know what we have to work with. That's just one piece of it. But
and going back, if I need to go back and look, because there might be things that pop up, then as I said, I can go back to an old budget and look at, that OMPF money was allocated for there.
yeah,
Because I go have a situation.
I think it'll be a work in progress, but we need to do a better job at, you know, showing how it's, as we move forward. I think it's something that we can bring it back to what we had before, I guess. It just kind of disappeared over the last few years, and it needs to come back out again, so.
To be sure, I could put together something for the final budget book that would provide a little bit of information on, well, a lot of information on the, you know, commitments, so to speak. And then you would have that in case somebody was to say, that's, you know, a pretty big number, but okay, this is kind of what's behind it. It might help people, because I know that is something that comes up when people are talking to councilors.
Yeah, and like the roads budget is our biggest part of the budget, and always has been and always will be probably. And like you say, there's lots of work to do there. But for us, it's nice to know that, you know, if we aren't using any new money in that, basically this year's budget for the roads is last year's budget. Because we've had the storms come through and didn't get at them. So their carryover is the word I'm going to use. I know it's not the word that you're going to use, but for the future, that's what we need, is what we committed to the year before. It'll help us in the budget process moving forward, I think, so.
Great.
Thanks.
All right, so as presented, if there were no changes, I'm sure that won't be the case. At the end of 2023, there would be an estimated balance of 15.3 million. Which would be a decrease of about 10%. There's a lot of work that's been planned. And the reserve fund balances would decrease by about 500,000. And certainly this year, and it speaks to what people have been saying, there's a lot of projects in there that, you know, for varying reasons, the pandemic certainly wreaked havoc on some schedules, but there's more money coming out of reserves than going in. But I think that sort of thing can be kind of cyclical depending on work programs. So yeah, there is the difference between withdrawals and contributions is about $3.8 million. So that's something, if somebody was asking, okay, what's happening to reserves over the course of 2023, they'll be going down. But that's, again, not necessarily a terrible thing because, you know, sometimes you have to catch up. And I think another question that a lot of people get, I know I've gotten in the past is, okay, why don't we just use reserves to, you know, decrease tax rates? And I know a lot of municipalities have done that. There's a lot of news stories this year that, you know, we had no other choice. We had to dip into reserves. And when that's the case, you know, it may be a last resort. Maybe there's so much pressure based on, you know, inflation and, you know, rising construction costs and those kind of things. But it's, I've always heard that, and it's true, it creates a base budget problem because if you dip in reserves into, say, 2022, and nothing else changed between 2022 and 2023, you need that money again. So you either increase tax rates or you take it out of reserves again. So,
so excuse me, we also have revenue stream too, that plays a bit of a role in it, so it's not solely in one area. So it's not solely, it's gonna balloon to next year. There's a way of heading some of it off anyway, I think. Thank you.
yeah, future, it's, yeah, this isn't in isolation of anything, but if somebody wanted to take $1 million out to decrease tax rates by 10%, that would help everybody in 1 year, but then next year it's either going to increase or you're going to need to get it out of reserves again. So it's a bit of a balance, so to speak. So I can't read that, and I don't know if anybody can. That's an estimate of where the reserves and reserve. Actually, that's just reserves there for the end of 2022. And again, this is meant to be something people can reference because somebody could ask, oh, well, how much reserves do you have dedicated to admin? Or admin's kind of a catch-all, so that's a bad example, but say parks or sewer. And this can now be at your fingertips. This is what it was at the end of 2022. And this is the same chart for reserve funds. So this is a good example here, wastewater treatment facility, 1.8 million. That seems like a lot of money, but we all know that in the next 10, 15, 20 years, we're gonna need a lot more than that. So it's an example of, you know, it's good to have a little bit more information on these areas, reserves and reserve funds, just so people can see the background. You know, why are they there? Why are they needed? What's it for? Because yeah, I mean, I would be the same way if I looked at this and said, okay, there's a lot of money there. Why don't people use it? Well, a lot of it's for specific purposes or legislative purposes.
So this is a good page and I recommend, you know, all of council keep this handy, these 2 pages, because right now they concern me with all of the increases we've seen through inflation over the last few years. As much as we try to keep up on reserves and put an inflationary rate in there, the last 2 years were so extreme that, you know, I look at a couple of these reserves and think, you know, this could be trouble in the future. This year we're using a lot of reserve funds, but this is just something good to keep an eye on. Like, take a snapshot of it and then look at it in 2 years or so, 3 years, because there is years that we get into that some heavy withdrawals come out of these reserves. And I have seen it before. I think it was fire one time went down almost, you know, we almost killed it because we drew from it. And I'll speak to that later in the budget, but this is something just to keep an eye on. It's a good reference sheet. And, you know, every year look at these things because we need to keep them at a level that's manageable and we don't get into trouble. And some of them we don't have any way of topping up, like the Parkland Fund is one of those funds that is from severances. So over the years, we're seeing less severances. We're seeing still a few, but so that thing doesn't move very much. $1,000 in Parkland or whatever. That's just one reserve there that we don't have. I guess we could top it up, but that's how it's topped up. It's through severances. Anyways, it's a good, take a snapshot of it and look at it later, a couple of years down the road, and hopefully it keeps, you know, in good shape because some of these reserves are real quick drawdowns, like, whether it's the wastewater treatment plant, like you said, or buying a couple of dump trucks, at 350,000 a piece, you can empty that, real quick, so anyways. Enough said.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a good example of the fire. Or public works. If people, look at that, you're right, it can go down pretty quickly if you have to. Order a new pumper. Or an excavator, which is in this budget.
But that's the future, that's what they're there for. Yeah, prepare for 10 years to get it to 350 so you can buy the grader. That's the whole idea of the reverted fund. So I don't know whether it's a big surprise when we spend the money because that's what we put it there for.
Well, that's what it's there, and it's kind of a guesstimate when it's done, like, so you plan on whatever, I always use the dump trucks, if they're 300,000 at one time. And you put 30,000 a year away for them, and then all of a sudden we find that they're 400,000 when it's getting close to buy it. It's a guesstimate, so.
I think, yeah, I think through you, Mr. Mayor, this is why if we had that breakdown.
Yeah.
It'd be a lot easier to do that.
Yeah.
To make those changes or whatever adjustments we need to make.
Yeah. And that'll all come out. That's our goal for this, for the next one, that we can, have some better understanding of these things. But that's all I'm saying for today is, yeah, we do budget for them. But the last couple of years, we've taken quite a hit, that as much as we thought we were keeping up. We're gonna see it with some of our roads as far as the number that was put in there, and then the oil prices go crazy. We might have been a little light on it, so there will be overruns. So anyways.
Yeah, to you, Chair, I think that's exactly what, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine, through you, Mayor Martin, and I think all of council is expressing the same thing, Councillor Doherty did from Mayor Webb. And just for the general public, well, it may look like, you look at this page and you say, well, there's $17 million in the bank, let's go have a party. Most, if not all of that money is allocated for specific projects, and I think that's what we need to help the public to understand. This is not just free party money that we can do whatever we want.
So, and that's what we're saying, we'll have to just show it better, because that's what it first blush shows, $17 million, and they only need whatever, 7 or 9. No, it's not that simple, and it's not going to be simple to bring it out, obviously, because we've tried for years, and we'll try again this year to show it better, that what reserves really are and what they mean, so.
Yeah, too sure. Councillor Doherty was right. It's not a surprise when we have to spend money at all. And that is what they're there for. Yeah, it's even worse, but most of the time when we're looking at this page, we have a book in front of us, but that details all of the reserve contributions and withdrawals. People may need to use their magnifier if they're looking at this online, but yeah, it's good to see this, I believe, because it's great to see what the balances are going to be, but how are those balances supposed to get there? What's driving that? So to see this, it's kind of, okay, what are we putting in? What are we taking out in all those different areas? Just a little bit more information on how it all works, and just the piece of the puzzle is to, why do we have all this money? And people may think, okay, this page is kind of worthless because we don't have that. But I thought it was interesting because, a lot of municipalities do, and there is a limit to how much debt a municipality can have, and it's quite high. If we were to have debt and be looking at this, our debt repayment every year would be 2.2 million. That's not the amount of debt. That's how much we would be paying on principal and interest every year. So if you gross that up to how much debt that they being the government would allow us to have, it'd be something like 40 million. So I wouldn't say that that's a realistic amount that we could handle. And thank goodness we don't. But this is just a little bit of information off it, because it is something that is used quite often for financing capital projects, just for people to have in their back pocket. So I wanted to also give a little bit of information on some, effects on the increase in net tax levy, or again, what we're asking our taxpayers to give us through taxation this year. And this is not exhaustive by any means, but these are just ones that were noticed and were fairly large drivers of any increases. Now, on the other hand, a lot of the increases, clearly were due to increased costs, inflation, that sort of thing. But these are some things to keep in mind if somebody's to ask, okay, what are some big reasons why net tax levy may have increased? Not all of this is due to additional costs. Some of it is inflation, but these are the areas that were kind of pulled out. And I think one area that's kind of sometimes overlooked in municipal budgeting and doesn't get a lot of screen time or love is investments. And most municipalities, some more than others, but a lot of the municipalities have significant investments. And I think we've discussed before that there's limits on what we can invest, legislation in the municipal act. And it's been opened up a tiny little bit, but it's still pretty restrictive in terms of risk. So quite a while ago, One Investments was formed. It's I believe there's like 120. I'm gonna go to this page. Actually, 150 municipalities at least work with One. There's a lot of technical aspects of what we can, what we can't invest in. So I think One Investments has found a niche there where they look after in terms of managing our risk, making sure we're not running afoul of legislation, and they maximize returns while minimizing that risk. So I think what people would say is, okay, well, the proof is in the pudding. So there's a lot of commentary and performance here. Again, this isn't for everybody. Everybody doesn't need to read this, but I thought for people who have been in the investment industry before, people who like math, or just people who want to learn a little bit, maybe they can read this and, oh, that's interesting. But for the returns in 2022, and I split them by quarter because that's how they're reported. So I wanted to show here, okay, well, two things. How are returns compared to different sort of benchmarks in terms of indexes and different exchanges, and also the difference between our book value return and our market value. So for those who are interested, market value is just what the value is from one day to the next. It'll go down, interest rates will be announced, then equities will, go down a lot of the time. And book value is the return we would get on the money market instruments that we hold. So we and other municipalities hold both money market, just stable returns every month type of investments. And we also hold other equities that, as we have to, they're not full of risk. So the book value is just, we're going to get that going forward. Most of it is just locked in for at least a year. This is what your return is going to be. And we also have that little lot that is, going to go up and down based on the market. So as a sort of measure of volatility and risk, you can see that on the third line down, the S&P Toronto Stock Exchange Index, the total for 2022, the return was minus 9.1. Of course, NASDAQ is tech heavy. It was down 33.5%, and Dow Jones was down 8.7. So we have a positive return on our money market and instruments of 3.7, so above, so we made money. And our market value, our equity-based investments were down 8.1. So on those, I think, as you can see here, we did well. But of course, for those, you don't crystallize those losses till you sell it. So those aren't losses in terms of our financial statements. They're put in the statements as for reference purposes, but they're not a loss. Just like your own investments at home.
Mr. Chair, what are the fees? What's their fee structure?
Yeah, I have that here.
And is it segregated between, do we get charged for money market investments through one?
No, but for the equities, there certainly is. So. Equity portfolio, 50 basis points, and that was reduced in 2020. High interest savings, which we do have, there's no fee. Short-term bonds, which are traded, 40 basis points.
So it's 40 on bonds, 50 on
40 on
equity.
bonds,
50 on equity.
50 on equity, and no on high interest savings accounts. And they did have some for a total of their estimated fees, but they haven't got back to me, but. Yeah,
They're not come part of our year-end statement of what you netted and lost and minus your fee, because the return, are these returns based on inclusive or exclusive of fees?
the returns on our financial statements are in this chart.
Pick one.
Okay, so on this chart, the market value wouldn't have any included because we haven't actually. Made a trade, so
So it's expense till that point then, right?
yeah, like for every movement, for every trade, there's gonna be like trading fees, so to speak.
But you don't get, until you make the trade, you don't get charged.
So when they're changing assets, they don't charge us then.
When they're selling and buying, they certainly would, yeah. And there is management funds as well, so the
I guess what I'm trying to get at is the equities is no problem, they float.
Yes.
But there are assets that we have based on term. Money market is not a loser, it's a winner, it's just a matter of how much. And hopefully the other ones we are as well. So I guess I'm trying to find out is how much money we have in and what do we pay for a fee? Because this is not free money. And it does say in here that we do credit the interest back to each department that has the fee structure. So we don't have a total fee for 2022 yet.
Do you chair, I will have a total fee, they just haven't sent it to me, but definitely by the next time we meet. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, thanks.
Yep. All right, so all of those incoming revenues, investments, own source revenues. We take all those off our gross expenditures and we get down to the net operating expenditures, which is essentially what we have to raise from taxation. And so this is just a handy chart of how much that 7.14 million is split up by department. So again, if somebody's wondering, okay, how much of our total taxation amount is coming from each area, this sheet will tell you how much each area is contributing to that net tax levy. And that, of course, will change based on changes council makes. And this is just another graphic just to show comparatively how the different areas compare to each other. And operating budgets and whether expenses are discretionary or non-discretionary is also often a big topic at budget time. So, and the definitions of those are in the eye of the beholder, obviously. I mean, people or councils can cut anything out of any of their budgets. And, that's their decision. It's just a matter of, okay, what cuts can be made and how easy can those cuts be made, whether it's, I know we don't have a union here, but if there's union agreements, there's certain cuts that may impact service levels, some not. So this just shows a little bit of, okay, how much of this is made up of personnel, wages and benefits, materials and supplies. So in terms of what can and can't be cut, again, that's in the eye of every member of council, and some may think some are easier than others, but that's just a little bit of a way to see how large each of those areas are and what part of the budget they comprise. And it's just another chart that shows, gross expenditures by objects, so. People want to know, IT, what are we spending on IT for the whole organization? And I know when we go through each individual area, we're gonna have these sections spelled out for everybody, but this is like a organization-wide aggregation of those amounts in each area.
Chair, it would be really nice if we had in brackets what the 2022 numbers were, because this doesn't really say other than just a nice graph to me anyway. It doesn't compare to last year, and are there any anomalies there year over year? Because that's really what there should be a reason for the anomaly, I assume.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Yeah, I could put in the exact same chart here that's gross, and then you could actually see, I don't think there is actually a gross equivalent of this, so yeah, I can definitely include that. So let's, I've been asked many times in the past, okay, so what does 1% mean in a budget? So, if we wanted to decrease the tax rate by 1%, how much would we have to, take out of the budget? If we wanted to add X amount of dollars, what would that mean to the tax rate? So this is just a little bit of a cheat sheet. If somebody was to want to add, 50,000, all you'd have to do is divide 50 by $70,000, and that would be how much the tax rate would go up by. And if you wanted to add 70, you would know that that will increase the tax rates by 1%. So that's just something to keep in mind if anybody ever asked you, okay, we would want to have this added to the budget, you would know, pretty close to what that would affect the tax rates by. And there's also below that just a introduction to the next chart. And this is also something that people often wonder about, and I know it's not perfect, but it's a calculation of what taxpayers pay for each area of our operations. And this is per $100,000 of assessment. And of course, that will change depending on what happens to the budget as it gets worked through by council. But as it stands at this point, based on every $100,000 of assessment, this is what a residential taxpayer would pay. And if you had a commercial taxpayer, all you would have to do is just multiply those amounts by the tax ratio of the respective property class. So I may put that in here somewhere. Actually, maybe it's the previous one. So yeah, if you wanted to know how much a commercial taxpayer would pay per $100,000, all you would have to do is multiply by the tax ratio of 1.0986 of the commercial class, and that gives you what their amount for each area would be. And it's just a quick little introduction to the capital budget. I know we'll get into that later, but there are 70 capital projects to make up the capital budget, and some are larger than others. I mean, we have roads, and we also have like AV equipment. I mean, every project has its own size, its own complexity, but that is how many are listed. And of course, some capital projects wouldn't be what's considered a tangible capital asset. That being what, for accounting purposes, are capitalized and depreciated every year. Municipal accounting used to be essentially cash flow based, and there was no assets or depreciation, but that changed quite a while ago. So that was the beginning of the asset management, the need for asset management. And now municipalities essentially present the same as other organizations. It's accrual-based accounting. Assets have to be capitalized and depreciated just like a manufacturer would. And yeah, so this is a quick little capital budget summary. As you can see, there is quite a bit more being budgeted in 2023 as there was in 2022, but as we already spoke about before, there is a lot of catch up in terms of projects that have to be done in 2023. So about $1.6 million more, but this is just a little handy reference to, you know, what's planned for the coming year.
So the key to what we touched on before, within your sheet, say it, or but the draft part of it, that's probably the beginning of this conversation, and this is a draft budget that staff has brought forward to us. And now we're all gonna, you know, speak to the individual areas, and some might have ideas for, you know, yay or nay or whatever, however it goes as we work through the documents. But when we get into the individual departments, now council will do their thing as far as understanding it and whether they want to keep it or whether it wants to have another idea. But our input will be coming in the next part of this meeting. So, but that was a good explanation, Lionel, as far as you know, it's kind of almost like 101, but it's even for me, I've been through enough budgets that, you know, I learned lots through this thing. So thank you for that. But so I think you know, now we'll maybe take a 5-minute break, and then we'll move into the part 2 of the meeting, which will be the individual departments, and hear from you and the department heads to, you know, understand each piece, and we won't be making any decisions necessarily, but we'll be there will be notes taken, and we'll deal with it. Some information may have to come back to the next meeting on the 6th of April, but so take a motion that we take a recess for 5 minutes, just enough to, I know 5 minutes is time, but anyways,
I moved it.
yeah, moved by Councillor Doherty and seconded by Councillor Clement, all in favor? And that's carried. We'll come back. I'll look for a motion here to resume the meeting. Moved by Councillor Clement, seconded by
Sure.
Councillor Doherty. All in favor? That's carried. Gotta be quick. Anyway, okay, so we're going to move into the so on page 2, I'm following the part 2. So it starts at page 50 there for administration, and then we'll go into council. Some of these things will be quicker than others. Some of them we don't have a lot of say in, but so with that, administration, page 50 there. Well, if you started off, I guess you'll be doing administration anyway, but Bob might have something to add.
Okay, through you, Chair. So we start every section of the budget book with just a bird's eye view of the year-over-year totals for gross budgets. Any revenues that would go against that, so to speak, to get down to net tax levy. So in case of the administration activity, we have an increase of around $30,000 for net tax levy. And we have, and I know the capital budget's in the next section, but this is just a little teaser in terms of what's in the capital budget. So you see as a whole what the total expenses are and the total revenues and transfer from reserves. So when we go to the first section on page 51, we see all the revenues for administration. One thing that's kind of interesting to note is that some money that comes in, such as provincial grants, we see them come in as revenue, but when you flip the page, you see them go into reserves, and that's just what happens. So for instance, with the OMPF, we see the money coming in on page 51. If you turn the other page, you'll see, you know, the OMPF going into reserves. So rather than have this as a net and you don't see what's happening with these grants, we thought it was best to kind of show how it comes in and how it gets into reserve rather than just skipping to the end result. Just a bit more, you know, open and transparent. But so on page 51, as you can see, there's a lot of different fees and a lot of different revenues. We see the OMPF, a little bit of COVID money, the OCIF that we discussed earlier coming in. Yeah, it's for a total of about $2 million, so very material in terms of getting down to what we actually need to tax for taxpayers. If we flip the page, so I think it's also important not just have the number for transfer reserves, okay, you know, where are those monies coming from? So, and what reserves are they going into? So you see that there's the federal gas tax, OCIF, and an amount going into general capital. And we, in every single area that we'll be looking at, we also have this expense summary by function. So, and then it's also, we believe, important to have consistency in each area in terms of how it's shown in budget. So you'll see some areas that have little to no results for, say, personnel, say it's a transfer to our conservation area or materials and supplies, but just to be entirely consistent from one area to the next, we have the same categories, and it also makes it easier then to aggregate numbers for the organization as a whole if we keep those expense categories consistent. And then another addition to the books this year are these what we call Form 1s. I think it's important to kind of give a little bit of background to exactly what each organization does. And I think in a lot of areas that might seem a bit obvious, and maybe it is, and to a certain extent, but for somebody that is interested in this, let's say a taxpayer and wants to know, okay, well, what does this area do? And you know, what are some highlights or, you know, lowlights from the previous year, and what is coming up in 2023? Like what challenges do you have? What big expenditures do you have? So that is why we added these for each functional area as well, just to kind of show, you know, in a narrative form, you know, what's current in the coming year, and also what happened in the previous. Through Chair, should I stop there for now and just?
Yeah, I can see if there's any questions so far with regard to the admin portion. And there is more opportunity. If it's not a lot, we'll be going back as we review it. This is to understand what's in there. So yeah.
For you, Mayor Martin, the grants, agreements, requisitions. I was under the understanding that all grants were going to be transferred to reserve fund. I'm not understanding grants, agreements, and requisitions.
You Chair, I'm gonna go to what they are here. It's easier to see it on my desktop. I'm just gonna do a trace back. Okay, so there is. It encompasses quite a few accounts. This one includes insurance, you know, bank charges, uncollectible accounts, but it also includes. Go back over. Also includes payments to Hucklebug, $27.50. So it's a bit of a, it's not agreements perhaps in the way that it's not really a fully explanatory term in the summary, but I think it's different from maybe what you were thinking. Like, were you thinking that?
I was thinking that, say we get a grant from OMA.
Yeah.
And then that fund is transferred to
Right.
reserves, but it says here grants, so I'm not sure what the grants is. And you had just mentioned that that was insurance, but there is a separate insurance one.
Yeah, so the grants that I spoke of before, sorry, that's revenue coming in and it goes into the reserve. But these are expenses like going out.
Okay.
These are outlays that we have. So maybe the term grant should be taken out of there. Maybe it's not the right, maybe it's making it a bit confusing. So I can make a note of that.
Okay,
The insurance, it's, I guess, it means it's gone up by 5% or down. I can't really read this. The budget was 20,000. That's the actual cost for all of our insurance.
Future, no, that's just for admin. So for insurance, it went up 13%. By 22,407 for the organization as a whole. I did check with a lot of other municipalities and it seems to be on the low side somewhere. Had horror stories of almost 25%.
I guess I'm looking for what our overall insurance costs are.
191,363.
91,000,
191.
and that's a 13% increase from last year.
That is correct.
That was 191,000.
That is correct.
Question on the transfer to the reserve for OCIF. Do we have an OCIF? What reserve is that going into?
Through you, Chair, that goes into the admin reserve.
Just the flat admin?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's kind of what I was talking about earlier with the OMPF.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we didn't receive any in 2022?
Future, we did. So the 2022 budget, there was some changes that I made in the presentation. So it may not have been presented that way, but you can have it going into the reserve and not show the steps going into the reserve. So I just thought it would be better to show it coming in, going out. We did receive OCIF in 2022.
Roughly around the same.
The OCIF, I'll double check that in previous section here. I think it went down a little bit.
Good, thank you, Lion.
But the chair, did Councillor Doherty find it already? Sorry.
Okay. What was, when you asked about just sounds good. OPF.
OCIF.
It's down, wondered. It's what 30,000, 180, 196.03 last year. And 211.10 this year, 15,000. Yeah.
Good, thank you, Councilor Brady. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Okay, page 51, Lionel, miscellaneous revenues seem to be down substantially from what we projected last year.
Future, I'm gonna go do another trace here and go to those accounts, if you'll just bear with me.
Mayor Martin, it appears that the miscellaneous revenue was overstated in the 2022 budget. And actually came in at 6,200. Which is the same budgeted amount.
Future, exactly, it's been over budgeted. 6,200 was the amount, and it's been that level for some years, so it's just.
And I see it's been corrected, so thank you very much for that. Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, and to the CEO. My question was more, I guess, around what are miscellaneous revenues? Like, what were we expecting to get there?
Future, I can go into the GL if you'd like, or I can write that down and give you a list.
No, not right now.
Yeah.
Just keep moving. Sorry, yeah, thank you. Development charge reserve. We got 20, we only got 3.
Through chair. There isn't actually a development charge reserve. That's an amount that was going to be put towards the DC study. And so it didn't start in a fulsome fashion last year, the study. So that was the amount of money that was spent. So that was the amount of money that was recognized as coming from the reserve. So this year we would start the DC process. There'll be more expenses and then there'll be more revenue coming in from the reserves.
Okay, thank you for that one. And then one last one.
No,
For you,
go
Mr. Mayor. Personnel. Roughly 50,000 increase.
Future, the previous, the 2022 budgets, was understated by about 25,000 when I went back to the worksheets. It should have been about 834,773. So we were making up that amount plus any sort of increases in wages and benefits. So the difference when you account for the 25,000 was 24,108 increase, which is just shy of 3%.
That's on the 834. Is the actual, the 805, is that, you got an actual of 805, I know the budget said 834.
Yes, yeah, there was a future. The personnel in administration, there was some movement. Some changes, there was.
We did the
Yeah,
salaries, I think, so I understand, so most of that comes from that.
yes,
Okay, good. Thank you.
Counselor Doherty?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the personnel charges now, is that all encompassing of all full-time employees or just the administration side? Just
future, just the,
so every other one is charged to the department in which they are working. Okay, thank you. Is there a roll-up on that, I assume, later?
yeah, there, future in section 1, there is a roll up for all those areas for the organization as a whole. So you can see how much for HBM consolidated for each area.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, last one, promise line. That's for you, Mr. Mayor. Information technology, I see we're up, but I know there's been discussions about us wrapping things up in that area. Go ahead.
Through you, Chair, this is like honestly an area that we're very, very behind on. It concerns me and I think it concerns staff, given the amount of issues municipalities have had with ransomware and cyber attacks. Quite frankly, we're running about a 5-year-old operating system. We're running an older version of Office. We have a great relationship with our third-party microage, but you know, this leaves us open to a lot of risk. And this to me is a must. We're doing this year will I think protect us, but I think there's probably countless articles in the paper about municipalities that have been held ransom for X amount of Bitcoin, and it's something that I feel, you know, we really can't wait we can't wait any longer, to be honest. So yeah, it's definitely a fair bit of money, but also included in the IT is some technology that will make our website more functional and, you know, bring us into kind of like the newer sort of age in terms of what we can offer residents. And so I think it's a lot of different things. It's the security, but also updating how we use technology to better serve people.
And Mr. Mayor, thank you for that. It's nice to hear staff. I know we've had a lot of comments from people in the community about that in terms of, you know, moving into 21st century in terms of our communications, information, whatnot. So thank you very much for that. Just one other, and Not bad, but for insurance. We budgeted 20 last year, we're only budgeting 14.4, it's gone down or?
Future. There wasn't a great deal of allocation. In previous years, so. We didn't have any insurance allocated to whole entire areas, such as, planning, there isn't a whole lot allocated there, but. Planning and building, there wasn't a whole lot allocated to roads, so. It was a fresh look at, where those insurance costs should be kind of going to or being charged to. Most of it was going to admin, but in essence, a lot of it really was drawn, made up of activities in other areas or assets in other areas. So I spoke to our insurance people, and of course, they won't tell you where to allocate something, but just got an idea and just kind of worked on it. And I think this is more equitable.
So it's more of a bookkeeping issue, we reallocate it to other departments, right? Okay, thank you very much for that, Lauren.
I can just follow up through you, Mayor Martin, just some brief follow-up comments. We are certainly behind in our software. There's no question about that. I think some council members have experienced some email issues, etc. But we are hopeful that upgrading our software perhaps may show a benefit through our liability insurance as well. So we're hopeful that that may happen. Both upgrading our software and our website, as are including our budget, will hopefully show some dividends on the liability side.
So until we get this in, don't buy any Apple iCard or whatever those cards are called that everybody got asked to go buy for me. Don't buy them. So anyway. Okay, so that's the administration portion. And we did have some questions there. Go ahead.
Sorry, if I may interject just one more time.
Not just one more. Whatever we need to do, this is where we gotta get it out.
So at the council meeting of December 6, 2022, council did express some priorities. Each councillor expressed some priorities that they would like us to work on. I just want to express to council that those items have been noted. And as we go along in our budget discussions, each one of those items will be discussed. And as we go into each department, we will get to this.
Yeah, so, and some of the things that's where I spoke to earlier about the OMPF and how we show it. We may end up leaving it for this year where it is, but for future budgets, even some of the things might be able to happen at the budget. And so this year we'll deal with how we have it, but when these items come forward, the OMPF is usually where we would look at if it's possible. There's numerous things there that council brought forward at that meeting way back. So there might be an opportunity to use these grants to save on taxing, but we'll get into that. They'll come into it. They're not forgotten. They're all here. So
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just going back one step, the technology improvements you're recommending are transferable to another location. They're pretty small now, and there wouldn't be any wiring issues or anything that added cost, or is that just the hardware?
Through Chair, yeah, everything would be transferable. Now wiring, yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I would highly, it's a good question. I mean, if we were to go to another location, would we be saving the wiring? I guess it would depend on when it was installed. So, I mean, if it was really old wiring, they do deteriorate.
Oh, sorry, through you, Chair. There has been some rumors around that we may be looking at a new municipal building at some future. And if you're going to put that kind of technology here and you move it there without too much cost, not that would stop us from getting upgraded into the 21st century.
So you Chair, no, like the actual technology would be fully.
Yeah, great, thanks.
Yeah.
any other questions? Okay, all right then.
Sure, we'll go into the council area. It's a very tiny budget, as you can see. There's personnel is just what it is. And there's very minimal expenses in different areas. You'll see that there's a tree planting program that is in the 2023 budget. I understand that this is a program that was in for several years. And so it just didn't happen in 2022, but so it's included in 2023. Pretty much everything else is the way it was in the previous year, except for one thing, the election reserve, transfer to election reserve. The actual balance is healthy. It's at essentially what it would cost for an election right now. And since the balance in the reserve was healthy, this proposed budget doesn't have an additional transfer of the reserve, which again decreases the net tax levy by not having that in.
So normally we would have 25,000 or something going into that.
And future, there would be, each year there's 10, yeah.
10, okay. So and you're comfortable with it?
To you, Chair, what was the cost last year? I read it somewhere, I just can't remember.
For you, Mayor Martin, the cost of the election last year was $28,900.
And we don't divide that by 4 and add some inflation to it for the future, or?
I think that's how it would. Go ahead.
Through chair, yeah, we would probably do something like that to make sure we were covered. So if there's no transfer reserve in this year, we would have 3 years to cover the few $1,000s perhaps that it might cost. And it might cost less depending on, you know, how the next election is administered. But we would make sure that we had enough in the reserve to cover that.
That's no surprise, we're having an election in 4 years.
Yeah, so but there's enough, as of now, there's enough in there, but I think if something comes up that,
Like you shared, it's definitely not a surprise they're having an election, but we have $28,000 right now in reserve. And since it took $28,000 roughly to administer this one, it's gonna be not that a whole lot of money to bring up to what we consider would be the cost in the next one. So we have 3 years.
and normally at the beginning of the time, we'll be dealing with that this year on what the next election is gonna look like. And council has a say in that as far as the process. Like one of the things that we do that others don't is the paper ballot. That'll be some of the discussion and council will decide. That's an expensive part of the election part of it. So all of that will be discussed this year, probably, I would say towards the end of the year. And we'll know what the next election's gonna look like and we'll have a better idea what it's gonna cost. But for right now, we have enough to cover. We did the same election as we did last time. It's probably enough in there. So we don't need to budget more for it. It's one of those things not taken just for sake of taking. So.
Through you, Chair. So I'm on page 55 at the bottom, advertising and communication for $4,200. What does that include?
Future, I think that would be almost anything in terms of the expenses that we would have or any advertising. I can get like a list of, again, like
Is this,
Councillor Webb's discussion. I can get a list of the invoices with
this pertains just to council?
just to
right?
council, yeah.
Yeah, just this part of it.
I can get a breakdown of
I just wondered what that.
Newspaper advertisements and things like that, like, if, they get really expensive, I'm sure that's in there. Maybe the rail, community press, whatever, so.
Okay, no, I just wondered.
Yep.
Just,
So,
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, I think so. I think it would be an example of those advertisements might be a council typically puts a Merry Christmas message in the rail.
Yeah.
Typically, we get asked annually for a message from the Legion, for example. These are council advertisements.
so are your business cards included as an advertising?
No, I
Let's say off
don't, I don't
expense.
think they're in the advertising
So
budget.
we need
No.
an off expense. Okay, no, that's fine.
We could double check that, but no.
No, okay, sorry.
Did you share that? That's essentially the council area up there. And we,
yeah, are any other questions around that one? Like I say, some of these things are pretty straightforward and not a lot in there. Some will have a lot more discussion, so. Councilor Webb?
But there's a general question about professional services and agreements. What does that typically entail, final, or what could be put in there?
future, I'm gonna go to the detail here. There is in that area legal amounts,
They were what, sorry?
legal amounts, sorry. Expenses,
Or through you, I know, I was looking at the number we're budgeting, like last year we budgeted 10, we only spent 1,300. Is that something that? You're new here, but I mean, in the past can really range from year to year, or is it something that is like, instead of 10, we can put 5 towards it?
for you, Chair. It can vary so much, and I think we all know that they're worth it, but we all know what lawyers cost per hour, so. Yeah, it was, in my opinion, that's a low year, like $1,300, it's kind of like a quick phone call almost. So I just wouldn't want to leave council short-handed in terms of funds, like 10,000 really isn't a whole lot either.
Well, no, I understand that in terms of we're dealing with legal, but I'm just saying, so, and that number is so low. The rest of the legal expenses have to be run through another department or something, right? So that's what I'm unclear in terms of what this 1,300 is on its own.
Future, I could look into the actual legal issue, but it would be something that is definable to council, like.
The only thing I'm getting at is, like I said, we're budgeting $10,000 a year for this.
Yeah.
If it's something that's being budgeted for in another department, maybe it's already, the 1,300 or $5,000 to be covered off there, or we can knock this number down lower.
Future, I mean, in theory it could, but I think it's something that, I mean, the other areas probably aren't overexpent either, so in the interest of making sure there's enough there to look after, because I know every municipality has numerous legal issues, so I think. Yeah, it's more than the actual, but I think there's gonna be years where council specific issues are gonna be more than 10, so.
So I've seen other years that it's higher, and so I guess to your
No.
point there, it wouldn't be hurt to look back. And maybe you did like an average of the last 3 or 4 years and see where we're at, because I have seen that up a little higher in other years, but or a lot higher. So, it wouldn't hurt to look at it anyways and just see if the 10 is high. Like you said, it's not that much if we get it. And who knows what it's gonna bring, so.
So part of that is a low line because of COVID, because I mean, we weren't out in the public. Whereas, now that we're back in the public eye again, I mean, is that sort of part of it? The other thing I wanted to ask was memberships and conventions. So we spent 16,000 plus to go to convention things. How other municipalities, how many conventions are you allowed to attend per year? Are we average? Is it?
We're probably average, it's all over the
Okay.
place, and. Yeah, I would think we have the policy, and I think it's probably, similar to most.
Okay.
So it's up to each municipality on what they think is valuable, and we've always put a value on the conferences to be, worthwhile, so. And I'm surprised the actual for last year, because even they were still charging, even though they're virtual. They were still charging enough to just sit on your computer at home, so. Go ahead.
You care to follow up with Deputy Mayor, with, the $8,700 last year. Now, do we have a reserve? Does it flip over to one of these phantom reserve accounts, to go in case there's a bump the following year? How does that work, Glenn?
Sorry, the 87 Phantom, sorry.
Well, no, it's 10,000. We spent 1,300
Yeah.
and plus.
Yeah.
That's how, sorry, that's quite complicated. Sorry, I didn't explain that. My apologies. But do we continue on? Like that goes into reserves? Okay, so what is our reserve position on our legal account?
Future, we don't actually have a legal reserve. Any legal expenses that we take from reserve would come out of the admin.
Okay.
That's where, that's another example of, property in the future. So a reserve policy or whatever we've talked about it. The admin reserve is one of those ones that seems to get everything dumped into, and we may have a policy. I'm sure there's something out there that we can, without reinventing the wheel, that, when it's all getting dumped in there, it hits a spot, or maybe it gets dispersed around, or we may have some extras, so that might be something for the future.
No, I just, because the wheels go up and down and.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I, just one more on page 56, under highlights. This is just semantics, but it's on an annual basis, HPM staff prepare a budget for council to authorize. It is not, should that not be considered?
Future, the budget's approved at some point. What was your preferred wording, sir?
Well, no, it's just to consider it because all this is up for
Mhm.
review, I assume.
Yeah.
So.
Sure.
So unless we make a motion and pass it as recommended, then it's consideration rather than authorized. It's semantics, I said, and that doesn't, not important, it's not important. I think it's just the way it's worded. And it says they're prepared. They prepare the budget for us to authorize expenditures in terms of what we're doing with the. And the money, not so much that we're supposed to just, but I get the point.
That's fine.
Okay. Any questions around the topic?
Just to clarify, for all of council, at the end of the day, this is a council document. Staff brings forward a draft document and it's council that approves the expenditures that are either in this document or removed from this document or added into the document. It's only council's call at the end of the day.
Yeah, this is ours. Okay, so it's just a wording thing, but we can look at that. Is there any other questions around the council portion of this document? Okay, we'll move into the next. That's animal control, which is one of those ones that we've had a lot of discussion over the years with, and not a lot of options, so.
Future, not a whole lot to explain, a fairly small amount. I understand it's on an as-needed basis. The services of this person and the Humane Society sometimes is involved. Maybe somebody else could speak to exactly what they do in terms of what they do for us, but it's not a whole lot of money, but certainly a necessary function within the municipality.
Travis, did you want to speak
I
to
can
this?
speak to that when I speak to you, Mr. Mayor, just, so we have a contract with Deb Hague for the enforcement services, and should there be a pound service for a dog overnight or whatever, that goes to Humane Society, so.
Yeah, so it's a pretty straightforward piece here. Okay. The next, building is it?
Future, I won't get into this too much because I'm certainly not the expert of the table, but I'll pass that on to Travis, and I can certainly help to answer his questions.
Just so everybody knows, lunch is at 12 and then Aqua is coming in at 1 o'clock, so we'll get an update from them too, so. Go ahead.
Thanks, Lionel. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. For building, we've done some work on it already, as updating our fee schedule, our building bylaws, so we brought the fees up to 50%, increase the revenue. A couple additional expenses, this cog permit, we brought it in just at the end of last year there, so that's our online permitting application. And the other, we've put some additional money aside. One of the vehicles is a 2011, the other is a 2019. They could both use a little bit of TLC for body work, and some tires as well on the 2011. The other new item is the software we use for updating our marking up our notes on the drawings. So we use with digital is our Bluebeam software. It's a few $100s per user. So.
Very well.
Equipment repairs, is that the trucks work you're talking about?
Maintenance.
Yes, it is. That'd be the increase there, Travis. Yes, let's say thank you.
And it's 3 years, and the technology is, it's not part of what
No,
This is where it gets terribly confusing because you got departments and.
this is individual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
The big one at the beginning there shows the total cost. Yeah. Okay,
Through you, Mayor Martin, just to address that comment. Councilor Doherty, there are technology expenses that affect the entire municipality and that touch every department. For example, email, everybody's on that. Then there are technology expenses that are specific to the department, such as Travis just indicated, the software and the cloud permit software. So that's why it's shown separately.
all right then. Any other questions around? that? A lot of these things, and if they've been a couple of years, not a problem.
Sorry, one other item, Travis, sorry if I missed it, you mentioned it, the large format printer.
We have that in capital, so we're sure whether we speak to that now or we.
Oh, we'll get to that later. Okay, sorry. Yep.
Through chair, then, I think we're just gonna slide right into the bylaw. I don't know, but. You've already,
Well, I did touch on a couple more items in that, just maybe an update to council, just a couple of things that we've been working on, so. For the bylaw enforcement itself, that's, Mr. Gottfried, this council's aware, we use him for bylaw enforcement for the majority of the bylaw items. So that's mostly wages and stuff in there, revenues that only show up to $700, that's our trailer park licenses. And going forward next year, we'll site. And a couple of things we've been working on, as council is aware, is the bylaws for clean and clear property standards. So just an update that'll come forward soon. Our ORV bylaw, the part 1 offenses were just recently last week approved by the JP. So we're now in a position where we can issue tickets for the ORV. Clean and clear and property standards bylaw has been for review with the Attorney General. A couple of those items they want corrected on those, so those will come back to council April 4th. And then back to the JP for approval after that.
What is that, Travis? Maybe you can.
So where we had the clean and clear bylaw and property
Yeah.
standards bylaw updated as a new property standards bylaw last year. So we had some part 1 offenses in there so that non-curb rather can issue a ticket on site if need be. So when they go for review with the justice of the peace, sometimes they have comments where they want some wording changed. So there was a few minor amendments that have to be changed to the bylaw. So process for that now is bring their wording back to council. April 4th, have the bylaws approved by council, which we can ship again to have part 1 offenses in place.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Martin, and that just strengthens and allows for enforcement on those.
Parking violations, we've been working on a couple of things as a group and are important to be coming to council soon on that as well.
Mr. Mayor, general question, I see through the bylaw reports we get from them quarterly or whatever that the numbers are ramping up in terms of issues you're dealing with. Are we okay in terms of staffing?
Yeah.
Considering that once we get the new county thing with the tickets, like we might get an influx here of, so in terms of our staffing, are we okay to, like, for say this summer or right now in terms of dealing with all the issues that are coming to our door?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, this is an item that Bob and I have discussed about staff in the building department and the bylaw enforcement department and just how we're gonna go forward with that with as you know, you've always had 2 full-time people in the building department. Right now, we're going with myself and Rob a couple days a week. So that's something Bob and I have discussed on bringing on that other full-time employee, and maybe they could have a hand in bylaw enforcement as well.
And just for clarification, so we have Mike, who's the bylaw inspector. Are you able to do bylaw as well?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I'm appointed as bylaw enforcement officer. Rob is as well. Are you already? Ray is.
With 4 available to us then. Okay, thank you, Travis.
All right, Ken, so that's ongoing discussion that you're having to. And it will be okay in this part of it though, like as far as enough money, same things.
You, Mr. Mayor, we accounted for that.
Okay, any other questions on bylaw? Okay, seeing none. We'll move into the next part here.
Do you share, the cemetery amount is a transfer to the cemetery board? And the little bit of information on page 66. That is.
Yeah, and I haven't even had a cemetery board meeting yet, so I think there's one coming up here. So I'll have a better understanding for that.
So through you, Mayor, page 66 in the highlights, how much did it actually cost us for the cleanup of Maple Grove Cemetery? Do we have a figure on that? And did that come out of figures?
It was just a general highlight, so probably, I don't know if we break it down, like we pay the caretaker there, and so it was probably just a highlight of what they dealt with last year, I would imagine, but is there any specific?
Through you, Chair, in some of the documentation, I think on the website, they mentioned, or maybe it was their minutes. They mentioned the help from the roads department, so as far as hours, perhaps you might have a better idea. You know, how many hours Public Works spent, but I think that's what is being referred to here is Public Works.
Okay, because I was looking at the 63,000 that we're paying for the, operating. But then I do know that, there was a major cleanup with that come out of there too.
Through Chair, no, that wouldn't have come out of there.
Or added to that, I should say, whatever, okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a question, it's not odd to be asking for the same amount this year as last year, like why is there no increase there?
Through Chair, I guess I'm glad there isn't, but I think it's been that way for a few years, so.
And to
4 or
that,
5 years.
I'd like to see a breakdown of this, I don't know, because they're a separate board that they don't have to, but. It's just weird giving. I don't see giving the same amount 2 years, especially these 2 years in a row with the way everything's gone up in terms of how. That's gonna cover the cost. So,
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, to Deputy Mayor Webb. The Cemetery Board has had the same ask for a number of years now. They've not increased the budget. With respect to a breakdown of their budget, we have not received that in the past, but it's certainly council may request it if you wish.
and to be further to that, do they have a reserve and? Is it our reserve or their reserve?
Through you, Chair, it's not our reserve. The financial results are consolidated in the statements that Richard provided us. But the reserves are not reserves of HBM.
Okay, I think that's something possibly we as council should look at moving forward.
Yeah, so from what I know about some of this stuff here, it's there's been some changes on operations over there, so they went to the like a lot more cremation, like a lot of the work was involved in the digging and all that. And they've changed the way they do things over there. And some of that could reflect on maybe, lower costs or not having to increase on their labor side of things. But I think that's a good point. I think we need some more, we need to know where all their money's going.
Well, it's just odd that.
Yeah.
Given all the rest of the reports we have, the budget. What they spent in 2022 was exactly the same as what they asked for. It's the same.
Yeah.
I don't see that anywhere else in any budget anywhere in the world.
Sorry,
But-
through you, Mayor Martin, same thing when we we're discussing my parents up at Bancroft. Like most of it now is cremation, so there's a lot less work. So, maybe even behind now, you never know. So yeah, I think a breakdown would be
So I think that's a fair question that, what we have here, I think that's something moving forward that we can get some more information on how they come up with their budget.
And yeah, I don't want to disparage the cemetery board because they do fabulous work for this township. But it's just in terms of explaining it to the
Yeah,
public, right? In
exactly.
terms of when they see the same number and there's no numbers behind it. I think it'd be good for clarity.
Through Chair, just for clarification, is that something that you would be looking to do outside of the budget process? Have somebody from the cemetery board here? Provide the information, answer questions, or would this be part of the budget process?
Well, in the past, we've had a council representative on the cemetery board, and that's where a lot of that information might be coming to, but it never really got back to us, I guess. So moving forward, maybe we can, I don't see why we can't say that, you know, but I don't really want to do it for this year's budget, but for next year's budget, we're gonna expect more detail and more background on how you got to your number. You know, like I've seen other areas where you freeze it and you say that's because you're not gonna get any more than that. That's where we're stuck at right now. So just in case something pops up, we need to understand how you do business and so I think it's a fair question. Any other questions around cemetery?
Well, we're doing that with pretty much everybody.
Yeah.
That's reaching into our pocket asking for savings.
Exactly.
So it could be part of that review.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're doing it with everyone. That's a good point. We need to just do no different. We need to know more
Clarification and
detail.
transparency.
So, yeah. Next, we'll move into the conservation authority and I don't know, it's yeah, I can get past their budget this year. Is this the new numbers in here then, Lionel, or is it, I don't.
Do share, yes, it is. And there's also an amount, 3,500 in the event that we became part of the Lower Trent Conservation Authority. So it's the actual number plus a small amount.
Okay. So, yeah, so, and I spoke to the CVCA budget, process that we went through this year. I am concerned, but that being said, this is what it is, and, you know, we can work with that, and I just hope that, we have enough in there to get through the year, so. Anyways. Okay then, is there any questions around that? And we spoke to it before the previous meeting, so. Facilities and administration,
Yep, morning. Just want to take a minute and just say that thanks Lionel for creating, you know, what we have so far here. It's been easy to follow along so far, and I think it's going to help with bringing the information to council in terms of detail on each facility. So I was kind of planning on speaking to each facility underneath the facilities department and just kind of give you the highlights, and that's why I thought it was a great job doing these narrative forms, so you can kind of point out, you know, what that money is going to be allocated for this year, and where some of the things that we accomplished for the previous year. So I was kind of thinking of going right to the Havelock Library, unless council wants to discuss any of the administration stuff in terms of like what gets transferred to reserve and stuff.
Yeah, like explanation on the reserve transfer.
Okay. Well, basically, so every year, as we've done a lot of discussion about putting money into reserves so that we can pay for mechanical failure, structural replacement repairs. We have that money allocated in those reserves, so that's what that's for. In the event of emergency, they're planned projects. So there's a couple of studies that we use. The one that I used to create the budget is the facility condition assessments that were completed in 2018, and through that report, we received a 30-year capital project plan. So every year I can see what's coming up and what's scheduled to be replaced. So that amount is how that gets represented in the budget every year.
So how do we end up with 175?
2022.
Okay. Future, sorry, that would be based solely on what our capital budget is. So for 2022, we would have had a capital budget forecasted for 175 roughly, and then that would be the money coming from the reserve to pay for the capital expenditures. So in the 2022 actual, you know, clearly we didn't do all of the capital works that were planned, so it was 40,000. So the 126.5 in 2023 is supporting what we believe to be the capital expenditures that will occur. That's why that goes up and down, and so the actual transfers to the reserve are
41.
basically static, yeah.
So we're asking for the difference this year then?
The difference between those two amounts?
126, that we budgeted. for.
No, that, yes, we'd be getting more money in from the reserves than we're actually putting in. We're putting in 40 to the reserves and then budgeting for 126.5 to come out.
Good. One more question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Personnel, with the personnel for facilities. Meaner?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, to get up to Mayor Webb. Yeah, that's, we have a contract cleaning position. Yeah, for that.
And we did find that last year,
That's correct, yeah.
and it's gone up $7,000 since last year. What's the,
City Chair, there's just the base increase plus the 59 is annualized, so there wouldn't have been the full amount of the year in the previous year. So it's just a slight annualization factor, just slight.
Because it wasn't for the whole year, the first.
the budget number?
Yeah, so.
I did have one, I've been lost. The revenues, you have here projected, I'm sorry, through me now, Martin.
Yeah.
The revenue is projected for 2023, you've got 2,000, again, the previous year was 18,000. Or no, is it 18? Yeah. Explain that difference.
I can explain it. So the 18 was from the medical center rental in 2022. And since we don't have the medical center building, we don't have that revenue in 2023. And the 2,000 in 2023 is for the town hall rental.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's good. That was the medical center through you, Mr. Mayor. The medical center, this will be the last year it's on there. I just can't, it was all taken care of in 22. Why is it appearing on 23? Is it just to clean it up or?
Essentially, through chair, I didn't want to present an incomplete picture of the 2022 budget. It was in there. So I have to include it in those columns because it was actually budgeted for, but there's going to be nothing in 2023 and moving forward, there'll be nothing. So you won't see that medical center activity. There is for financial information purposes that the auditors do for us, they're called FIRs. The contribution to the hospital is in that general area, 7,500, I think it is. But there'll be no operating expenses for the medical center, no.
But that's for council, not the donation.
Yes.
Yeah, but the council may not, the new council may not know that we do donate the Calvert Hospital every year, the same as we do community care, so.
For three years, are we getting to that where you are now? But that's the hospital relations.
We can, we're in, like, we're into facilities, so. Yeah.
No, that's good.
Yeah. So, okay.
There's one more question through you, Mayor Martin. Expense category. There's no insurance for 2022, and yet you have in the budget 5,189.
You sure? It's part of the same issue before. I felt that the insurance wasn't allocated to different areas as much as it should be. In 2022, it was kind of a bigger lump. And the different areas obviously have activities and assets that the insurance covers. So we took a fresh look this year, discussing with the insurers, okay, what do you think we should allocate these to and what would be fair to all the departments? So there was nothing specifically charged to facilities prior year, but going forward, they're going to get a chunk of the insurance cost.
And is that out of the administration insurance? Like, I'm just trying to get a handle of what does it cost to insure everyone?
Yeah, through you, Chair, it was in the administration, so you're right. In 2022 it was there, so
Okay.
2023 in future years. That money won't be in the admin, it will be in that area and the other area.
Oh,
To kind of make it look a bit more fair, so to speak.
all right.
Through you, Mr. I don't understand why we're liberally putting the contribution to the hospital under facility administration that.
They used to rent the medical center and everything was kind of through there, so that's probably how it ended up in there.
Whether it's right or wrong, there's this big area on this financial information return that gets filed every year. That a hospital donation would have to be in the same area as medical, and technically, you're right, it's a bit strange because we're not the ones running the medical center, but that's where Baker Tilly, our auditors, categorize it. So that's where it is in the budget, but future, I'd be happy to have it presented in a different way if the council would like.
Well, we're not gonna have that line next year, so it's gotta go somewhere, I guess.
Yeah.
Right, so,
So it is a good question. So is that a Baker Tilly thing or is that a Ontario government thing of where that has to go?
A future, that will go on the FIR in the same place, but I will actually, it's a good point, that activity will become. Either like a tiny little activity for the hospital donation, or the hospital donation will be presented somewhere else, so you're right, that activity won't be there.
And that's it.
kind of, excuse me, through you, it kind of distorts the operating costs, because this is not an operating cost, this is a donation, and I just was curious, that's all, thank you.
Okay, Bob?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, this is similar to the question that was brought forward during the auditor's presentation. Cemetery board was listed under healthcare.
Mhm.
And it's odd, but that's the way the province allocates it. That's where they put it in the financial information return. So this is a similar kind of thing.
They're doing a very good job, that's under help.
So, okay. So that's facilities administration.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no other questions about administration, we can move into operations.
Oh, just one right now. Canova Library, water and sewer. What's going on there?
Oh, okay, so we'll get there. If we're going into operations, I might as well just start at Havelock-Belmont-Methuen.
That's waiting.
Yeah,
So, so just an overview for the operations and what the changes are from previous year to now. As council is aware, we did see some challenges and there were some restrictions that facilities had to follow through COVID-19 protocols. And we navigated through those quite well, and we had to, change the way we deliver programs, comply with health regulations to operate these facilities. So it was part of last year that we were still kind of in that area where we were trying to adjust, deliver our programs slightly different, but we did see quite a consistency year over year in terms of like the services, so hydro consumption and those types of things. So there's really not much change there than based on the actuals. They're fairly consistent in previous years. Where you will notice some changes is the under the building repairs and maintenance budget. This year, proposing that we increase the budget by 3,000. And I've made some notes in the Form 1s. So we're operating the facility with older incandescent light bulbs. So as these usually when a few start to go, they all start going. So we staff have allowed to budget those as they become required. So that's what that money is for. Typically, we don't repair ballasts and things like that. We just replace the fixture with an LED. We upgrade it to an LED. It's cheaper for us to do that. So that's what that money is allocated for within the budget. So you're going to see that. That is a little bit of a change from the previous years. I have presented this as a capital item budget in the past. The reason why I was doing that before is there is some cost savings there if you do it from a capital perspective and you take it from the reserve. Because the cost of having, you know, an electrician come in and, you know, and spend a few days and replace all the lights versus as an on-call basis, it can be a little more, but I'm not seeing them that it's happening that frequently, so that for this year, I'm just gonna leave it as needed basis. So that number can change from year to year. So I basically, I know what happened last year, I know what's coming up, so next year this number could come down or it could go up a little bit, depending on what our needs are.
Is that for the library, the Havelock Library?
We're just speaking about the Havelock Library, but I guess in general terms,
All of them.
that goes for all facilities, right? So,
Okay.
and then the other project that we're gonna do at the request of the library staff, they were looking for us to install portable air purification systems, so similar to what we installed at the municipal office. So I agreed to include that in the budget, and that also makes up that $3,000 increase for that. But the only place we were able to reduce costs were in hydro, so for some reason less, and I don't know if that's just because of less people using the facility, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so the increase you said were for the lights and air purifier?
Yes,
Be $37.50. What about the work that needs to be done in the basement?
through you, Mr. Mayor, what work is that?
They were gonna get some.
Or
Just
the-
put in underneath there.
Oh, okay, so through you, Mayor Martin, we've already kind of been working on that, we've been working since Hucklebuck left
So
the
it's been budgeted
building,
for
we've
that?
been doing painting, things like that. These are what I'm noting in there is just a large increase. Those are kind of things that we already have money in the building and maintenance repair budget, so we're just kind of that's what that's for, that we're just kind of using. So all of the stuff that we've been doing is in-house with our own staff, so you know, wages are already accounted for, you know, it's just a little bit of stain and sanding and things like that, and then staff time to do it, but that wasn't really something significant that I thought I should notice in there, because we already that's kind of what the building repairs and maintenance budget is there for. Anyways.
Okay, so. That's
Through
fine.
you, Mayor Martin, so the Cadova Library, the water and sewer, the increase in that budget, is that to do with something that they want for water? Like what is that for?
Through you, Mayor Martin, to Councilor, I can't give you the answer on that. I don't set the rates in terms of water and sewer, that we do that from an administrative perspective. I'm not sure if Lionel's had enough time to kind of familiarize himself with that, but that's something that number is usually provided to me, and then it gets put in
Okay.
there based on. I don't know if Lionel, you can add anything to that, or if it's something we have to bring back to council.
I can bring it back to council, I'll take a look at it,
Like, is it a water bill and a sewer?
No, it's not a water bill. I thought when I looked at it, I thought it was something, because I know we have to check the water every week there, and you guys go up and,
Or is it?
well, they have to do a water sample every week, and I thought that's what that was, an increase, because now that it's getting used more, plus the UV lighting that issued at the Stone Hall. So the two buildings, the Stone Hall and the Cordova Library, we do water
Okay.
samples. So I thought that's what it was, but if we can get a more clear picture, maybe with.
Sorry, I just realized that when you said water and sewer, I wasn't actually looking at the line item, but now that you mentioned that, yeah, we do maintain the drinking water system there. We have had a lot of issues with that, and the reason that we have issues there is lack of use. So when the water doesn't get used frequently, it's really hard on our UV light system. So we're actually looking at upgrading that to a Howlett system from the current one we have. It's about 10 years old right now. And there's new systems out there that are designed for low volume facilities that aren't requiring a lot of water. So that's what that's for. So
So it's for a new ultraviolet or.
Yeah.
it's upgraded, and we do sampling weekly, and we do get it tested.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about something else.
So that increases, we're actually buying new
Equipment.
equipment.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be listed in capital under facilities?
So go ahead, Lionel.
well, yeah, so there's always a fine line there, right? Like, so we try not to create a whole capital project for smaller equipment. And quite honestly, I should relabel that. Water and sewer almost sounds like it's a water bill or a
No,
sewer bill.
that's
Yeah,
what I
but you know what? That label on page 72, it should be building or maintenance or equipment, whatever. So first of all, that's not really labeled quite as correctly as it could be. But if an amount's small enough, and it can be taken in by the existing budget, it's just part of the repair and maintenance sort of stuff. So yeah, it can be a fine line.
Well, I understand in
Yeah.
terms of procurement policy and stuff, like, he doesn't have to come to us to buy certain things, but at the same time, when I see. A budget, we budgeted 2,000, it was 3,100 actual, and now we're budgeting 5,000. To me, that's really ramping up quickly. So I'm trying to get a handle on what's going on there.
To share, like perhaps it could have been as a capital item, like in theory, unless there's something else that comes out of the woodwork and that's for specific equipment, that'll go back down to 2,000 next year. So it could have been a capital item in another part of the budget, absolutely.
But will it? Because he just said we're gonna buy new equipment and
It all
we
depends.
hope it will,
Yeah,
right?
we hope
But at the same time, it might not. Because
Uh,
you're saying you're making more trips out there to do the water, or what's?
Well, they have to do it every
expense.
week anyway, so I don't think it's more trips, it's just the equipment from what I understood with the light. Cause I said, I know we're having troubles at the stone hall, and I said, why don't you just go buy one from Canadian Tire? Well, it doesn't work that way, but
How often do they test the water?
every week, I think.
Just once a week?
We do sampling quarterly. But yeah, like Lionel said, like even 2,000, you know, if you look at our actuals, we're at 31 last year, and a lot of the stuff we do in-house, but sometimes we have to bring Emery's in or a local plumber, and these parts to get expensive parts are expensive, so it's an increase this year. You know, I would expect it would decrease in the future if we invest in, you know, replacing equipment.
You know, I understand there's work being done there, I don't wanna give you the impression that not, I don't think that, it's just in terms of numbers and us explaining it to people, right? Cause yeah, that's almost, well, two and a half times what we put in last year, so, but as you said, we have issues there, so that's fine.
Councilor Flegler?
One more question, Ryan. So when you do these repairs or you're gonna replace something in the Cadova Library, for instance, do you bring that forward to council for us to approve, or do you just go ahead? Like, I'm not understanding when these departments are supposed to come to council to ask for that request, or are you able to just do that on your own?
So through you, Mayor Martin, so
Sorry.
typically a day-to-day, I'll coordinate the repairs
Right,
and things like that. And once council approves their budget, I'm committed to staying within the budget, so I know that once you approve a certain amount, I can
Okay.
spend this much. If I anticipate like if the cost is gonna be a lot higher or something happened that I didn't foresee happening, I would bring that to council and let them know about it. You know, when it comes to water, drinking water, it's probably not something I'm gonna wait and bring to council. It's gonna be something I'm gonna address, and then I'll let council know
Right,
about the
I-
situation.
Yeah, I was just more concerned of the purchasing of whatever machine it is that, I don't wanna say violent, UVA. I can't even say it, I can't even say it, yeah. Okay, that's fine then. It's good.
Through you, Mayor Martin, to Councillor Flagler, and just to clarify, so typically. For staff, anything that's approved in the budget, if it's a routine item, it would not come to council. It's a
Okay.
routine matter, you know, we have to fix the lock on the door, we just do it.
Okay,
If it's an extraordinary item. That is outside of what was budgeted for particularly, so if someone wants a brand new door put on, or they want to change the entrance to a building or something like that. We would absolutely bring that to council for council's discussion and approval.
yeah, that's fine.
So am I taking this right then that once the budget approved, you can, doesn't matter what the amount is, they can spend up to that amount, but once it goes over. Then they bring it back to council, that.
Well, through you, Mayor Martin, there's two times where items would come to council. Definitely, if something's over budget, it would come to council. But also if it's a project that was not budgeted for and it's an extraordinary ask, it would come to council.
Thank you.
So, just a few highlights I put in there from 2022, so for the Havelock Library, as for our capital program, we fixed commercial air conditioners. Some hot water tanks. Council's aware, the Taco Bug, childcare lease expired. And last year council approved the Historical Society and the library to share the space in the basement, which has been going very well, and we've been helping out where we can in terms of renovating the space for them to make it usable. Yeah, and so that's for Cordova Library, we replaced the air conditioner as well. There was a number of electrical deficiencies noted in our maintenance program that we had corrected. As we discussed, we do our weekly testing and quarterly samples. There was some expenses unforeseen. There was quite a few trees that received damage in the May windstorm. There's probably about 8 or 9 large pine trees we lost, and so we had to get a reservice to clean that up. So it wasn't really something that we expected to happen, but that money was there and we used it for that. Yeah, same thing with the lights too. Like we just allowed for replacement lights.
We are gonna stop for lunch here. Do you think we can finish this part of it?
Yeah. Was there anything specific, like in terms of facilities that I can maybe just address?
On the operating.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Go ahead.
For you, Mayor Martin, the town hall, your repairs and maintenance have went up significantly to 5,000. What repairs are you going to be doing in there? And is that the cost of that ramp? Is that what you've included in those building repairs and maintenance?
For you, Mayor Martin, building repairs and maintenance, $1,500 is a low number for a facility of that age to allow for maintenance and repair. So I did make some notes on the form to kind of give you an idea of where I would be spending those additional funds. The first thing listed in the notes was the kitchen equipment. So there's a fridge there that's probably 30+ years old. When we rent that facility, our renters are expecting a fridge and some kitchen equipment, so I thought I should probably replace that and update it. And then being that the need of the facility, the piping that is within the building it's really old, and we've had it's been failing over the years, and I can't really anticipate exactly how much it's going to be, but I know I'm expecting that there's going to be some issues, especially with the age of the building. So I think 1,500 I just think that that's kind of a reasonable number. Like last year we didn't spend that much, but the building was closed pretty much 70% of the year. So there is no change from last year to this year, but now that it is open, and we've actually been renting quite a bit every weekend pretty much, and midweek January they've made requests in terms of what we can do there to help provide a better facility for them to use as well. So for example, last week we installed all accessible handrails in the washrooms. That was something that was important to them, that was helpful to them. So that's kind of the money that we keep there for them. So do some painting, things like that.
So through you, Mayor Martin, so most of the piping in there is copper, correct? It's not the.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So, and then the repairs on, as gentleman said there was a couple weeks ago, on the ramp. Yes, inside though, because they want to be up on that stage. I'm just confused on, like, I know you do a lot of work in there, but are we hiring other people to do that? Or is that not, or is that in this budget here for what needs to be done?
So
Because apparently you can't be on the stage and there's needs to be repairs.
So 3 Mayor Martin, Just temporarily, it's open. With a few limitations, and that is until the ramp is built, we've got limitations in terms of. So we could open and maybe Travis can help me if I don't get it correct, but. We had to reduce the square footage so that we could open a public building with one entrance and exit, but.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's a minimum distance for travel distance to exits, so that was applied and occupant level, et cetera, was applied. So once the ramp is in place, then we're gonna be able to address those.
And they'll be able to use the stage again. The one issue there that we keep hearing is that set of stairs that goes up, it kind of blocks the doorway to the ramp, so that might be something that really has to be looked at, but that's the only thing I see right now,
Okay, bye. Thank you.
so. Okay. All right, then, is there any other questions around these facilities that? We can come back to them after lunch if you like, if that works for everyone.
We found that $7,500 too.
Yeah, well, we can discuss that now.
Oh, right here.
Why don't we discuss it after lunch? I think we'll come back to this after, we do have Aqua coming at 1, so it's up to you. It's just shortening the time.
Well, just
Go ahead now. while-
Yeah, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, it's on the hospital donation that's coming out, obviously, the medical center, like, where are we gonna be taking those moving forward?
Through you, Chair, it can be wherever council wants to be. If you want it to be a standalone activity, it can be part of admin.
So I have the thing for grants later, around any grants that we have, like a community grant that came out last term, and then all of the other ones, the environment grant. That might be something to discuss, to see if they could all come from, say, OMPF or one of our other grants that are, unconditional. We might be able to deal with them and make a line for them as far as, from OMPF or something like that. Instead of just admin all the time or wherever, or facilities.
Through you, Mayor Martin, if council wishes to establish a grants and donations account, we could establish that as an expense account.
Mr. Mayor, with the new hospital coming, I think we can see the lining up here. We're gonna probably have to use this a little later on in years to come, so I can think that we're gonna need an account.
Yeah, like, so our hospital here, like the one at Campbellford is kind of, it's because of our location. We've always took care of them if we can, a little in a small way. We were donating to Peterborough Hospital, was our hospital, as far as we had some huge things going out of the county for that that we're not doing anymore. But yeah, so this one here and community care, things like that we've come up with over the years to try and help them move along. If there was a separate thing like you're talking, Bob, it would be more visible and people would see it, and it probably make more sense too in the end. So we can do that we can give you time to put something like that together, and it can happen either this year, or like you say, we can use this admin reserve for this year, but have something more open and transparent. Lose my voice, you might like that, but anyways, we can deal with it next year as far as having a proper line to deal with it.
There's
No, they're on the filing cabinet, I forgot. So anyways, is there any other things with regards to the facilities operation? If there is, something comes up over lunch or whatever, we can come back to this, because we're just moving into the we'll be moving on anyway, so I'll get a motion that we take a break here for lunch. We come back for 1 o'clock, so moved by Councilor Clement, seconded by Deputy Mayor Webb, all in favor? That's good. All right, look for a motion that we resume from lunch, moved by Councilor Doherty and seconded by Councilor Clement, all in favor? And that's carried. So the next part of our budget, we're gonna move in with Aqua and the sewer, I think the sewer portion of the budget, so I'm not sure who's presenting here, but Amber?
Yeah.
On up to the table.
So through you, Mayor Martin, if in our books, there's not a perfect match. Aqua has has their listing of requirements from the township. So in our book, if we go to page 106, with our sewer. Beginning our sewer budget, and then we'll flip forward as we go along in the discussion. But any specific questions we can address as we go.
All right then. You got the whole team with you, Amber?
So, good afternoon, I was about to say good morning. With me today, I have Emily Hennessy, who's our business development manager. I don't know if everyone's met her yet, so, okay. Brad Robinson and Jordan Easton, they are the duty operators for the Havelock system. We have a commitment with the Township of Havelock to provide you with a capital list that we foresee happening in the next year. So we provide that to you by October 31st, 2022. Before you, you will have a capital list of stating Havelock wastewater and Havelock water. The totals for 2023 for Havelock water, our estimate in summary is around $85,579. And our total estimate for the wastewater plant for 2023 is $138,515. I can do water first. Is that fine?
Sure.
So for our water, you'll notice the first couple line items are annual maintenance. So these, anything hire a third party contractor is considered a capital item.
Just go, where do we catch up here?
I'm sorry.
I don't think we have the same documents that you're looking at.
Okay,
So,
okay. I don't know what's.
Yeah, future, there's, the capital budgets are on 159 and 163 for the sewer and water.
Okay.
So that would help, like, those are, that's the link, I guess. I mean, there's other accounts that we have, but we're starting with water, it's 163, the capital.
Okay. So, sorry.
You see it?
Yes, I'm good here. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. So as I
Amber, is that your document? Is
that's
that-
correct.
Okay, there we go. We're on the same page. All right. Where's the map?
That's our 153?
160.
163.
I know my numbers. I'll put it after 162. Okay, I heard.
Okay, thank you. So the first line item, so 1 to 5 is our annual maintenance that we do with third-party contractors, so we always have that as capital. The second or sixth line item is sledge hauling, so Aqua's commitment. Oh, Monroe sledge hauling for well 3, sorry, I got confused. That's for the well 3 system. When it's up and running, we transfer the sludge to wastewater plant. A lot of the say line items 8 till 11 are just kind of calibration and maintenance, things that need to happen usually every year. We can talk further about well 3 items, which would be 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, just because those are items that we'd like to include. Some of them have to happen, but some of them are if we want to keep pushing well 3 forward. And the bottom 5 items are usually the new things that we add every year. So we've added PLC parts just because you've got a brand new PLC at the water plant. So these are just things to maintain the PLC, which is the brains of the water plant that get it to run automatically. A spare chemical pump, that's just due diligence to have one on the shelf. Well 1 and 4 replacement gate valve, that's just in need of replacement. And the VFD for well 1 and 4, it just helps the well pump run at a certain frequency so that it's not overloading in a sense. And then we've just suggested to the repair of 2 to 3 leaking hydrants that we've noted in our inspections. And the contingency item is just there in the event that we've missed something or there's an emergency. Happy to answer any questions.
So the one that's it keeps coming up is, we don't see what 22 was as far as, like, so it looks like every year it's up and down, like it's all over, so. I don't know what we budgeted for last year for 2022, but. For this one here, it's 85,000, now next year it drops down to 45 is the next year, so.
Yeah, so it's, when we're doing these, we have to do a 6-year forward for the drinking water quality management standards policy, so you have to estimate within 6 years. We're doing our best to try and predict the future, but every now and then we miss some things, so it may be that it fluctuates so differently, but we try to keep it pretty standard. You'll notice, I think a lot of the time with the water plant, we do put a value in it, and then last year, I don't think we ever spend that amount because we don't usually put that much into well 3. So Brad and Jordan and I are doing the pilot project for the potassium permanganate, which we'd mentioned, and we wanted to bring that forward to you today, but we didn't get everything done in time to, it'd be too much anyway, this is a big presentation, but our plan is to present that to council and just hopefully make a kind of determination on how we want to proceed with well 3.
Okay.
So until we would do that presentation, we likely wouldn't proceed with some of the items listed specifically for well 3.
When we were on the tour, which one's well 3?
The big plant with the 2 rooms.
So this is from the water, the water budget, which is totally separate piece, like it's a separate reserve. And the town or the water users pay for this. So, okay. Just for clarification as far as some of the work. So,
Did we get a number for 2022 or not?
thank you.
Each year, the budget last year's document was 67,828.
Okay. Thank you. So, yeah, so it's, go ahead.
So what caused the balloon to 85? Then we're just a little catch up, a breakdown, and then we go right back down, which is good, but what got us here? I guess in relative terms.
Probably the 1-3 extras.
Correct. Yeah, so I think, if I may ask Lionel, did we spend all of that or that was the budget?
The budget was 67,828 and the actual I have here is 48,541.
Yeah, so with well 3, we have, it's a standby well, so if we wanted to put well 3 into a duty position, we keep trying to budget accordingly to eventually get it to a duty position if that was the case. When we did our pilot project, we're not sure if that's the best approach, so now we've kind of pushed back on some of the items that we think need to happen at well 3. So when I say that we're planning to spend 85,000, I don't think it would be all of that if we don't go with some well 3 items, which we may not. I also did want to mention, I think last year we did have some capital budget in for the sewer flushing. And some of that didn't get completed, so that's been pushed over into the new budget with 2023. So some of the funds that weren't spent are going to be spent this year.
Okay.
So the sewer flushing, sorry, if I can.
You were gonna talk it,
I think speaking to this in relation to the ones we spoke of this morning, if it isn't spent in a prior year, it goes into the reserve funds, or the reserve, I should say. So it's there to.
Not in the admin reserve, this will go.
No, it's not the administrative. It's not in the OMPF reserve. It's in this case, the water reserve.
Okay.
but any of these expenses that are in this year, were they carried over from last year? Like, because all the expense items here in 23, they're all new, fresh for this year.
I believe so. I may have to just confer for a minute.
Yeah, no problem.
Was the data locker in last year?
Don't think so.
Okay, that's the only one I wasn't sure. I think they are still fresh. You'll get reoccurring items. So basically everything from 1 to 10 is a reoccurring item.
Yep.
And the last 2 are always recurring items, but I can safely say that this spare day tank and mixer, which is quoted here for $10,000, likely won't be spent this year. we don't think we're gonna need it following our presentation we hope to have with you. And then, yeah, like I said, they are just estimates too, so just because of the inflation that's going on nowadays, it's inflated a little high. Just to cover for that.
Okay, go ahead. Through you, Mayor Martin, just to clarify to our delegation, your upcoming presentation regarding potassium permanganate.
Yeah.
Is that going to have additional budget requirements, or is everything in here now?
Everything is in here now.
Okay.
And then if we decide to go a little bit further with well 3, I don't think it's much of a request, really. I think maybe it could just be additional chemical for the potassium permanganate, should we wish to pursue it. But that I don't know, because we don't know how long we want. It's all, I guess, pretty fluid until we decide that step. But it would easily fall under the contingency.
It's all pretty fluid when you come to the water anyway,
Yeah.
right? So,
Yeah, the chemical keep going up.
okay. All right then, so, yeah, so it's the best guess is kind of what you're at right now, and lots of areas that have that, so. The well 3 thing though, when you said whether we want to carry on with it or not, like I think our intention is to make sure whatever we, well, within reason, we were always trying to get that thing, that well, so it's usable, like.
Yeah.
I know it passes, but we were trying to make it better.
Correct.
So the project that you've been working on, did you mean it's not going as well as you thought it would have, or is it still working well?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the project has been very successful in removing iron and manganese, so there's no color in the distribution. It's aesthetically pleasing, so it would make the consumers happy to not be drinking colored water.
Yeah.
The problem is that we're having a problem with volume. So the pump itself is designed 17 liters a second, 14 liters a second, and we're getting around 3.
Oh,
So that's, but we can push it a little bit more. We just ran out of our pilot, so our pilot time. So if we would like to try and see if we can push it a little bit more, that would be just a request for extra chemical. And
so with what you have in here, that would help us move on with the, like, to keep moving forward with about
yes,
3.
yeah,
I think
Yeah.
there's a, sorry, through you, Mayor, there is a couple more items that will be in the presentation,
Okay,
like the analyzer.
if we continue to go
Yeah, we
permanent,
can-
yeah.
and they're not in this right now?
No, sorry, no, because we're not sure about it being permanent.
Okay.
But it could it not fall into contingency,
Oh, there's 20. Be close, I guess,
or
yeah.
10,000 contingency, it'd be close.
Okay, with the contingency.
It's just, to be honest, just to summarize, the position we're working on is you're gonna get, you're gonna have to spend some money to get the plant up and running to duty to only get 3 liters a second. So we're just trying to explain it a little, let you make an informed decision if it's worth it.
That was kind of a question, like, when is this imminent then, the decision on well 3?
Is it imminent?
Yeah, like, are we gonna, it's 3 gallons, you need 14. Like, what are the chances of us getting to 14 with the present equipment and budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would say it's probable, but we ran out of time on our pilot. That's you only have a certain amount of time to run the pilot.
Okay.
And we just got it dialed in perfectly to remove iron and manganese, the color, but we had some issues with the volume, so we could push it a bit more, but whether it's feasible, it just makes sense.
I guess that's my point, is when do we stop putting money into it if it's not going to do the job that we're looking at to do?
Yeah, no,
And that's after your test is
Yeah.
fully completed, then would be the answer. Okay, good, thank
correct,
you.
yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's the kind of the plan, is that we'd like to give you some information before we do this again, and then maybe, I mean, it didn't cost a lot to do the pilot, so, but it's a lot of time for the guys, but we just wanted to give you like an informed decision before we go any further, I guess.
So through you, Mayor. So any of this money that we've budgeted for, if you decide not to go ahead, into the reserve?
Yeah, we usually let Peter know, as soon as we're not spending something.
Okay.
For sure.
Yeah, fair enough, good, thanks.
And so I can jump to wastewater when.
So just for point of clarification, through you, Mayor Martin, to our delegation. You indicated you're only able to run it at three liters a second. Is that because of the demand that was on the system or because of the equipment that's as best as you could get it?
I'm gonna have to ask Brad or Jordan to just help me with this one.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, that would be with the infrastructure that's at the plant now. That's as much as we could get through with removing the iron and manganese.
Okay.
3 liters. Once the flow goes up, the iron and manganese isn't settling out, it's still coming out.
Okay. Perfect, thank you. That's clarification, thank you.
I did want to add as well, oh no, sorry, I was in the wastewater, I looked down. Right, one more thing after that.
Okay. Are there any other questions on that part of it? Okay,
I'll jump to wastewater.
sure. What page?
159.
Okay.
Got it?
Yeah.
So for 2023 for that Havelock wastewater system, you'll, just for reference, usually items 1 to 11 are on the capital list every year. It's just preventive maintenance parts, scheduled repair, annual maintenance. The $17,828 you may have seen from the sludge hauling is typical for the system. And, our agreement, we have I think in our agreement, we pay the first, it's an odd number for some reason, but I think it's like $11,828 of sludge hauling. So we will pay the first portion of it, and then anything left over is what is charged to the township, and so that's what we've kind of estimated for this year. 12, 13, and 14 aren't scheduled for this year. We have plans to do a digester membrane replacement. Some consumable PM parts that just basically falls under any of the pumps. If you, well, now that you've been to the wastewater plant, you know, there's a lot of moving parts there, so we put that under. We've just asked for replacement for a check valve, some wearing kits, auger brush replacement, decanter bushings. I don't believe the Dynasand filters need to take place, so we can cross that off the list. It's just from October, that's what we had planned, but item number 23 would be removed. Pumping station level reader, and 26 is a large item. I know I've come to council and said this quite a few times, but it's true and sad at the same time. That pumping station backup that generator will run forever, but you're losing parts and they're obsolete. So thought needs to be put into replacing it with a newer gen set that can actually have some spare parts. So we've done a couple of quotes in October and had a value of $65,000 for replacement. I know the township has looked after it in the past, so I didn't know if you wanted Aqua to take on it. We're happy to do so, or if the township can take it on, but I can talk to Peter, I guess, once the council's decided what to do with the bike. And then we always just leave a retainer for 10,000 for contingency in case we miss anything.
You, Mr. Brad, that 65, if we would decide to split that, like reserve half this year and do it next year, is that acceptable or unacceptable?
I think it's acceptable, depending, it may not have been in the budget because it wasn't, I don't think, provided last year as a heads up. So like I said, the machine runs fine. It's just getting low on parts. So I can give you a better idea once we have the tech come out and do its annual maintenance to see if there's any extra parts still removed.
Yeah, because something, those big ticket items sometimes are nice if there's a way of, like we're hearing about it now, if we thought we could get through without risking anything, we don't want to risk anything, but if there was a way of putting half of that this year, like budgeting half of it this year, now, but next year this softens it a little bit, right? But
Correct, I should say, through you, Mr. Smith, there, that is your only pumping station, and it's a very.
Yeah.
It's the main artery to the wastewater plant between consumers, so if it ever did fail,
Yeah.
you could have some very upset basement owners.
yeah, okay.
Not a reserve item then.
Definitely get back to going and determine like how low we are on obsolete parts. So I mean, if the tech comes back and says you're very good for this, that definitely makes you feel a little bit better.
Well, you take us 3 years to reserve two.
Yes,
I can add to that, Mr. Mayor. Aqua does have the ability to finance smaller projects. This one is pretty small. So there's the current contract goes to December 31st, 2025. So if you wanted to, I say finance it, but it just means you would pay for it over the remaining years of the contract. We would just add it to your monthly billing. So we could do a change order form if you wanted to proceed with that this year, and then just split the costs 2023, 4, and 5.
go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Martin. So the obvious question, is there a financing charge?
No.
Okay.
That's why I brought it.
That's better than Leon's.
Price less.
Yeah. So, okay, all right, well, that's another option that can come into the discussion here, but it doesn't sound like it's something we can put off, so if there's a way of doing it, there's an option. So. Yeah. Even worse, part of it's downhill from it, so. So, anyway, okay, well, we don't have to make that decision right today, but that's it's kind of made. But
Just
how we
answering
do
your
it.
question for the capital, just there's a lot of items and a lot of them aren't very clear. They're crystal to us, but not, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Happy to
So-
answer anything.
It was like the or the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, between these two items, like the sewer and the water, we gotta keep moving forward, and they're always expensive. It's not real crazy, that one there again, from what last year's budget was to this year's budget, it's I don't know whether you have that, Lionel, but
For the sewer?
yeah, like it's 138 this year, it looks like it's, well, it's another one that floats through.
Last year was budgeted at 154,983.
Okay. All right, so yeah, there's.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
The financing, 3 equal payments, or you set up your own payment plan, or how does your financing package work?
It's negotiable. So right now you pay a monthly O&M invoice. If you wanted us to add it onto that, we could do that. Or if you wanted to pay in 3 payments, so once a year, we would be able to do that as well.
Okay, thank you.
So it just helps us, no matter what, it's the big number and split it 3 ways really anyways, because we deal with it 3 times or whatever, once a year. So, okay. All right then, it's is there any questions then with regards to those?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't sure if there was a question about the percent. I don't know. I mean,
Oh, the,
Water rates.
yeah, water rates,
Sorry, yes, I brought Emily to help with that answer.
okay. Okay, I know,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not exactly sure what the question is. I interpret it to be what is the adjustment annually on the O&M, is that? So you are fixed at 2% year over year, which right now is excellent because CPI was over 6% for the majority of our other clients. So you are fixed at 2% until 2025 when we have to negotiate again.
so. Is that the water rate for our ratepayers or?
No, that's the adjustment on the contract year over
Okay,
year to the
okay.
township. So Aqua doesn't have anything to
No,
do with setting your
No,
rate.
I know.
ratepayers.
I wish you could do that, it'd make it a lot easier for us. So, no, but that 2% in the end is where we come back with our number, and I know we're always light on our number to try and keep the rates reasonable, so I guess that'll be for later in the discussions when we get to the water part of it, so. But yours is constant, or was 2%, so I guess that's is that what you wanted to know? Okay, all right, well, that'll help us with our part of the discussion, so. I will take that part, so. Anyways, any other questions? Okay, so thank you for this. That's, you know, we know what we're in for, and, you know, it's pretty well constant anyways. It looks like a bit of fluctuation. It's with the water, and sewer reserve, not the admin reserve, so, you know, and so this is the users are responsible for this, and that's another part of it, so. Okay, all right, well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
you.
Becoming.
Yes, we had 154 and some other figures. What is the actual dollar increase year over year?
Oh, from 2023 to 2022 budget?
22 to 23, yeah.
So for water, we went from 154 to 138, so a decrease of 16,465. Sorry, that's sewer. Decrease of 14,465 for water. Is an increase of 17,751.
So it's basically a wash.
All right, then, so when we get to the water, and that's where it comes up, so what the bill will look like for the repairs, so. And that'll come up later in the discussion, right? Now that we have all this, okay, thank you. All right, then, so we'll move into the fire services, right? Oh,
Through you, Chair, there's two questions in the morning, and I've got the answers for them, just
sure.
so people can check those off for this. The miscellaneous revenue per yen. There is a payment every year for power dams that used to be taxable. They're not taxable anymore, but they also do not pay payments in lieu. This is a third type of, let's call it taxation, but it's neither that or a PIL. There's also the miscellaneous sale of equipment that had been scrapped. So in the current year, it's gone down because there was a few pieces of equipment that were sold in 2022. This year, we're just going to count on this yearly power dam amount, so that's why it's gone down. And it seems like something that will go on in the future, some content that will receive that in future years. And the amount for advertising for council, it's actually advertising and communications. So the amount was for the stipends that councilors receive for communication, which would be cell phone.
Okay. Thanks, Bob. Okay, ready?
Good afternoon.
So,
Let's just open it up to questions.
yeah. Now we'll go into your,
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, page 81 for everyone's reference. Okay.
Question for you, Mayor?
Yeah.
So Ray, in the revenues, fire protection and crown land, can you just give me an explanation what that's for?
So we have an agreement with the MNR. It's done by hectares. So we look after a portion of crown land for them.
Okay.
They look after a bigger portion of private land for us that we can't get to, so they pay us a balance. I can't remember, it's like $1 something a hectare or something like that.
Okay.
So it just gets balanced out.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
Hey, that was easy.
It's ready to later.
Supposed to start here. Do you remember? Hey, Ray, personnel,
Page 82.
just, I know we're, we budgeted the same amount, but last year your actuals come in about 100,000 less. Are we expecting a big increase there this year or what's?
Yeah, because we lost the deputy.
Okay,
So he wasn't there, so we didn't replace him, so it's in the works of being replaced, the person, so that will go back up.
how much were we paying him? About $100,000.
You chair, that line also includes benefits, so like 30% roughly.
Okay.
That's volunteer wages too, correct?
For personnel, yes.
Okay.
So it's all mixed into there, because you can't pull one person out.
No, I know, I just
Yeah.
thought what we were paying Brad.
Through you, Mayor Martin, I can double check the advertisement. I believe deputy fire chief is approximately 70-ish.
I think so.
Yeah.
I was thinking more like 55.
No, it's higher than that.
I thought it was a deputy and I thought we was only working at
Full
11
time.
schedule.
Full time.
Okay. Okay, sorry, Ray. One next one,
Who is
materials,
next? Oh, you're gonna keep going, okay, going. Keep going.
materials and supplies.
That's explained in the Form 1 notes there. There was a lot of foam that did not get purchased because we didn't have as many fires. And also there was a part broke on the truck that I'm still waiting for the part to use the foam. And right now I've just ordered a bunch of foam that's probably gonna cost us this year already about $4 to $5 grand.
Okay, thank you. Memberships, training, travel, you got more recruits this year,
There is 5 recruits over at the training center right now.
that's it, thank you, Ray.
Through you, Mayor. So down at the bottom, just clarification, please, emergency assistance for the 500, what do we do if that's?
I honestly can't answer that. That has been in there for years and it was just a fund if anything was needed for any emergency thing or something, it was there. And it's, if for some reason it's been there for years.
Do we ever use it?
We haven't used it, no.
So why don't we take it out?
So if it's just something that, yeah, if you don't know what it's for, it's probably something, that another one of those items that maybe we need to pull out.
I believe it was put in there. Remember many years ago, some of you might not, the huge fire we had on Bowen Road. And the M&R had to come in and they brought 3 bombers and everything else in there. I think that was put in, that $500 was put in there. So it just kept building because that cost, I think it was $20,000 or $30,000, that fire. So that $500 was just put in there. So it just went into a reserve. So if anything like that happened again, we just pulled it out.
500 wouldn't cover a bomber.
No, that's why it was put in for years. It's just like a
Accumulating.
Yeah.
accumulating in there, yes.
Okay.
As you chair, now as far as taking it out, are we waiting till future date to make these motions or do you want?
Yeah, like it's
Okay.
just make a note of it and then we can have each, when we go through each of these things, I'm sure there's gonna be things too, but the fire one. Sounds like that's something that should be pulled out, and maybe in the meantime, if something, to give you more time to look at it too, to see there might be more of a reason than that. If there is, you can explain it then, but right. Right.
Mr. Mayor, getting back to personnel, since we're down about a yard there, where did that money go?
It's usually the unspent funds would have gone into the fire reserve.
Fire reserve, okay. And with the increased number of volunteers, what are we looking for by way of numbers of volunteers, that optimum you like to have? And where are we with that number? It's a 30 and you're at 28, just that's kind of.
In the bylaw, we're up to 38 personnel. That includes myself as well and a deputy, yes. We are down in numbers. I do have 3, possibly 4 more that I'm hoping to bring on here, well, in April, first part of April.
So what's that put, what are we at now and what will the 5 and the 4 bring us to?
We're probably still short about 5 people.
Okay.
You said we're allowed 38 rates?
That's what's in the bylaw.
Okay.
So it's 36. Of the
36, yes.
If I'm at one more, I do believe, and this is only going from memory, and I'm pretty old, so I might not remember. But when the deputy was hired before, there was some communication or misunderstandings with respect to the truck. So the deputy gets a truck now, if we hire one, like a half-ton fire truck.
That will be up to you as council.
Yeah, we don't have anything. The truck, no, he didn't have one. It was stayed at station 2.
Yeah, he didn't drive it, he didn't take it home, it stayed at the hall.
Well, regardless whether you take it home or not, she'll have to buy a truck if she's gonna use it when he's there. The capital cost is still the same, is it not?
We still have the truck.
Yeah,
Yeah, so it does,
it's
so,
in the fleet right now. I
It's
think
in the
that's what
fleet.
he's saying.
okay, and it will continue to be in the fleet when we are successful in getting.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, no, but just curious, so that's it, thank you.
Through you, Mayor Martin, just one question. You're budgeted for, where is it, advertising and communication? The 2022 actual came up 56, and this year you increased it to 65. Is there a reason for the $10,000 increase on communication and advertising?
The communication is the phone lines included in that line as well? Or is that just?
Sure. Communications include the task page, Peterborough dispatch. Communication license renewal, pagers, mobile radio. That increase in the communications part is about 7,000. That's the lion's share of it, and the rest. We have advertising that stayed at 1,000 from one year to the next. So the lion's share of it is the communication items.
Okay, so that would be for pages and things like for the new recruits that we're gonna,
Yes.
Okay.
That, and also because we go with Peterborough Fire for our dispatching, their costs increase every year as well as the paging. It's an increase every year.
Thank you.
The paging, is it levels off now then? Like I know we've had some times over the years, is it
It's leveled off, but we're in the process of working out with a new paging system through the Peterborough County Fire Chiefs, which will be brought forward as soon as we figure out where we're going.
okay? Good. All right then. So, all right, is there any other questions? Don't let him off that easy. He hasn't been able to get his pager go off, so.
I think I might have turned it on.
So, okay, so anyways, if anything else comes up, I'm sure we'll be in touch with you anyways, right? And you were that falls is, but a lot of this stuff is carried over from last year, like because of.
Yeah, some of the training and stuff like that, it's in the notes there. It got canceled because of COVID. There was this, there was that. It also got canceled because like I had people booked in, but then there wasn't enough to fill the class, so it got canceled. And so that's just happened.
Okay, thank you.
But we have, but we have the money to do the training, there just wasn't, it goes back to our.
Yes.
Phantom working capital. Thank you.
Great. So the next one is library. Again, we don't have a lot in that, but there was a whole thing there. I don't know.
To you, Chair. Yeah, there haven't been, there hasn't been a lot of, there's some smaller increases. The library board wanted to spend a little bit of money in capital. No, we're not talking about capital right now, but on some shelving and minor equipment for 10,000 that you can see on page 84. They're planning on getting the revenue, the grant that they always get. So yeah, there's not a whole lot there that's changed. They do not have a transfer to library reserves on their budget this year. Last year was 3,050, so that increased their net tax levy as well.
Around the library.
Curious, the technology, is that just for Havelock Library or is that Havelock, Cadova?
Yeah, through each year that includes all.
So all of their stuff, basically, some of the stuff they break it out between libraries, but for the most part, the operating side of it is for all of them. Question? Right then. Move on to the Parks and Rec. Page 88.
Um. Okay, so park recreation, moving into the administration portion of the budget. Which is actually on page 89. So there's a few increases under the administration part, and I've made some notes in the Form 1s to kind of explain what's happening there. So with the construction of the new splash pad, staff will be receiving training. Will be an increase of staff required to maintain the splash pad because we have to do inspections every 4 hours that we're operating. So we have to go in physically do a water sample. We purchased a recirculating system, so that's a requirement of the health regulations. So I'll get greater detail once we receive the training before we open. There's been some money set aside to cover those costs. I also made allowances for currently we have a winter part-time facility attendant. I would like to make that more of a permanent part-time so that we have a staff person that can cover off. Like currently we have one contract cleaner that cleans the facilities. The idea when we brought that staff person on is that in the event that they weren't able to come in, I would have somebody that could come in and replace them. So if we terminate that contract at the end of the winter, then I won't have that flexibility doing that. So that was another thing. And then I wanted to make some changes to the way that we rent out the former town hall in terms of not just handing the keys over to the public for them to rent the facility. I'd like to have somebody on staff, open the building, make sure that it's to their satisfaction. If they have any issues during the rental, there's someone available to deal with that. So there's a few increases, so I've made some allowances in that. The other one was the materials and supplies has gone up just based on cost of living inflation. to do, to purchase some hardware support. So currently we don't have any web-based reservation software, so. I'll say, for example, if they're booking nights at the arena, they basically have to call me and I book them in, where I think we could potentially generate additional revenue by having that more of a web base, so that people could go online and look and see what's available and book ice that way as well. So it would save us on the administration side, plus help promote the facilities and might streamline that process a lot. So I did some research on it last year, and there's some basic software that does that function. So it wouldn't just be for the arena, it would also be for the town hall and any other facilities that we want to rent out. So currently we're just basically using like a Google Calendar, which it's working, but we're one of the last places to kind of get on board in terms of purchasing that. But I think we're at that level now that we should be looking at doing that.
Through you, Mayor Martin, if I could just expand upon that briefly. Staff has discussed with the upgrade to our website, if that gets completed and potentially adding the booking software, our website would then be would be live for any group wishing to book a facility, but it would be there for everyone to see. So anyone could go in and look and see how often the facilities are used and by whom. I think that would be a great benefit to the township.
Through you, Mayor.
Yeah.
Brian, going back to the splash pad, so what's the hours of operation? Do you have to have someone turn the water on and turn it off, or is it automated, or what's the scoop on that?
Through you, Mayor Martin. No, it'll be on a program. But our staff will have to do like pre-inspection before actually it's being used. So say we set our hours at say 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, then we would be required to do water sampling stuff that during that time.
So have we looked at, like, I know they're big in Peterborough, because of course they live there. So are they that long hours? Like, are they like, they do operate that long, do they?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin. Yeah, typically like I can, like where I was before, we had 2 splash pads, and it would be normally like 9:30 to 9 or something like that.
In the middle of the summer, like
Yeah.
it feathers out on either end of the.
So the thing with that is like you get quite a few in the morning, surprisingly, but the way this works is it's the splash press is on like a touch pad, so it could be programmed to be on. Water's not running unless someone goes and activates the button, right? So they could be using it, but it's not like the water's running from 9 o'clock in the morning to 9:30. It's all user based. So.
And is the water always like, is it recycled? So we're not wasting water.
Through you, Mayor Martin, we did purchase a recirculating system, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it does still consume water because it has to do purges and flushes and those sorts of things, but no, it is a recirculating system.
Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the booking system, is it going to be similar to the one that we have for the Lions Center then? So all that'll be all dovetailed together. I can't remember whether it's still in the lease or whether it's not.
I don't.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, to Councillor Doherty, yes, I can confirm that it is still in the lease with the Lions Club, and for the moment, the immediate solution is to simply establish a booking calendar, perhaps through Google or whatever we can get together, but further down the road, if we invest in the software that Ryan has spoken of, we can include the Lions Hall in that for sure.
Do a follow-up, Mr. Well, the technology improvements we're going to make, would that be part and parcel of it? Can we tie it all in together, or?
Future, yeah, it certainly will be related. I mean, of course, to ensure compatibility and stuff. The amount that Ryan was talking about isn't in the other estimates, but absolutely, they're going to be tied in for sure, because you want to make sure everything is compatible. The system, speaks well to the overall system. So yeah, it'll be part of the website. Yeah, for sure.
So just to clarify, I guess this is more of a Bob question. So once we get this website up, we can go in and say, okay, the arena's available, the Lions Center's available. Town Hall, so it'll all be one. What?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, to Councillor Clement, that is absolutely correct. So the vision is to update the website.
Mhm.
And as part of the updated website, we would have updated booking software, which would include every facility, at which point we would see who's there and when.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Webb.
Okay. First of all. We haven't got to that page, so maybe I'll wait to turn this. Rec administration, 40,000 due from OMPF.
through you, Chair, that was an amount in the 2022 capital budget that was supported from the OMPF. I'm not sure why they didn't come from rec reserve, but we're not.
Yeah, we don't put money into operating expenses from OMPF, so it just seemed odd to me that 40 grand ended up there.
It's a little bit odd through you, Chair, but that was
Get
just
an
an
amount
amount.
behind that.
But typically you wouldn't see that.
No, I know, that's why I brought it up. Next, personnel. Yeah, 36,000.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so as other departments have kind of mentioned, like we did the compensation review, so there's a 3% that makes up for that. Benefits, things of that nature, but.
How many people do we have in 30?
It's this, same numbers, myself, and 2 full-time staff.
So 3?
Yeah, and then we have an on-call part-time attendant, so basically works like 1 to 2 shifts a week.
I'm just saying our budget's $400,000 for 3 employees.
Oh, and students in the summer too.
Saying it, we're getting up there for rink maintenance.
Is this just rink or is this everything?
It's parks, recreation and.
Parts it, with everything, okay, yeah, okay,
But there's 3 employees.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, Bev.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. Your miscellaneous revenue for arena and the one for parks, I see that's blank. Can you explain those? Something?
Through you, Mayor Martin, we have had, I think it's one-off events, but, we haven't been budgeting anything there for a while, so I don't foresee anything coming up, like, I don't see anything coming up that we're gonna receive to put in there, so it's left empty.
Okay, all right.
Jerry, you have
The train left the station without me here. Go ahead, over.
okay, any other questions? So.
Sorry, we move to the next page.
It came back from you again.
Yeah, go ahead,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Insurance. That's for all rec. All park and rec. It just seems to be. The way risk is assessed these days in insurance, they're opening a splash pad would have a lot of risk to it, but yet we aren't. It's a deal. I'm not gonna complain that it should be higher. I'm just saying it's a relatively low number for a high risk item, so just. I assume we're covered.
Through you, Chair, yeah, and then that was part and parcel of looking at how it was all allocated, so it works out to be about 10% of the total, maybe a bit more, maybe 11 or 12. Getting in my head with total insurance costs, so we could relook at how that's allocated for sure, but.
No, I'm sorry to you, Mr. Rowe. It's a pretty risky item in turn, I would think. It's not. We hope not. But, and again, it did go 13. 10 of it could have been used up by here as well. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so the next part here, what page are you on there, Ryan?
I was still heading on 89, but just
Yeah.
depending on, I'm just gonna field some questions, I guess.
Yeah, any more questions around that? Maybe we move into the next page, then. The parks operating.
So for parks, operating every year. And that's where we can take from our operating and transfer into reserves. And that helps pay for any new park amenities, so such as our portion of the last pad. Trail maintenance, things like anything that we wanna spend down the road in parks development, that's what that number is there for. So that hasn't changed. I think really just like our materials and supplies are up. About 4,000. That's our largest account, so pretty much everything parks related comes out of that account. So when we purchase all the flowers. All of our paint, lumber, like all of our supplies, tools, they all come out of that account. And just, that's just kind of it's a budget, it's an estimate. We were a little low last year, but that was also due to the fact that we were a little late passing the budget too, so we didn't get as many things completed as we would have, as we typically plan to, so hopefully we can improve that.
Storm affect you at all, like as far as parks and things like that? Was there any unforeseen costs last year for that?
Yeah, so there was some additional costs for the windstorms. But it wasn't enough that, like, typically that would come out of our contract services. But I noticed that we budgeted a little higher last year for contract services. We didn't need it all, so I reduced it by 3,000 this year. So hopefully we're still okay that way, but. So like, kind of looking at it too, like I understand how council is looking at it, thinking, try and budget as close to what you're gonna do. And, I'm anticipating, say, the materials and suppliers are gonna go up 4,000. So I'm looking at under contract services, that might be an area where I can kind of save money too. So if we can get that number down and see where it goes, but for me, a lot of things come up and we don't really, we just do our best to try and anticipate that stuff. So anything major comes up throughout the year, council can expect a report from me. Or council bringing me that information to explain that situation.
The Matheson property, it's finished now?
The Matheson
Is there
property.
any carryover from that?
There's a capital item there to complete the sign, but all the trail work and benches and everything that we committed to doing under the grant, other than the entranceway sign, has been completed.
So,
Yeah, just a question, I don't know, just for Lionel, maybe, sorry, through Mr. Mayor, the 107,000. Maybe Ryan too, how did we come up with the 107,000?
Well, through Mayor Martin,
Transfer resource.
so we don't have an actual breakdown of where that comes from. We did do an increase in 2018. We increased it about $18,000. And that was to try and, because we were working through the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And one of the pieces that the consultant brought up to staff was that he thought that, because he reviewed all our budgets and things like that too, and he thought that we weren't really putting enough every year away for parks development. So he recommended just increasing that in anticipation of recommendations to come out of the master plan. So we're just trying to,
Yep.
Yeah. That was one of the reserves that I was
Yep.
kind of concerned about, but
yeah.
And maybe that's why we did it, right? I saw
Yeah.
the same number you did, sorry, 3, Mr. Mayor. The one thing I'm just concerned about is that. That's 50% of our levy. Right, is what we're putting into a reserve, so I understand we want to put some money away, but. Our operating budget's 200,000, I don't feel good about putting more than 100,000 into the bank, I guess. To me, that number, I understand what we're trying to do, right, but at the same time. Whether that money comes from other OMPF sources, right, probably more. Grants, get more grants, I know we've done well in that department with grants, but. That's the 50, that's, I say it's 50%, we're taking and just sticking it away. That's taxes, right, that's not
OMPF or whatever. To me, I'd be much more comfortable if we did that another way.
And that's what we're kind of here. Is there any other way?
Sorry, 50% of which budget?
What do you think?
The gross operating budget is 203,000. Okay,
Okay,
and 200.
page 90.
Transfer to reserves is 107,000.
Right.
Which is actually probably more than 50% of 203.
To be sure. I guess another way of looking at that would be it's gonna be supporting. Capital expenditure, so it's more a reflection on the size of the capital infrastructure we have in recreation, so while it's in operating because it's a operating expense, so to speak, it's classified as that, I think. It's probably better compared to the value of what HBM would have to replace eventually in all of its capital infrastructure and capital equipment for rec, you know what I mean, like.
No, I understand what we're doing
Yeah.
there and what we're trying to accomplish. All I'm saying is that when we get to that number, maybe we go about it a different way. So instead of hitting the taxpayer for 100,000, maybe we hit them for 50,000 and we put the other 50 in an OMPF or another grant, or try and procure another grant. That's all I'm saying.
So what's that reserve at right now? 507 is going into? Is that the 700 and some thousand, or is that?
Hold on.
There it's almost exactly 700 projected to be at the end of 2023.
So is that a combination of both, like operating and capital? Like, is that one reserve for, that that's the operating?
That reserve is for the park and recreation, so the arena. Anything parks related, new development, if we do capital expenses for the stone hall or the town hall, that's still under parks, that's where that comes from, they don't come from the facilities reserve. So that's what that's there for.
So with that OCIP grant that we got, like, was there somewhere in that reserve for, like, what's our portion for that this year? Like,
Sorry, future for the arena?
yeah, like for that grant that we received, that we owe so much, like 1 million, I think, is our portion of it.
I
think it's ICIP, yeah.
ICIP, whatever. Yeah.
That's do it, so that's not coming from the park. That's coming from that was council approved that to come from the administration reserve.
Okay.
Back in when we found out
That's
we were
good.
successful.
I just want to make sure we're covered there, because I know we're starting to get into that now, we're gonna have to be pulling from somewhere, and that's good, as long as we're not leaving ourselves short.
What came from the administration?
For that grant that we got for the arena, we have our portion is 1.7 million or something like that, so it's coming from the union, I guess, is
And the reason why,
because I think it's because of the we call it that, the one that I keep talking about, the OMPF. OMPF goes into the admin, so when we're taking it from there, it was probably decided, we decided as a council that we would pull it from
We have
OMPF.
a reserve for that department.
But not for that grant, not for the grant, it wasn't in there, we didn't have enough, that was totally separate.
Should we take some of that money in? Like, this is what I'm getting, like. I'm unsure. Here it says transfer to reserves for parks, and here I have an all encompassing. Parks, rec and arena. So the 107,000 that we're putting in under parks,
Yeah, I'm not talking about 107.
no, but I'm just saying, is that going towards the parks or is that? Because if the arena is covered under that, is money coming out of that for the arena?
well, if you remember, just to be clear, the ICIP, our portion of that council approved that we take that from the administration reserve, like that's right in the resolution. So, and I believe the reason for that was we were dealing with this about 3 years ago. And 3 years ago, we only had about 320,000 in our parks recreation reserve. So we couldn't actually allocate it, we couldn't approve it to come from the Parks and Recreation Reserve because we didn't have enough funds to cover our portion of the grant, but we did under the administration reserve, so. If we were to change, I don't know if we could change that line over no more, but that's just how we got to that.
Well, it's not even, I'm not concerned about just that project per se, I'm just concerned about this 107,000 that goes into a pool. To me, it's dedicated to parks, right?
Yeah.
But under that, it could be used for arena equipment, couldn't it? Or something else, or arena expenses.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Parks, recreation, I mean, it's
Yeah.
all of it, like you're saying.
So that reserve, so I remember when you say it was low, when we redid the arena over. We didn't have anything for board replacement, say, that one stuck in my head, because if it's $500,000 to put new boards in. I thought that reserve would have been a lot bigger, because we're halfway through the term of the life of those boards, and we're gonna have to replace them. And we've only got $700,000 in there for everything. I kind of worry about, if we're not putting enough in there, we're gonna be caught short eventually here, because, and maybe it's through, inflation, whatever, I don't know what it is, but it just seems to be a light reserve, for everything that it covers. But I'm not sure. It's, that's kind of like with the roads one, it's, they're way too low. And whether it's all in the admin that we gotta kind of balance it out and get them up a little bit. That's what I always had a feeling, is things were going into the admin reserve and it's getting bloated almost, and there's some other ones that are kind of light on. That might get caught someday. That's just what I'm seeing, but I think for me, that's what I was talking about last week, like all of these OMPF things going into the admin reserve, it's looking really good, or over. But then it's gonna be picking up the costs of all of these other things, or it's already picked up the costs, so anyways, I don't know, the 107, it's covering a lot of things, so I don't know.
I'm not,
Yeah.
I understand why it's going there and it's gonna cover things off, I'm just worried about, in terms of, as I said, we're hitting the taxpayer with the levy when you were effectively banking, right? So if everybody's fine with that, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're not talking about taking anything away, you're just talking about the chemistry.
Yeah, no, I know exactly, that's what, and I understand, I'm like, I'm
We're just gonna take it from a different
I'm in agreement with building that.
Yeah, okay.
The next point, in terms of building it back up and why we're trying to do that, I just think there's a different way we could do it.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna clarify that.
I wouldn't put that burden on the taxpayer.
Yeah, so there, and that might be something for the next meeting then, Lionel, is there any other option there, like as far as whether it's OMPF or one of these other things that we can, maybe instead of taking it from taxes, that's a perfect opportunity to try and knock that 4% down. Let all down and.
Yep, go ahead.
You said the options would be to move from another reserve, I mean.
Yeah,
So, the minimum reserve, it looks like a lot of money, but there's a lot of things that the admin reserve covers as well, so. I mean, there's a lot of items that come up during the year, legal liability would be one, like that's where we would get any unforeseen costs related to that, this writing is really small, but it covers a lot of things. I mean, we can subdivide that to make it clearer in the future with moving the OMPF out and so forth, but. I would say, I wouldn't say it's overly fluff, but when you think about all the things that it has to cover.
I guess that's why I've been rather constant about crystallizing the reserve and the reserve funds and getting the actual numbers there, because maybe we could reshuffle the deck in order to get some of these to the level that we'd like. And maybe there is a little surplus in some, but without the numbers, it's just a number and it doesn't really mean anything. So
Yeah.
that's, I hear what Deputy Mayor is saying, and I agree with him, it's just a different pocket.
okay, so that's something we can work on to, and I agree, that's the only way we're gonna get the number down is, by moving some things around, so if there's a possibility, let's look for it.
Well, for you, Michelle, the asset management, it calls for around 2 million a year to go in reserves to keep us to a level point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, just one more thing, right, materials and supply. So, in, what do you call that, schedule one, what are we calling that other page? One. Like, materials and supplies have increased by approximately 4,000.
Yes.
Okay, the 4,000, okay, well, since last year I got 30. And then I've got 2244 for projected actual. So. I'm not sure where's the $4,000 increase. Because we're asking for another 4,000 this year.
Yeah, through Mayor Martin, like just previously talking, we didn't spend as much as we intended to last year. Our budget was a little bit passing, so we didn't do as many as we wanted to, or typically what we do, so. Assuming that things return to normal, we intend to do that. So,
Well, we're still here anyway. Thank you. You got something else?
Well, I'm not sure because it tells me. I'm conflicted. I'll talk with you after the meeting.
Okay.
Into it.
Is there any other?
No. Thank you.
Did you have anything with this?
I was just gonna, just a couple of little comments on the highlights, just wanted to highlight. That it was a productive year for this council in terms of responding to the 10-year Parks and Recreation Master Plan. We were able to check off quite a few boxes in terms of recommendations that were set out in the report. So I just want to make sure council was aware of that, and you should be proud of where we're at in terms of responding to that. Having construction of this block pad was, was a big project for this community, and they're very excited and looking forward to opening that this year as well. And in addition to that, we were successful in receiving provincial and federal funding for that, which definitely helps us out with the costs. And as we just spoke about, we don't have to take from our Parks and Recreation reserves to fund these whole projects, and we've been pretty fortunate to have been successful with these grants, because the alternative is to take it from the taxpayer, right? So as these become available, we try and make sure that we apply for everything that we can submit, that we meet the criteria for the revitalization of the corner of Open George that recently named Patterson Park. That's another box we checked in terms of the Recreation Master Plan. They identified that we need to focus on revitalizing what they call brown areas within the township and beautify the town. So that's a step in the right direction for us that way. The parks, or the Matheson Conservation Area project, was another exciting project for the community. It's over 2.5 kilometers of trails, making it more accessible to the community. We got really good feedback from our residents and our users. So a lot of people from out of town are coming to these trails, and we're looking at ways that we can build upon that in the future. So and that was another identifier within the plan that we work on is promoting that area and making it more accessible. So I think I just want to make sure I point out to council, you should be proud of the accomplishments last year in terms of what we got done with what we worked with.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's good. And so with your master plan, we've got lots coming forward this year. Like, it's a 10-year plan, so every year there's gonna be some of that coming forward. So you've covered it in here.
Yeah, absolutely, and it certainly helps for us, and it's supposed to be a tool for council too, in terms of a roadmap for you to kind of understand, where we're at and where we're going. So yeah, it's exciting.
Just a quick question for you, Claire. So Ryan, do we have like a little list of what's the short list of what your check marks are gonna be over this 10-year plan? Or like you say, that you've got maps, the property, I think, do you have a checklist you could show us?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin. I was going to bring an updated report, so that would be, I guess, what you're looking for. Like, what the recommendations are and what we've completed and what the next ones we're.
Yeah, I was just looking for something that says, you know, this and this, and, yeah, okay.
I don't have something I can just give you right now.
No, no.
I can put something together easily enough, so.
Okay. All right then. All right. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
We'll move into the planning and economic development. Is that, are you doing the planning?
I can do the planning and then Bob can maybe speak to the economic development. For planning, just again, one of the new things in there is our cloud permit. Again, we've started taking some minor variance applications through there, joined with the county, do consent applications through there. We have not received one that yet. The county's still working on a few items there with municipalities to get that on the go, and then we'll do zone amendments and stuff through there as well. The big thing with planning is the hardest one, the estimate is your professional services and contracts, so that's our consultant for planning and legal. If we get help out here, that sort of stuff, it's hard to guess that. Ari is working towards his RPP, which will reduce that number in the future once he obtains RPP. Our official plan is currently with the ministry. Once it's approved, hopefully we can get voted on a comprehensive review of our zoning bylaw as well, which will eat up some of the consulting costs.
Just one question. Your actual for advertising and communication was 25,000, but you're projecting this year it's close to 43.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll let Bob speak to that as part of this.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We might need Lionel's input on this one. I think I know what this is, but I'm gonna let you.
Okay, I'll pass it on.
Right now, the economic development initiatives budget is in this area, so. The budget for last year was 36,725. We didn't spend quite that much. I know there's big plans for this year. So the budget was kept at the 36,725. That accounts for the difference there. So.
Just for clarification, is that the budget for economic development, or, and in that is the 25,000 allocated for the CIP, is that correct?
Through Chair, it's not the CIP, it's just promotional ideas, events. Yeah, it has something to do with the council initiatives. It's what Sherry would be looking at doing and has done, so.
Oh, the community improvement plan, $25,000 for.
I'm not sure how people discussed that last year. I just know that there was 25 spent in 2022. And there's no other line here for community improvement plan, so it could have been referred to that at the budget time last year. I'm not sure.
So it's not in here right now for this year to read, even if we were staying at the same 25,000, it's not in here right now from the same as last year?
Yes, yeah, I wasn't here, so I'm not sure what that was referring to with the last budget, but.
So it might have went back into the reserve, if there was something that was unused, it would have went back into a reserve, right?
If it was budgeted and not spent, it would have been true, so.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I thought we did that last year where we at least made the motion to top it up to 25. Having that discussion.
For you, Chair, that whole amount is funded from the Olympiad, but it doesn't affect the tax rate.
So we can still,
36,
no, I'm just worried about it being there, because I was gonna talk to that if we're going on in terms of.
Yeah.
Sorry,
That's right.
we're planning on expanding the CIP to include all of the township. And do a few other things, so I was looking, speaking with the economic development officer. The council's openness to upping that limit. It's at 25 now, personally, I'd like to see it around 50. I realize that might be a big ask, but like I said, I think 25 especially if we're opening it up, most applicants are probably gonna take, well, they can use more than one component of the CIP, so a couple that we've used have actually used 2 or 3 of them, which would get you up around the $10,000 range. So all I'm thinking is, if we're sitting at 25, I have 2 applicants come in, the complete CIP fund might be done, right? And I'd like to have a little bit extra there, because as we're also, as a part of that CIP, the updated CIP, we're also including a loan component to it. So I'm probably expecting maybe even more interest in this loan component than say the stot upgrade. So I'd just like to see a pool bigger than $25,000, so that we don't do all this work advertising saying we're gonna CIP and then within the first week we've run out of money because we got 2 applicants coming. We have no more money to put in the program.
All right, through you, Mr. Mayor. So if we top this up, where does the money come from to take it from 25 to 50 or whatever? Where's that money come
And
from?
that's what we could discuss. So whether it be OMPF,
But we're not gonna tax the residents. It would come out of a reserve or. grant or
that's up
fund.
to council. You know.
Yeah,
We're
so-
taxing them for other things, like for other reserves. I mean, so.
So that's what it comes down to, and that's the big thing when we talk about using grant money to do things like this, no matter what, it's coming from the taxpayer. It's just not, we're not putting it into something else. So when it's undiscretional, or we usually try and see where we can help, and whether it's the 25,000 topping up and then another 25,000 to be used for the loan portion of it. I don't know if that was the idea, but that's an option. So it's really, as much as we have the money in the pot there, it's more of a loan on the other 25,000, just so there's more money to work with. So there would have to be some, there's some rules around it and what type of interest rate and things like that. So the 25,000, it's another one of those things that we had hoped that it would, just get topped up every year, because there will be a year that nobody, like some of the other ones, they use a couple thousand out of it. And then there was some left over. So some years it would be a top up. Other years it's trying to keep it at the 25,000. Lionel?
Chair, I'd suggest if we're looking at top things up that we create a reserve for those things, because unless there's a reserve for it, there's nothing to top up, because we have a budget, say 25,000. It doesn't get spent and it goes into the departmental reserve. If there's a specific function, specific amount that you want to see what the balance is year by year and what that funds, it'd be a lot clearer if it was its own reserve. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, and so I think for the next meeting, that would be something. I think it goes back to the discussion I had with you around any of these grants, because really the grants from us, we might be taking another grant. So we're looking at the OMPF and creating grants that we have a separate category for grants in general. So this grant, that environment grant we had, the community grant, and any other ones that come forward, if we, there'd be more discussion later in the budget on private road grants. I know I have that on my list. So once our other parts come together here, I think the suggestion was we create a grant, like, all these grants stay in an area that we can see them, kind of like Bob was talking about earlier. And if it's coming from, whether it's coming from OMPF or whatever else it could come from, it'll be easier for us to track it and top it up. So last year's environment grant, we had $10,000 for waterfront for educational purposes, and I think only 2 were used from it. So there should be, it's probably in the admin reserve, but there's probably 8,000 left over from it. But starting fresh next time, we would have an area for these things and we can see them, and it would be more of just topping up something instead of making it look like we're refilling the thing again, when it really, we're just taking a portion of it to bring it back. But so that might be something for the next meeting, to put it in something easy for everyone to understand, rather than just a list of ideas, how we could do it, I guess, is what I'll, if I can help bring that idea as far as make it easier to understand.
So we have authority and.
I think maybe it's Lyle, I'm not sure, but I want to muddy the waters, but I don't. When we say we don't take any money from the taxpayer, but we're gonna take it from OFP or OCIF or ICIP or QF19 or whatever fund you want. Either way, you don't have to take it directly from it. So I think it should be used as income, and I know we have strings attached to some of these grants. But then decide what we want to take out of it. Now we say, oh, we'll just take a third line out of this one. Well, should we?
Yeah.
You know, or I'm just saying, I just would like us to take a look at that in terms of the pot of money. And then, you know, maybe we decide to take that project and we'll take it out of this pile as opposed to this pile. I just think it complicates things when we already have half is spent and we're down to 1.2. I don't really know what we're at, so.
Well, that's what we're saying. So like, and you know, before Lionel got here, we used to, and I don't know how long ago it was, but I always remember at a certain stage of the budget, we would look at, the OMP was kept segregated until we dealt with it. So we would get to a road and we'd say, you know, we're a little under on this one. Maybe we could top it up. And I don't know whether Peter remembers, we would use OMPF for certain roads or something. Right now, over the last few years, it's disappeared, obviously, and it's went just into a different direction. But that being said, that's what I guess I'm saying is we could bring it back to the way it was so you can see what it's being used for. I think that's what you're talking about, Jerry, but we would be able to know. And you're right, it is coming from the taxpayer, no matter what. If it's a grant, it could be used, and it's undiscretional. We could use it anywhere in the township to help different areas. So, you know, whether it's we just try to usually use it like a lot of the big road projects we were using it with a water grant had to do with the water and sewer or whatever. We would use it on our streets in town because we couldn't use it on our township roads because it had that part about water and sewer is what the grant was for. So I don't know, as we move forward, we just need to make it, it's another one of those things to make it so it's clear where it's coming from. And I think that's what I'm trying to say. And that would be a simple way, but the grants, if they were into a separate category of their own, because no matter what, they're all grants, whether it's the hospital, you know, community care, whatever, we're all doing something to help, and it is all taxpayers' money in the end. But that being said, it's council's discretion that we want to help with, you know, facades to try and beautify the town, or now it's looking at the township. That was council's decision of the day that we wanted to get things changed around here, and that was the way we've seen of doing it through economic development. So, you know, but in the end, it comes down to the council and where these things go, and how we spread it around. So, it's
Okay, planning and economic development, what was just discussed. So you're saying that the advertising and communication, that's a $25,000 grant. It's not for communication and advertising. So my question was, in the budget, that's 18,000 more. So are they projecting, or is this a fund that goes somewhere and it's not advertising and communication? We all the same thing.
Or is it? We're still on page 96. Is that?
That's what I'm on.
Okay.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Future, that is where the work that Sherry, the economic development officer where it goes, so. In 2022, it was budgeted for 36,725. 25,000 was spent. I know she has big plans to do a lot of work in 2023, so it was budgeted at the same 36,725 in 2023. So that makes up the lion's share of the advertising and communication. It's in that category. I can put it in its own line if that council would like.
Through you, Mayor Martin, that's fine, Lionel. That was the only question I had, but my records here say 43,348. So
Yeah, through you, Chair, there is another amount in there, and we just do a reverse search here and
While you're looking for that, I think that's what Bob was suggesting here, maybe we in the future need to separate planning and economic development.
Thank you.
I think through you, Mayor Martin, I think it would eliminate some confusion for council and probably for the rest of us too. I think if we separate out the economic development. And would assist Travis and his.
But
Explanation of
Travis
things.
wanted economic development, so we gave it to him, but it's.
Congratulations. If somebody's got expanded things they want to do, is that not coming? So us to see whether we're interested in those, add to it, or I don't know what these new initiatives that you're talking about.
For economic development,
Yeah,
yeah, like I think it's, do you find that what you were looking for?
yeah, the rest is the standard advertising, there's so it's just the standard communications after the economic development amount. I think we want more detail.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we're gonna have to see more detail on that part of it, so, okay, and in the meantime, I think for the next, we separate those two, even this year, if we could do that, would that be a big problem to separate them out? Let's separate them out and then we can get more detail on the other side of it.
Mr. Mayor, is there a monthly annual fee for iCloud? Like, is there a maintenance fee, an annual one, a line item we're gonna have year to year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a $5,000 fee a year.
Okay. So that'll be a line item. Right. Thank you.
For you, Mayor Martin. So my understanding is the planning and economic development is actually Sherry at the front desk, so administration. Is
Uh,
that more my understanding of it?
Through you, Mayor Martin, yeah, economic development is separate on its, yes, it's Sherry's the economic development side of this.
Administration. No? Or yes.
Well, economic development for budget purposes is not included in the administration.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay. So. All right, then, so we'll separate those two out. That way we don't have to listen to Travis tell us about economic development. And on the planning side of things. Is everybody okay with the planning stuff there?
Yeah, it was just those questions.
Everybody want break at all?
Yeah.
Okay, a motion for 5 minute recess, Councilor Doherty, Councilor Clement, all in favor? Carrie, regroup, promotion. We jumped the gun there. Okay, a motion to resume, moved by Councilor Doherty, seconded by Deputy Mayor Webb, all in favor, and that's carried. All right then, so the policing budget there, I don't know how much it's changed from last year, Lionel, but
the youth share, it's gone down by $4,044. I know it was years that it went up quite a bit and down, but it's pretty much static. There is some ride revenue. I think we spoke to that briefly earlier in the revenues column. Successful again for the next 2-year period. There is some miscellaneous revenue that's a net off every month. We have a bill and some revenue comes in. So that's included in the gross operating, the net tax levy. But yeah, the overall net tax levy for taxation purposes is down.
so a note for the next meeting is I'm trying to find out what it's called, but we do get money for tickets and things like that.
Yes.
And I'll try and find out what the name of that is and where it came from, because that's how we paid for the black hats when we bought them. All the townships bought them, that's the money that we use. And there might be an opportunity, it's probably limited on what we could use it for. So rather than, you know, using the roads budget or wherever we're taking the radar board from, there might be a way of using some of that money. Maybe it won't be enough, but at least getting some from there and go ahead.
Teacher, that money in effect goes into the police reserve, so it's there. So
But whatever it was, like however how much, like if it was $5,000, at least we could take it off the top of the price of the radar board, or, I don't know that we could take it all from the police reserve.
Future, I'd suggest it maybe come from the admin reserve rather than the police reserve.
Okay.
It's, like, I know it's related to certain things the police do, but it's not really tied in extremely well to the cost of the monthly bill. Like,
No, like, and that's why we say the ticketing, though, the reason we took the Black Cats from there is because it's a police thing, it tracks the speeds and all that stuff, so we kind of related it to the police that way, and that radar board really is kind of a, that's the only reason why we did it the last time, and I'm not saying it's the only way to do it, but it's an option anyways to, rather than take it from the road reserve, it'd be good to take, like you said, maybe the admin, maybe that's the answer. Oh, that's.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the police budget. Is there not two components to that?
Future, no, we get one monthly billing, and sometimes they include some revenue that they decrease the monthly bill by. But there's only one amount that we get billed for.
I thought, through you, Mr. Mayor, I thought there was like a $750 regardless of what happened, and the rest are based on incidents.
You mentioned that before, and I'm wondering if that's the part, so we go with a contract, or some go without the contract, I'm wondering if that's the price, if you don't go with a contract. And then it's, the bottom line is I'm just thinking that's what it is, the 700 and some thousand. But then you don't have any control of, if they call an airplane in to do a search. You pay by the hour for that thing, and it's risky, so we went with a locked-in price, I'm just wondering if that's what that is.
Do we have a locked-in price? So we have
Yeah.
cost certainty on it?
Well, yeah, like, go ahead.
Future, there is some kind of variable component, because even though we get billed X amount, and this is how much they say we're gonna pay every month. They do a reconciliation, but it's like 2 years behind. So I'm gonna have to assume that reconciliation is due to activity and so forth, but we won't know that, you know, as we're budgeting.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we have a contract, then.
It might be worded in the contract to allow for that, but.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, to Councillor Doherty, the police contract is based on two components. There's fixed costs within the contract, and then there's variable costs, and the variable costs are the calls for service. And they change depending on the activity level of our township, and that's where the reconciliation comes in. And it can be different slightly every year.
So we do have two different, like we have a contract and then we have a floater, right?
No, through you, Mayor Martin, within the contract that we have, the price is determined by two elements. There's a fixed cost to it. And part of that contract is the variable calls for service.
Okay.
So it's pretty bad.
Is what is the fixed part of the contract? I guess
You know, I have to look that up, but it's there.
We could find.
You're probably pretty close, Jerry, you're probably around.
Well, I'm sure the discussion from last year's
Around
budget,
800,000.
and the point I guess going through you again, Mr. is we have a fairly large reserve there. We talked about it last year, and I'm trying to establish, do we have a fixed cost, a floating cost? What are they year over year? And should we be looking at that reserve when we are looking at the others as well? That's.
I don't know if Lionel is gonna address that or not. I'll try and address it quickly. Ever since the last police contract, it's been pretty stagnant. So pretty much around 1.2.5 million. I think as you saw this year, there was a slight decrease. Some years there's a slight increase. The thing we need to be prepared for looking forward is I think that contract's coming up for negotiation this year or next year. If I'm not mistaken, so that's where we're gonna get hit with the next substantial, because I think the first time I did it in my first term, we jumped from around 600,000 or 700,000 to 1.1 million.
I'm trying to remember what that
Yeah,
was.
something like that. It was substantial.
And that's what you might remember too, Jerry, is the, when it went like that with the big jump, we ended up creating a huge reserve, and that might be why it's so big right now, to prepare in case we get hit. Because at the time, we were like, for a couple of contracts, it was all over the place, like we were getting hit heavy. Lionel?
Future, you know, the size, it's a good size, but if this was to go up for like a 3-year term, $150,000, it would be gone. So it's a good reserve. I wouldn't say it's massive. I think it's responsible.
So,
Just further to that, I would like, for myself, I would start planning on, if we're paying 1.2 now. When that new contract comes out, I would be falling floor shocked if we were paying any less than 1.5 or 1.6 a year.
So through you, Mr., it would be nice to know when the contract's up then, wouldn't it?
well, we can find that.
Yeah, so maybe for the,
It is coming though. I might not be this year, but it's definitely within the next 2 to 3 years.
we're thinking about making a motion to get the county to approach the province and get cost certainty on that. They want to
That might
help
be the
us
only
all
way
the
to do
time.
it. So. Okay. All right then, so I think it's been kind of staying around the same, hasn't been any real increases. And the time that Deputy Mayor Webb's talking about, it was really beneficial for us because we had the people from Aurelia come in here explaining, so we got to understand how this is done, and it is really complicated. And maybe it's time, maybe we should be proactive and get them in to explain it, because they will do that. And, maybe we should start the ball rolling soon. And that can be for another day, but we should, help everyone understand this police budget.
And yeah, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and if not just for council, for the greater public, right, in terms of. This is probably gonna be something that they're gonna obviously end up paying for. So when they do get hit with the increase in 2 or 3 years or whatever it is, that there may be a bit of education behind it, and don't throw tomatoes at us, throw them at the OPP cars.
Yeah. Well, we gotta be careful. Yeah, so, so that's what we, yeah, it's kind of like. Yeah, hit the streets, that's almost like that. Anyways, we, so whatever, it's something that we should get educated on how this budget comes together. And we did have a meeting a couple of years ago when they brought in some of the specialty things that we get when there was some municipalities looking at seeing if they can move in with the city. The OPP came in and showed us some of the things that they do for us, and it was a really good thing, so it's time to do it again, so. That being said, is there any other questions around this one? If not, we'll move into the Public Works Administration. Peter?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor
Page
Martin,
101.
members of council. I'd like to maybe, just a brief overview of the administration and the operations, maybe combined. I think they kind of go hand in hand, but with some of the changes from 2022 to 2023 budget in the operations, as well as in the administration for the personal, and goes pretty much with the weather. Is basically why these have gone up. Patching and spraying is up. It's titled Thibault County looks after our weeds in our spraying for it too, so more growth, and patching is possible. Sweeping, flushing, and cleaning, it kind of entails through the winter, and as you can see, the snow plowing and snow removal we're up as well. Hence more sand down the road, so more sweeping, and the gravel resurfacing as well, with the more plowing and sanding and grading needed to bring the roads back in the spring after the winter and all the sand and salt we've put down. So just wanted a slight overview. And the bottom line, road patrol, that's a new system that we put in. It was a capital item last year. It's a system called Mesh that goes quite well. And a lot of municipalities have it. So it patrols, it monitors weather, it tells us when we need to patrol. So it's all the emails come back. So it's a written document through email. And how we came up with that GL, it was a few years ago when we were putting that in place. So we always had to do our patrols through minimum maintenance standards. So we just changed a few of the GLs around, took a little bit from brushing and culverts to create that account. So we didn't actually add 30,000 to that new GL, but that's just a little history on how we came up with that. And yeah, it's a time saver and it's great for liability reasons, that system.
Okay, it's, yeah, so when it comes to these budgets and snow, so many years we get to the fall and we're hoping that we have an easy fall because we already spent money from the year before. So the guesstimates, I don't know how it worked out last year, because before Christmas, we were probably a little lighter than we normally are, so hopefully it's helping us out right now, since we're probably on the other side, so. Any questions around that? Go ahead.
No, we just have another.
Yeah, go ahead.
For you, Mr. Mayor, I guess we'll start on that page. So Peter, salting and sanding. We have that big year this year. For snowfall and, the projected actual, is that pretty close, Lionel, or?
It certainly was exact when, you know, the books were made. I can see if there's any other invoices that came in, just
But I'm saying,
what
like,
you guys are talking about.
sorry, when you're giving the actuals too, that's an actual for the complete year, right? You're kind of forecasting it out, not, okay,
Yeah,
thank you. They're past. Treasurers sometimes give us partial numbers there, so. Yeah, just on that, I don't know, so if 150 is pretty close, 214 is pretty high, I understand it, as I said, costs are what? Oh. Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
Oh.
Right.
Didn't know that funny. Anyways, so sorry.
Sorry, I lost you.
But the mayor's making fun of me over here. I was just wondering, as I said, it was like, to me, I don't know, 180, 185. Do we need that because it's 65 over, right?
Yeah, street and Mayor Martin, and again, it's just depends on if we get more freezing rain or more snow, it's just a juggle.
And I completely understand. That's why I prefaced it by saying this year was a pretty big year for us in terms of snowfall. And in terms of, if I compare it to the last 3 or 4 years, this is more than we've had in years past, no?
The 3 year Mayor Martin, it was more snow and big snowfall, which doesn't sound silly, but you don't use a lot of sand. You get the small, if you're out a lot of times, you get like an inch, you're just sanding, or you get the freezing rain or the rain on the snow, you go through a lot more sand. This year it seemed to be more snow and big snowfall events. So you go out, you plow, and you wouldn't sand every time you're plowing, you just spot sand and then you go around again and then sand. So it's a juggling.
Understood. How about for the next meeting, then could I possibly get the numbers brought back from 21, 20, and 19 to compare them?
Yeah, to 3 year Martin, yes, I can, maybe Lionel will give me a hand with that.
Okay, as you said, maybe they are high, maybe it is higher last year than this year with more snow, right? So if the number says to be 170 or something, but if those numbers are coming in steady 120, 140, I'm not sure why we're budgeting for 215,000. So
yeah.
Okay, Kathy?
Through you there. So Peter, on page 104, D2, the grading. So I understand the scarifying or scarifying, however you pronounce it, it's moss removal, right? And it's just more, what kind of machine do you use to get rid of that? The some of our ditches and stuff, is it, or where is it?
That's for ice, isn't it?
The D2.
The 3 year Mayor Martin, grading and scarifying, that's regular, that's our grader, so it's our machine times, it's our operator times, but it's for grading all summer long. And that's and D5 gravel resurfacing, it goes hand in hand with D2.
Oh, okay, I had
Yeah.
misunderstood, okay, gotcha.
So it's grading and scarifying, so it's yeah, that's the grader grading all our side roads, gravel roads.
Gotcha, okay, thank you.
So now that you've got the plow on the grader, have you allowed more time for it then too, then, or like, does it get, for equipment side of it, does it get more hours added to it, or?
I think we were okay, yeah, we were still under.
Okay.
3 year Martin, we were still under that in the operating, so I didn't add anything to that.
Okay.
But it is getting some more hours, and it's working much better on our limited maintenance roads with the plow on the front of the grader and the wing too, so.
Yeah, I heard it worked really well back north on, I don't know, it was North Shore Peninsula, it really pushed everything back, so.
Yeah.
Dr. Doherty?
Wait a minute, did I hear that correctly, that we spent 56,000 or budget for 56, spent 45 on grading of roads?
Grading and scarifying, so that's wages and the grader time too, and that's some contract too, when we had to, if our grader was broke or was in repairs, if we had to get drains in, The one year we were tied up with our grader on our own road doing the, like a Round Lake Road project. And we needed to get some of our own roads graded, so we did contract a few days with the local contractor to help out with some grading to catch up for winter.
But we have equipment, sorry, through your measure, we have equipment rental at $150. So that wouldn't go in that one if we're renting. That. Needs to be some cross pollination here, right? Just
So the equipment rental, is that the loader and is that what that line is for? Like, so I think like Councilor Doherty's saying, so if we're renting a grader, it would all be caught in one area, maybe.
Sure, I think, there may be, there could have been some text in here. So on page 104, that's another way of looking at a lot of the expenses on 102. I put this in because it's such a large area with so many different activities. Just wanted to show people, okay, this is how much amongst the expenses on 102, because that's kind of aggregated in the typical way, personnel, equipment, repairs, all that stuff. I wanted to show this is how much we're spending on these activities. So whatever's on page 102 is going to be on 104. It's not like double counting, it's just another way of looking at the expenses. If that makes any sense. I didn't want to leave you with just 102 because I wonder how much we spent on snow plowing. I wonder how much we spent on dust layers, whatever that is. So
Thank you, because I was a little confused too. So if you look at the chart on 103, Jerry, it's just bigger, just made bigger. Broken down into subsets, but if you look at the numbers at the bottom, they all match it.
Yeah. Wall over loose again.
I have one question through you, Mayor Martin. B4, catch basin and curb. Actually, in 2022, you spent 6,500 and you've got budget for 20,000.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. So catch basin, curb and gutters clean. So that is something that it could be left out every other year. We'd like to so it's the machine that comes around, cleans all our catch basins.
Right.
So we can normally get charged depending on what the rate of contract is, but it's so much per catch basin to clean them out, for them to come traffic control set up. So we never did that last year. So that's why it's such a difference there. So we should have probably left it out of the budget last year and had it in for this year. We like to do it every other year to go around and clean our catch basins. We don't feel it's necessary every year, but.
For you, Mayor Martin. So do you feel that you need the 20,000 every year or every other year?
Through you, Mayor Martin, every other year, I think would be substantive, would be adequate, yes. So this would be 1 year that we need to get our catch basins cleaned.
Right.
Yeah.
If you do that every year, that's 6,000 for 3 years and you're only spending 18,000. So you're actually collecting the 60,000, but you're only spending. I get that, like I get the increases. It could be 7,000 next year, it could be 8,000. So even if it's 8,000, that's 24,000. But if you're asking for 20 grand every year for the catch basins.
And same question I had is if we 20,000 every year or 20,000 every year and we only do them every other year. So I think the smoke and the mirrors are getting involved here a little bit.
Oh, I didn't mean that in a bad way.
No, it's numbers.
So, yeah, and I was just gonna ask if that's the way it is, and if you think that's the way you're gonna go in the future and you're comfortable with that, maybe we should put 10,000 a year away. And then every other year, like, it's the same every year. We've done that with some other things. So that's just, a quick thought. If you've got the line in there, instead of putting nothing in 1 year and not having this question come every year, we'll put 10 every year and hopefully that's enough. From what you've picked up in your reserve over the years when we didn't go through with it, there's a little extra there maybe anyways.
So Chair, sorry, you speaking of putting.
Just the one, I'm just talking about that one piece of it there, like when we're budgeting the 20,000 and then And then we only, like, if we're gonna do it every other year, let's just do 10 every year, and then it's a level contribution.
Okay, we could do that. We could either do a catch basin gutters reserve, or we could just say every year 10 is going into the reserve and then fund that one line from the roads reserve, or we could
Yeah, like
do the
just fund it
20.
from, I think it can just go in the reserve, it doesn't have to go into that line, but that line there, if you're gonna show it every year and have it missing some years. Just put 10 every year, and you can show us the years that you're doing on what the actual was anyways, so. You know what I mean? Like, it's gonna come out as an actual, like this one did, it was only 6,000 last year, but. Next year, if the actual is 20,000, you'll have actual of 20,000, and it'll work out in the end that we know we're not contributing too much here, would it not? But
Through you, Mayor Martin, that also, GL is for repairs and maintenance.
Okay.
It is not just for the sweeping or the cleaning or flushing of the actual catch basins too, right? So if we have
okay,
storm collapse, say on a street
Okay.
or something, that's what that's there for too. That's unpredictable.
yeah,
But it's just
so
like.
it got more in there than,
Like the repair on the vacant lot on Ottawa Street's an example, like the top of it collapsed and, you can repair that. So it's,
So future, yeah, it's gonna be 20 to 10. It's
Yeah.
probably not worth doing a reserve for, but
okay.
I'm through you, Mr. I'm a little confused now. It's basins, now we're going to repairs. We're only, so we have the same risk when the year we don't budget for those things breaking as well, here.
through you, Mayor Martin, could you explain that or ask that a little?
Well, you said you got, it's also something in there for repairs.
Yes,
So, but in the year, we don't put money aside, we just don't fix those years, or they only break every other year? I'm just a little confused here.
through you, Mayor Martin, so the big lump is why it's up there is for the basic cleaning of the catch
Yeah,
basins. That's
okay.
I think that's
I got it, yeah.
around 7,500
Yeah,
mark.
okay.
Don't quote me on that, but the rest is so it's for staff, it's for wages, it's for repairs, like right out in front of the office here, we had a lid and frame break here just the other day when we drove over with the snowplow. So it's just like grading a road. It's the same kind of, we're gonna go and grade a road, we're gonna repair the road or patch for potholes. It's materials and wages and.
Okay, so it's the big picture at the end is what you're trying to get to here. These other ones are just things to help clarify where they're coming from. It's not 100% clear, but it's like that 6,500 last year doesn't necessarily mean you had somebody come in to vacuum out a catch basin. You might have fixed a catch basin like out front here.
Right, yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So that's probably where, okay, so yeah, so this is just a summary of all the projects, and as much as you want to narrow these down, it's probably not a very easy thing to narrow down. It's catching a lot of things on every line here.
Yes, through you, Mayor Murray. Yeah, so the wages and the trucks, the equipment that we
Okay.
use and everything that we go out to do that, materials to replace the lid or.
But for council, it's the bottom line here that we're looking at the number there and where it went from last year to this year and what's new.
Yes, yes.
Okay, through you, Mayor Martin. Okay, within what we've just discussed, you just have catch basin, curb and gutters. I get that. Should there not be a section here for the repairs of the other things that you brought up, like? What?
To me, I think, sorry, it's one's operating, other capital. Right? The
Yeah.
operating expenses, and then again, we use this term, we use this term putting salaries in. Well, there's a big number on salaries for part and any of the departments. So how many times do we charge these things off to one thing?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, Lionel might be able to help me with that, but like on our GL accounts, like the certain account that it goes down, like there's. A prime example, there's like, say, the capital project, there's wages, material supplies. So when we code our accounts, I can put like rental of equipment against, the operating, if we needed to rent a piece of equipment to fix the catch basin because we didn't have the right piece of equipment. You can sort it out in the actual, deal count, but this is like all combined.
Part of the operating side,
Yes, for the operating side, yes.
so you have a contingency there of 100,000. That's to cover all of these things as far as.
Yes, so you might, yes, that's correct.
Wrong.
Yeah, and that's been there as long as I can remember, that contingency, so.
So if we don't use it, it goes right back into your reserve,
We've never.
and then we
No, through you, Mayor, we've never used that contingency that I'm aware of.
So did we put that away last year or not?
yeah,
It would have gone into the reserve if, like, there's some amount there and it's not spent, it would go right in.
I think those are the things that we're gonna try and get a handle on as far as coming up with policies on the reserves, because there has, hopefully we can come up with a number that's, that's reasonable. And then some of these other things, rather than go back into the reserve, it's something that we don't have to hit it again next year for another 100,000. We didn't use it this year. That's, I guess, I always simplify things maybe too much, and then I'm gonna bring the carryover. It's the carryover to the next year, and whether we call it carryover, or just move that number to 2024, if we don't use it or whatever's left of it. I guess try and come up with the best way to do that whatever we call it. I think when we do have time to get into their policy, those are things that we'll have to look at, because there's a perfect opportunity of something. If you don't remember what we've used it for, and it's been going in there for 10 years, there's $1 million in that reserve that we haven't used, and maybe it should just be, we need to do better with that, because it might be good in the end, but I don't know.
Future, so yeah, there is actually around forecast to be about $1 million. So at the end of 2023, in 2023, as things stand now, there'd be 175 more coming out than going in. So it's roads is one of those things that, depending on what the plans are or what the funding opportunities are, could be huge ticket items. So it's,
yeah,
again, it's a healthy balance, I think.
So that might be one of those things when we talk about snow plowing, and we have a heavy year and a light year, but I do remember years where it's been, when you're hoping that we have an easy fall because we had such a hard spring to get back on track. And that's, maybe we should have been using that contingency at one time and we were just leaving it there. We had something there to cover us. That contingency would work perfect in the world of guessing how much snow we're gonna get next December. We have a bailout here. If you are light on it, that's what a contingency would be used for. And obviously we haven't been using it. So in the future, we'll have to look at that, because that's what it was there for. And maybe that's why it was put there. Maybe it was put there it wouldn't take long to spend $100,000 in snow plowing, if you have a bad spring and a bad fall. So, okay. Art, you got something?
Yeah, are we going through it now? Or
Yeah.
Okay, so then it's everybody else, personnel.
Yeah, Mayor Martin, I think the easiest way to explain that is, I think last year's budget, we did add the one full-time person, so all that now is all combined into one. Like, we don't, all the summer students, everything's in that there now. Summer students there's no more contracts, we're all just 7 of us being included full-time.
Okay, so
And partly, I'm thinking because of the overtime there, that from the windstorm and last winter, high on.
so the increase would be then an extra employee. And then wages.
Yeah, the overtime, yes, that's.
So when I move over to operating expenses, the wages.
Yeah.
Where are those? 103.
Yeah, the change from year, for the 19,500.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, who are we paying wages to if you're telling me everybody's getting paid through personnel?
Well, through you, Mayor, I think, yeah.
Future, the 103 is more like the operating, or it's basically a different way of looking at 104. So those amounts, yeah, they do equal. Good. So if you look at the total on 103 for 2023, it'll equal the total on 104, which is two ways of looking at the same thing. So,
Understood.
yeah,
But my question is. On personnel, that's all our full-time, part-time wages, right?
that are
That's
going
what-
towards
that's what
all
he
those
said.
activities, yes, the
When I go
operation.
over to wages over here. I'm not sure. What are those wages?
Were you looking at, sorry, three tier 102 and 103?
Yeah.
Okay, so the 102 is Public Works, the admin area.
Yep.
And then the operations is 103, so it's kind of two distinct areas. So not all the operations, all those activities you see on 104, they're summarized in 103, and then it's, Peter and whoever else is captured in 102, those aren't the same monies. Those are Public Works admin and Public Works operations.
Okay, so
Through you,
I'm just-
administration and operations not the same and capital's the different section.
Future, I can put them together.
It's just,
Yeah,
through you, Mr. Mayor, that's just a question because
I'm just confused in terms of who's getting paid the wages in terms of the, over here on 103.
Future.
Are those our employees getting paid those
Yes.
wages? They are?
Yeah.
Are those, so is that 275 included in the 473,
No.
329?
No.
Why
Those
is
are
it not together?
It can be, it's split out so that Peter and some of his other people are in Public Works admin. And then it's also in operations, so we see all of the activities on 104 kind of separated from the admin.
Yeah, but this is
Okay.
when I asked him at
Yeah.
the start, you said that all of it came out of personnel. Right? He said, I'm just confused, that's all, in terms of why we would have two different one. Because I don't know who's getting paid out of which account, so.
through you, Mr. Mayor, it's like, if you had to be, that's $767,000 for wages. If they're combined, if they're separate, then I can understand. I'm at the same problem that Deputy Mayor has, is that, yeah, we must have 20 employees and therefore it's 7.5 million, I mean, or something, I mean, that's.
Oh, no, I definitely, yeah,
Okay, so we're looking at this, and then
That's-
we jump to this.
that's not included in this. This is going to be the admin people.
Okay.
This is the people out in the roads. Let's kind of make broad generalizations here. These are the people going out and doing the things
Operations,
on this
okay,
page here.
okay.
And the wages here would be Peter and anybody else that's classified as admin. Not the people going and doing these activities. So it's just two parts of Public Works. So it's separating the admin from the operation.
Operations up there,
So,
and in here.
okay, so how many, in terms of 102 personnel, how many would we have for admin? How many employees?
Through you, Mayor Martin, that it would be myself. You'd have probably Leah, there'd be, I'm not 100% sure on who actually of the min office get directed through my budget.
So part of Leah's salary, we have Peter. We have Derek Jeffs, Graham. Austin,
Also, they've all been
Ryan.
picked up on the admin side.
So who's on the
operations
wage?
side.
So there's just certain hours that you've allocated toward admin over the year. Is that what it is, Lionel? Like, because that's all of his staff, but they're on the admin side, but I suspect that they're on the operating side too for their other hours. So basically, like I say, go ahead.
so I believe that when people are doing one of these activities, their salary is kind of coded based on how they report their hours. So these activities in 104 come from, what they're doing during the day. These are the hours that go towards these activities. So it's kind of how to look at it. It's two distinct areas of Public Works.
Yeah. So I guess this is an issue probably for another day, but I'm just confused as to why someone from the office would be paid to roads. They could just, you know, and I don't wanna get into it now, so.
Nobody that's being charged to these activities here is in the office.
Okay, which page?
No, but-
102 or 103?
102.
102? 104? Oh, we're now on 104, sorry.
Yeah, I think we've been going back and forth here.
Sorry,
No, the 103 and 104 are the same thing, just two different ways of looking at it, and these represent the out on the road doing all of this work here. And the other is for Peter and the crew that, you know, aren't necessarily out on the road.
I'm just saying in terms of clarification, so. When I'm looking at his number, like I didn't know Leo was getting paid out of his department. Right, so it's gonna skew, obviously, I'm gonna think that number's high, Pete, but I didn't know he's paying in the same way when I look at the admin. If I think it should be one number, but I realize half of Leah's pay is going to from another department. I need to have that information, right, in terms of knowing what's going on and who's getting what.
I can add FTEs to every department for next year, absolutely.
I'm sorry, I didn't, I
We can do that.
my tone wasn't great there, I'm sorry, I apologize, Lionel, I didn't mean like that, I'm just saying. It's confusing, right, like I didn't know a lot of this, and obviously you're new here too, so.
Through you, Mr. Martin. Why is there a difference between admin and, I think, roads, I think that's the people that hitting the roads. I can see Peter doing the reports, doing the communication, but to separate and segregate those two things to me.
The only time it might be handy is like if we get talking that we need an admin person for a department and it'd be easy to pick out how many hours, like, you know, if we get in that we're spending 20 hours a week of an admin person is helping with the works department. It helps in the discussion later if we ever have discussion that we need somebody to help in those areas. But I guess it's just to show it. I guess that like it happens with everything, whether it's like there's lines for everything, but it is a little confusing, I think, but yeah, I think Art has to leave at 3:30, so
I'm going, I'll be back. We can take a 5-minute break then. Yeah, sorry, Pete, yeah, just before I take off, quickly, utilities. Big spike in utilities. Yeah, first bottom 102.
You, Mayor Martin, Deputy Mayor, I'm gonna have to get back to you with an answer on that, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's really high. I was hoping maybe it's a misprint, it should be 16.
I don't think so, went down.
Yeah, I think, no, projected actual was 61,000.
The budget was 17, the actual 61.
Oh, I suppose you're saying
Missed it
you
by
want
that
out
much.
2020. Okay.
Numbers,
Yeah.
that actual is right, because we're.
Future, I think there may have been just an input error here. It looks like it should have been 5,300 rather than 53,000, so that's my guess here.
Okay.
But Peter can confirm that, but I think it's 5,300, so that would explain the difference. In the
these are things that would be good if you got a list and like, because we're putting you right here, you're gonna try and find it, a lot of thinking going on, so if we give you the stuff ahead of time, that you can look for this stuff, that would make things move along a lot easier, so. So good idea, yeah.
Through you, smart one more thing of information technology.
Through you, Mayor Martin, that I believe is our mesh software programming. It's $4,700, I believe, yearly. And I think we might make some more use of that as of yet for timesheets. Right now, we're basically using it just for weather and our road patrol and our road monitoring. But that's what it is, a costly every year to have that software system. So, but as we go further down the road, we can get more modules. It can do quite a bit, that mesh software system. It's really versatile for.
Thanks, Pete, I didn't know that, and it's just not accounted for on there, would that be in another?
Through you, Chair, I think it must have been coded into perhaps material and supplies. So yeah, it wasn't coded, but it's been there for how long, Pete?
Yeah, that's when we made the change, through you, Mayor Ryan, that's when we made the change from purchasing it to putting it into an operating.
No, I realized you had some kind of software system. I just wasn't sure what it was. And just when I saw the zero there, right? I was wondering in terms of. You know, we'd have extra money put there, but anyways, because what I was thinking was. I know there's been talk of putting GPS in the truck, so I meant. If you weren't allocating any of that to information technology, you might have 10 or 15 grand there where you could get a jump start on that. So. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Okay. You're going now or?
Yeah, I gotta run and pick them up.
Okay,
We could take a motion to, for 5 minutes and by the way, that,
well,
are you gonna go there?
I've had to say.
we'll just keep moving and there's a lot of information there that I think is beneficial to come back and get quick questions in there, and then we'll be prepared for it, so.
I think that's what I thought. Both Ryan and here are considered working managers, right? So you operate the equipment, so is Ryan, right? So anytime like this. The expenses come up, some of the wages could fall for you on both sides, right? As an operator and an admin. Okay, I just want to make sense.
Yeah, so when you were driving the truck, it would have been on the other side.
Yes, you Miramar, yeah, that's the way our timesheet's very specific, so there's like. It's a full Excel spreadsheet, so when it has all those departments like bridges and culverts. Brushing, catch basins, it has them all listed and each day, each day, staff are, put their hours in, what equipment they were in. And then totals it up at the bottom and mostly mine is admin, but yeah,
Yeah, I totally understand that.
It's a lot of work. I didn't realize you had to do that. Okay,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we're charging off all wages to specific projects, why do we have such a large wage figure? Because it goes into the operating cost and putting in a culvert, I mean, or do you carve it out? The culvert put in is worth 50 grand, and the employee, say the cost for 5, so that's 50 to capital and 5 to personnel.
You're doing a percentage, sorry, Councilor Doherty. So my understanding from the construction background is that every project, okay, so you gotta take hours, not the actual amount of the project. So you have, like you say, culverts, you're gonna put 1.5 hours to for wages, but you also have equipment over here used. Is that sort of the idea what you're doing?
that's through you, Miramar, yeah, so the everyday operations is like a clean material, so we account for our time that we were at that culvert. We, if we need gravel to fix it, there's the material and what equipment. And that's all down on our timesheets, right? So you can put down my name, it'll be A2 culverts, how many hours we spent there, what equipment we were in. But the capital, the capital is like one lump sum. So normally everything in capital would go out for like a tender or like a one number, right? For an example would be Round Lake Road when we replaced the culvert or the pavement or goes out for a tender and then it's a one lump
Right.
contract price.
so the thing here, wow, this is really good, and I think it's one of those things that there's a lot of detail in this book that you notice even counselors that have been here before are asking just as many questions as everyone else, because there's a lot of stuff here even I didn't know about, and I've been through a few of these budgets, so when I look at this thing and I look at the projected actual or the budget actual, whatever, like it adds up to 775,000 at the bottom of the page. And then I look at the wages here and add all of those things up. It all balances out on both sheets here, if I'm not mistaken. Like if you look at the personnel and you look at the wages and add them up to, and then you see the bottom line on page 104. They all come together in that way. Is that what it's supposed to do? Or so it, so what it is, sometimes it's one of those things when you can get too much information too. And this thing here is so detailed that it all comes together if you know what you're looking at. And obviously even Hart and I were asking questions on it. So it's all here. And it's a good job. It's just I haven't seen it put that way, but it kind of makes sense. But then you wonder, like I had no idea that staff does that for their pay sheets, the detail that they have to fill out. Like it's nice to know that they're collecting all that information, but because I didn't think it was collected that good. At one time I had questioned it years ago, on some of our data that we were collecting and how we were doing and were we doing good enough. It's obvious that we're doing a lot of collection here. So, go ahead.
Well, we're putting a lot of work into it. The question that I have is, what benefits are we getting derived from breaking that down that fine on a daily, weekly basis? Like, what are we using that data for day-to-day operations or budgeting or whatever? Like, I guess I'm looking for the benefit of you doing all the work to that. Our benefit or yours or somebody's, I don't know who.
Through you, Mayor Martin. Yeah, well, it does help with the budget for sure to see where we're at and all our time and we track all our equipment hours too. I'm not so sure. Maybe Lionel can chew in on the equipment times and.
Yes, well, there's a couple of things I was gonna say, yeah, I mean, we could lump together, if we had them all together and we didn't put in all this work that Peter does, it might be harder to get down to, okay, how much patching and spraying is Peter gonna do this year? And if it was aggregated, it might be kind of hard to get at where all that stuff's going. Yeah.
We're not aggregating nothing. The capital is one number and the wages are another now, as I understand it. Maybe I'm not picking up what you're laying down, but when you do a culvert, the culvert's one capital and the hours are broken down, how many people are there and where they're charged to. Like, I'm really confused here as to I'm confused of the benefits we're getting out of them putting everything down. There's 2 minutes put on the backhoe, there's half an hour put on the grader. What are we getting out of that that's going to make it more functional, more efficient, or whatever? I just think of the work that you guys are putting into it on a fairly.
I'm sure this helps. On one of the simple things that we have every year is $100,000 gravel haul for all our township roads or whatever. So I'm sure some of these things, when you get to that part of the budget, it helps you calculate how much gravel we're actually going to be able to get that year when you start figuring out the wages and everything that go with it. Because it's a lump sum that we gave you $100,000, or 1 year it was $200,000 to do a gravel haul to go top up all the roads in the south. And I'm sure some of these things help. Like I say, I can see benefits from it, but it is a lot of work. And as long as the benefits are outweighing the, not benefiting, I would say, maybe there's a way of simplifying it. But a lot of these lines, I totally see it. I see where it would help in the budget process, like as far as you trying to figure out what you're going to put into a road. Some of the things I don't see, but obviously it's been there for a reason.
Sorry, I'm not trying to belabor this point, but we have the people here. We've hired them. We're going to pay them. Doesn't matter whether they're doing a culvert, snow plowing, or everything. We are paying them. I'm trying to figure out the functionality of breaking it out in each project. That's all. I'm not suggesting we leave it out. I'm not suggesting we change it. I'm just asking for the benefit of it
So for the future, like a future, whether it's this meeting or the future, if you have to continue on with this for this year's budget, yeah, some of those benefits would be good to know. I think we're kind of dipping down into the micromanaging as far as these numbers, because we're seeing so much detail here. It's obvious we're going to ask questions about it, but the main thing we need to know is how much are we spending in the works department this year? And for the operating side of things, I don't care how much you spend on patching and spraying and sanding and salting. It all is going to figure out in the bottom line, but how much do you need for 2023 is what I care about. And it looks like you need 1.2 million, so, or 1,221,000. So all of that other detail is something that would be good for us if we want to dive into it later. But I think it's it shows how you got there. But
through you, Mayor Martin, yeah, the tracking is important too, like the hours we were plowing and the times, and when we were, like, as an example for winter maintenance, for when we were on the road, when we plowed the road, when we sanded the road. So it but I guess the mesh system that we have in place now, it's going to be able to do our timesheets as well. So it's going to save us a huge amount of time. It's still going to keep separated what each staff did, where they were, what they were doing, what time they were plowed that road, or what time we monitored that road. So we're catching up with some software in the
That's
public
it.
works department, so it's.
So I think in the
We're
end-
gaining, we're
yeah.
not there yet, but we're
In
gaining.
the end, that's what it's coming down to. Technology is gonna take over. This is the old way of doing things. Technology, when you get the mesh system going, from what I've heard about it, it's amazing. And it's gonna take away a lot of the work that you put into this thing. And it won't be, you won't have to deal with this. It'll all come out on your electronic device and be downloaded to a program and you'll be able to see it. And it's not really a lot of work. It just happens. So, anyways, it's yeah, like this mesh system was supposed to be in last year. I think we're only using half of it. It's another one of those programs that we didn't have the whole program. So we're just slipping down into into stuff that we don't need to know about. We just need to know what you need this year and where it's changed from last year and why we got there. That's it, but this is. Yeah.
Through you, Mayor Martin, part of the tracking is a legal requirement. So Public Works, for example, you can only be in a vehicle for so long, you can only plow for so many hours, and the legislation says that that's so. And if you go beyond, it's time to stop and get a new guy in the truck or what have you. So tracking the hours that way, there is a legal requirement to do that in some circumstances.
So there's some that you need to do, and mesh will take care of a lot of that stuff to know how long that truck's been operating and how long the operator's been in there, but in the end, we need to know what you need for this year and what your percentage is, whether you're up or down, never usually down, but make to think about it that way. Any other questions around this part of it? I think a lot of the questions, like I say, let's just get the questions out and give staff some time to answer them rather than put them on the spot here. Okay. That is the Public Works operations. Move sewer. We talked a bit about that. Aqua. Or some of it. Would there be any other questions other than what Aqua presented to us earlier?
So you remember, no, I don't believe so. I think it'd be more in the capital. We do have some project on the capital side of the sewer and the water, like example, like some roofs need to be replaced and the expansion of the plant and so forth. So yeah, I think more at that level there.
Okay. All right, so we'll move into the waste administration. There's gonna be a lot of changes this year, so.
Yeah, for you, Mayor Byrne, it's any questions, we can sure do our best to answer, but again, we do have some stuff in the capital side there, that particularly at the 690.
We can go to council with the administration side of waste, with any questions? Yeah, we're still just page 101 now, just moving down.
Yep.
Or sorry,
Okay.
yeah. And then waste transfer stations.
Hey, just quickly, revenue, we got the red numbers you're using in there, Lionel. Sorry, I should ask you this last time. Have you put them in there just as a red flag to us as council? No,
Through you, Chair, it signifies that I have a note in there as to how it was derived, so. When I printed these out, I thought, well, I could print these out black and white, but I didn't think anybody would mind, but it has no significance to anybody except me.
Okay. So when I see red, I shouldn't.
No.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Thanks for turning that up. No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I won't include the color next year.
It's pretty. Pictures are nice. Garbage bags are nice on the road.
Yeah, definitely clear next year. Right now, it's putting the dark. Anyway.
So are there going to be any effects with the new Blue Box program on this, or are they already interfaced with this year's budget?
Through you, Mayor Martin, we have a meeting scheduled, April something. Yes, so we're gonna have some more details on exactly what that entails, when we get to that meeting. I believe it's the 6th. 3rd or the 6th of April, we have a meeting scheduled with some and the county as well as HPM staff, so.
All right, then, so we'll move into, well, we got, that's the waste transfer station. Is that what you were just talking to?
Yeah.
Right, so,
I have one.
yeah, go ahead, sorry.
So, through you, remember, so on page 112, Peter, equipment rental, just out of curiosity, what is it? What is it you have to rent out at the transfer station? $112, it's got equipment rental, $100, it's nothing, but what's it, what is it?
For you, Mayor Martin, I can, as an example, I could probably, so Jack's Lake, we. Every now and again in the winter, when we get so much snow, we have the local contractor that was awarded the tender to plow it.
Oh,
He can take off his own machine and move some snow, for us to make some, give us more room in the transfer station, so. That's a better example I can use of Jack's Lake, and it's such a distance to get to, so.
And the bag tags, can you explain that to us? That, are we making money off of bag tags or?
For you, Mayor Martin, I might ask Lionel to help with that answer there with the bag things. I know the cost and we're gonna be getting involved in that in the scale, but it's supposed to be a user pay system, so it's supposed to be. I don't know the right terminology to answer that, but if we pay $2 for the bag of garbage and put your tag on it, that's supposed to cover the cost of taking it to the Peterborough landfill.
So for $2 I pay for a bag, please, to go to fuel?
How are you getting them so cheap? They're charging me $2.50.
If I bought all advance, I bought like $60 for.
Councilor Jordan?
The bag tags, how are they, is that just the sales? That's how that's strictly sales, because we sell them all over here. Circle K and everything, so I just wonder how you break it down. Is it, so it's just a throw it against the wall kind of thing?
Future, it's the revenue from the bag tags, not sure about the wall thing, but it's how much money we get in from the bag tags.
Well, we're converting, sorry, through the Mr. We're converting to a scale thing. It's not 1 year. And when that happens, that could deplete the amount of tags that are required and paid for at the other site. I'm just asking how it's arrived at. It's the actual sales. That's fine. We know exactly the revenue stream, and I guess there's no expense with that, or it's a net figure, I guess.
Future, there must be a cost of the actual tags. I don't know, like it must be in here and under miscellaneous supplies, perhaps the cost would be pretty minimal compared to the revenue.
Okay, thank you.
So through your memory, so we're still gonna, I live in town, I still, even when we go to the waste lot, I'm still gonna have my bag of garbage picked up, I'm still gonna pay my $2.50. Not.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. So the actual contract's coming up for renewal in this September. So we'll have to make a decision and when we put that out for tender. So we might do probably the same tender as we have in the past. So the village will be picked up and then they'll be picking up the waste at the 6 line and all the other transfers as well. So yeah. So that's up to council when we get there to put that out for tender and how we go about or what we're asking for, I guess.
So the last increase on the tags themselves was a couple of years ago, and then we carried them for 1 year with no increase because of the COVID.
Yes, that's correct.
And then they went up this year, did they not, or?
No, through you, Mayor, yes, we had a consulting firm help us when we were getting the scales in place, and it came to council on the weights and the bags and the minimum on the scale. So we do have all that information. I don't have a on how we arrived at the minimum charge for the scale and equals the bag tags up to a certain weight. per bag, which is what they'll pick up on the curbside.
So hypothetically, when the scales get up and running, I go in and I take garbage in. I'm not in the municipality, I'm out of town. So I have to put tags on and then you're going to charge me weight as well. Is that how the system, or there's no tags when you weigh?
Oh, through you, Mayor Martin. So the way we're gonna have a soft opening, so we're gonna work our way into it, but the way we have it, I guess, laid out at this point in time, we're gonna have a 2-bag limit. So if you have 2 bags or less with tags on it, you can go. You do not have to go over the scale. You
Okay,
can go around and do the
thank you, Peter.
recycle, and then anything over 2 bags. And that's where the minimum weight of this going across the scale will come into effect. Yeah.
Makes sense, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so you'll have to make a decision on what you got in the bag too, if they're all concrete blocks. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Martin, and I believe you've answered this, but I just want to double check. Kosh Lake, Oak Lake, all the lakes have equipment rentals of $250. 6 line transfer has one for $5,000. So what equipment are we renting to put down there?
Through you, Mayor Martin,
And it seems like it's all the lakes.
the best answer would be with our scrap metal pile down there right now. He came in and charged us a rental of his excavator to pick up all the metal and sort.
Okay.
And so that was partly because we are doing some changes there and we had to move our scrap metal pile. And we do not want to we don't have a dozer, so we don't want to get a whole bunch of flat tires and our own equipment. But yeah, he did have a small charge there for us this year to help us make the move with the scrap metal pile, so.
All right, so that would go along with the rest of the transfer stations as well. You have scrap metal at the other transfer stations?
No, we don't, no, it's just that the 6 lines, the 6 line is
It's the main one.
is our main transport.
Yeah, so the other ones, what are they using for equipment that they're renting?
Through your Martin, just like if we need a little bit of snow moved, or it's more or less in the winter when, you know, we're busy and have time, and it's, you know, by the time we drive a backhoe to Jacks Lake or West Kosh, you know, we're West Kosh to get a backhoe up there. So if there's a contractor local, that is sometimes it's saving us a lot of time and money in the bank.
These shares also internal equipment as well, like called machine time. So if we have a HBM piece of equipment that's doing work there, that cost is transferred over to that activity to keep a accurate sort of record of.
So if Public Works went in there and did that job, then they would be paid for that?
Yeah, there's hours.
Is that how that works?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, again, yes, I forgot about that. Thank you, Lionel, but it's the same on our timesheets. So if we go from our 6 line shop to the 6 line transfer station. We got our, it's got a 6 line transfer station. We mark our hours down for the wages, like for the staff and for the equipment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the backhoe time is part of that.
Yeah.
Rental, okay. On the 6 line.
I do 6 line.
Well, the backhoe does the packet every.
Oh, every day.
Yeah.
Oh, well then, yeah, okay, all right.
Okay. All right then, so we'll go into part 3 here. And the capital side of things and summary of capital project. 123. Yeah. Administration capital, is that where you want to start us then, Lyle? Or you want to do that summary sheet first?
Future, yeah, I can just speak briefly to the summary page. It's just a way of looking at the difference between 22 and 23, but also for 23, showing all the funding sources in one spot for all the different activities, all the different departments. So for instance, with I know admin, it shows that there's transfers from reserve to offset the capital, so good summary.
So I'm sure there's a lot of questions in here. I'm just, everybody's fading a little bit here. I'm just trying to feel everyone out here to see, want to try and make it through this thing. We got another half an hour or 40 minutes, so.
A lot of it towards the end is the water we've already done, right? So how many pages do we actually have left? Dozen? 20?
Yeah. So the administration capital, I guess we can keep working through it and just see what we get through here, so.
I can put out what's the water pages.
Yeah. Lionel, with the administration capital, do you wanna?
Sure. So page 124, the more in-depth summary of what we're looking at for admin for capital expenses. Again, it shows, for each item where the money is proposed to be coming from. So the asset management plan training, 3,000 would come from the admin reserve, 3,000 and so on. The upgrading and expanding capabilities and security of our website, which is a 4th item down, comes from 2 different spots. It comes from the admin reserve, 28,524, and COVID recovery funds of 9476. So it's just a summary of what's proposed to be spent and where the money's coming.
Okay, so a couple of the big things coming out this year, the website upgrade, which is something we've all talked about, communication side of things, and it's long overdue. I did like one of staff said at one time said it should be done every 4 years, and I totally agree with the way technology is changing now. It's something to look at for the future, but for now it's been 8 years, I think, since we've done it, and it really shows. So and then the other thing, there is a strategic plan, and the welcome to Havelock signage is in there, I think, is first. But anyways, there's a lot of good things in there, and that's kind of some of the things that need to be done to keep moving, right? Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Martin, just to summarize, there were a few council priorities that were mentioned and that are listed on this page. Councillor Doherty requested a request for proposals for a strategic plan. The strategic plan is mentioned here and is budgeted for. The request for proposals is currently live and will soon close. Mayor Martin, you also mentioned the strategic plan. Service delivery review, Mayor Martin, you mentioned that as one of your priorities. That is listed on this list. I think a couple of councillors mentioned new streetlights with reconstruction of George Street. That would be in our budget later on, but it's not on this page. Councillor Flagler mentioned welcome to Havelock signage, and that is on this list as well.
Okay, so that's just some of the things that.
Just some of the highlights, some of the council priorities that are listed on this
And
page.
some of the other things I'll fit in other places.
Yeah, as
so.
we get, yep, they're in here.
Okay. All right, so is there any questions around the admin? And like I said, there'll be more opportunity, with the admin capital, we're moving into the capital side of things, so. We got Travis Eager, he had his building.
For you, Mr. Mayor, we have two items that are capital for building, one being a scanner printers, so now we're going to cloud permit. Elsewhere, you are doing your own drawings, that sort of stuff. So this would provide a service to the public for scanning and documents like that for them, and also when we complete a permit that's in Keystone that's currently in paper copies, we'd be able to scan them then and put them into cloud permit, and then we'll be able to terminate the paper copies later on. Microage has given us a price on that of $4,200. And then the second item is a tough book, so we currently have one, that's the laptop that I have, is a very durable laptop that you can take out into the field, you can get a data plan with it, so when you go out, you can pull up everything we have here, and you can pull up the drawings on top of them, and do the drawings on site as well.
Wonder what that was.
And for council's information, that's the same tough book that we purchased in North Court at the beginning of COVID, and it was just under 2,000 at that time, so you can see the increase in price since then.
Okay. Great, thanks. Any questions for Travis around that? I thought we should say to all departments, like, two things, what do you want, what's most important? Facility capital, Brian.
So we'll start with, on page 130. Over library, items there. And you'll notice that, this year, we changed it up and added description for each capital item for council's additional information, few items, rear exit door at the over library, and we made attempts to repair it. It needs to be replaced, so it's past due, and it's a security issue, and we're budgeting monies to replace that. And then the other item was the gazebo, and I put in repair or replacement. I want to get another look at it in the spring, but I think we could probably we wouldn't need that much money as I put in there, but I want to have another look at it and go through it and see what we can do in terms of repair again, what we can do internally.
Thank you, Mr. So Ryan, when we were out there last fall, that gazebo was pretty small, and it's, I mean, it would, the cushion's gonna come over it. If we went to just something like a, you know, a picnic shade or something a little bigger, would 15,000 cover it?
Mayor Martin, no, not likely, no, like, for example, like those new shade shelters that we did in 2018. They came in at about $25,000 per, when you do a cement pad, just a shelter. So that was 2018 prices, so no, that wouldn't.
It's just the gazebo's too small.
So that might be something, like, you know, I know you, it sounds like it's coming from the reserve and might be able to fix it for this year, but that might be an option when we talked earlier about over a couple of years type of thing. So if such a thing, you can fix it for this year and everybody's happy, that's a good thing. But if, you know, if it doesn't work out and we got the 50, because I think Ryan's kind of, we were up looking at it, like when I was up for that event a couple of weeks ago, and the group up there, I thought it could be fixed.
Really?
I
But
think so.
but it needs to, there's a lot of snow around. So anyway, so Ryan's gonna look at it, and if it can't be fixed, he's got 15, there's a start there. Maybe it's time to look at a shelter there, the same as we have over at the rink. But no, that can be, you know, this is a kind of a start, and it's coming from reserve, so it's not affecting the tax rate. Number, so. Okay, carry on. If there's any other questions around that?
Okay, there was some other items in their proposal. I don't have their proposal with me, but if we so decide later, we could add a couple of those in or recommend that they be put in.
Yeah, through Mayor Martin, Dr. Doherty, we're just dealing with facilities itself. So I'm only speaking to the Curtis Rec Hall right now.
We'll bring that up.
But there was some other items that like,
Yeah,
they did include like the outdoor rink and.
no, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, carry on.
Next one is town hall, the old town hall. So there's money that was unspent from last year, and then we did add some funds to it based on the information that we received. So for example, for the balcony height, we're just working on finishing off the engineer design, but the 2,500 that we had budgeted last year is wouldn't even probably be enough to pay for the engineer drawing. So we had to increase funds there so we can actually follow through and complete that project this year. I did put together some some wording in the Form 1 if you wanna go through that. I'm proposing, that we complete an engineered, architectural feasibility study on the former town hall itself. So I'm looking at that thinking, you know, we've had engineers come in and give us a report a long time ago, and we've got a couple of those. So what I'm thinking we should probably do in terms of future planning for that facility, we should have those reports reviewed by an engineer, provide a summary to council, and itemize the work that needs to be done at the town hall, and what years that the work needs to be done, and how much you're gonna have to start setting aside if you want to maintain that facility. So in addition to that, I'd like to learn more about from like an architect or an engineer on what are some of the potential uses for that facility, because right now we're kind of trying to come up with new creative ways of delivering services to the community. And I think that would be beneficial to council to kind of understand what the uses of that facility would be for the cost of what it would be to maintain it. I think that information provided to council would help you make better decisions on the future of that facility. So, and I'm not sure if 20,000 is quite an accurate number. That's just a budget number for now. If council decides to approve it, I'll bring back information with what an actual cost would be.
Yeah, it's I think that's something that even past councils have struggled with, that thing that we've been working from, that engineer study was like 25 or 30 years old. It's old and things have changed since then. So it wouldn't hurt to have enough, if we're like, if we're gonna fix this thing, we better know what we're talking about, and if it's and go from there, and if that's something you need, right? Even for any grants or anything that come forward,
Sure.
like your other studies that you did, they helped us get the grants. So if you're prepared, we'll have real-time data. So
It's been 25 years since we got feasibility. Engineering, anything, we haven't had anything in the last 25 years, like engineering wise. Look at the building.
Through you, Mayor Martin, no, we had a facility additions that's completed in 2018, which listed out a whole 30-year plan. Prior to that, there were engineered studies that were completed with recommendations on what we needed to do at that facility to maintain it and get it to a usable standard. So we have those reports, but we didn't respond with doing any of the work or any of the things that were outlined in those studies. So really, those studies are outdated. And I think that we need to get that updated so that council actually has real numbers to work with.
So would that encompass the work that you've done just even this year? I mean, you put the new roof on it, you put the ramp on it, a lot of things have happened, and then they did some concrete work when they did the ramp. So all of those things are going to come into play in a new study. Barry had a question.
Yeah, like July 2025, we got standards to meet. If you engineer, would they capture those items that we need to do as well? We're in for what? The roof was what? How much we in for last year's budget? Because we had 60 of the carryover too, or is that just the part that's not paid, or is that
that's unpaid?
Unpaid?
That's what's left remaining in the project.
That's for the police ramp on the side of the building.
That's right, yes.
So it was budgeted.
How much was the project?
72,000.
72,000.
It was something crazy.
Because the reports we got on that started at 20. I think the last one was 40 and that was too high. So how did we end up at 70?
Through you, Mayor Martin, we put it out to public tender. We received one submission from yep, and I brought a report to council, letting them know what the cost was, and I got approval from council to award that contract to get the project moving. So that number, you know, is there. So we're just adding in those funds because last year when we budgeted for it, we didn't have an engineer design, so we weren't really sure how much we needed to put in the budget. And then once we got the tender back, we found out that we had under budgeted for the replacement of the ramp.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, two questions. One, what was the amount for the ramp that we set aside in last year's budget? Do you remember? Yeah. Anyway.
Through Mayor Martin, I believe it was $40,000.
So we're at 100.
Sorry?
We're at 100 now.
No, but $40,000 we budgeted for, so this 60 here that we got left to spend, so 64, that's the 100, or so where do we get to the 72? I'm just, maybe I not.
Through Mayor Martin, they've already completed, like they removed the existing ramp and already built the ramp, so this is the money that we have to pay them for the work as they.
The money we budgeted last year went back into the reserve, and now this will come back out of the reserve. Because we didn't do it last year, right? Like we budgeted 40,000 or whatever it was. Yeah, so this isn't new money, this is from the reserve. So some of it's money that we budgeted for last year because it went back into the reserve, and then the other 30,000 is new money, right?
I'm just confused in terms of if we okayed 40,000, why we're getting $70,000 worth of work done.
Because we voted on it at the when it came.
Okay, whatever it was.
Yeah. Well, no, when the tender came in, we agreed to the tender.
Yeah, and in that report, it said where the money was coming from, and that's why I had to bring it to council to get a resolution to approve that contract.
Okay. For you, Mr. Ratliff, so I'm okay. 72,000 budget last year was 40, so that leaves a deficiency of 32. Right?
That's what I'm looking at, but I don't know.
Yes, that's correct, but that's the money that's, we haven't spent that money, so that's why you're seeing the 60 in there.
We gave the 22 item.
We spent some money to start and get it removed, so that was paid in 2022. We're adding in the rest of the money just to finish the project.
But we're adding in extra, right?
So what did the roof cost? 45?
Through Mayor Martin, the roof came in, we budgeted 40 and it came in at 38,000.
We got 3872, so that's what, $110,000. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's what I had communicated to council last year, like these are bare these are the bare minimum numbers just to get.
Maybe I'd have to, and I'll revisit that, but I wouldn't have gone for a ramp on the side of that building for over $70,000. That's almost craziness. So that's just my thoughts.
And then the only extra cost that we did come across when we started the project was when we removed the ramp, we found that there was a lot of brick that was like missing and stuff, so we had to get a masonry in to clean that back up before we put the ramp back on. So that was unforeseen.
I think this is an item that really we need to crystallize the actual dollars we're spending there on what we spent, what we may want to spend in the future, and then if it's so approved, the architect's report as to what is the use of this building, like what value are we getting for this? I know there's a need for it, and we want to keep it. I'm just like, what will the overhaul cost to the taxpayers be by 2025 to get this building up to standards? And I think that's pretty critical.
And that's where that study will deal more with the accessibility side of things. And we knew going into this thing when we met with the people last year or the year before, this thing's gonna be probably gonna be millions. Like we were told at one time, like to build a new one at the time, it was like $200 a square foot. And to fix the old one, it was $400 a square foot. And that's probably like 10 or 15 years ago. It was double to fix it up, but every time it's been visited, it's fix it. So we're just following along with what everybody's asking, and everybody knows that any old building is expensive. And we all hear the same thing, but we just have been going by what people are asking for. It's there's other buildings in the township, same thing. Expensive to keep, but history keeps coming into it, so, and the value of history, so. That's go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. So the 97,000 in actual fact is all coming from reserves. Are you asking for another 97,000? Cause that's what I see it, but I'm not sure.
Mayor Martin, the 97,000 represents the expenses needed to cover the repairs this year.
Right, but they're all coming under the reserve fund for it?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, so then this year? Are you still asking for the 97,000?
That's correct, yes.
So it's 180,000 then. Altogether,
194.
or 194, yeah.
You chair know that the total of the 97 is just coming out of the reserve.
So it's just reserves.
Yeah.
It's not other than this year, okay.
But let's not get confused. It's not just coming out of the reserves. In order to get it in reserves, we had to tax the taxpayers to get it there. So let's not get this confused.
Money in the reserves as well.
Yeah, and we're moving into reserve. So it's not like balloon 6. This is a freebie here that we're going to be. It's-
No, I know.
Yeah, like I just, no, I know what you meant, but it's not free.
Sure, yeah, and that's why I highlighted so much in the reserve fund section about how critical it is to have them, why we have them, the fact that we're taking more out than we're putting in this year. So, yeah, I agree, they're very critical, and it's certainly not free, because you're right. Every time you take money out, it has to go back in, so. You know, if we're looking straight at the net tax levy and the tax rate, sure, it doesn't affect that, but. Yeah, it does when we go to refill it at some point, so.
So this year, we're taking 97,000 out of the reserve.
Through you, Mayor Martin, just to re-emphasize Councillor Doherty's point, which is an extremely good one. We can take from reserves, which does not affect the tax rate. And that is a popular thing to do. Having said that, those reserves at some point will need to be replenished. And the only way you replenish them is by raising those funds from taxes. This is a key point to make note of.
But except for the stuff we're already budgeted for last year. So it's not really reserves, it's really paid for, we're just waiting. And I hate to dwell on this, but I get confused every time it comes up. Is that right?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, in response to Councillor Doherty, if we taxed last year for an item that we did not follow through on, and that item was placed in reserve, that is correct.
Yeah.
We don't tax again for it.
Yeah.
It comes from the reserve, it's already been taxed for. But the point is, it was taxed for already.
Yeah.
So for new money this year, then Ryan, like that's coming from reserve. So out of that $97,000, that's all new money? Like you were taking it straight from the reserve, it's
Yeah, that's right. Yes, that's correct. I'm just trying to figure out what we spent last year that was previously budgeted for that is represented again this year, because it's a multi-year project, but yes, that's correct. That's what the requirement is to come, and we're proposing to come from. I didn't touch on the air conditioning. That was a request that came from the Midweek Jammers. Well, I know you've heard from representation from that group, and I know you've heard that they're offering to pay for some of it or whatever too, but for the purposes of this report, I went and see. Yeah, so that's up to council how they want to deal with that, but I did look in and get quotes and that, so if we were to proceed with it, the cost would be 7,000, and that would just be to air condition the rentable space upstairs.
so there is other buildings that we use user groups to help us with things, and that might be a note for the next meeting if it's gonna stay in there that we can look for help for that if we we don't always do that, but there is an opportunity there to, to do a cost sharing thing on something like that, even if it's one group that's asking for it. It's just an option. Whether we do it or not, is another story, but that didn't come from us. That $7,000, that was a request from a user group. So,
Okay.
The other item on there, and this is a really important one, is the accessibility initiatives, so. Proposing that we do an accessibility study. For upgrades, like a detailed study of facilities that include the community center. Havelock and library. The rec hall, Cordova, town hall, and the township office, so. So basically, by 2025, we have a requirement to be AODA compliant. There's just 10,000 there to get that study completed, and then I can bring a detailed report to council and in making those upgrades to the facilities become more AOD compliant as we need to be. But this isn't really it's not really an option. Like for us, it's legislation.
Oh, through you, Mayor. So Ryan, under the disabilities, so when we were at the town hall, I saw that you're gonna put in washrooms. Okay. So out of Cordova, the rec hall up there, like the washrooms, like they're bigger, they're a little bit bigger, but the toilets are low, like would that include replacing those to the higher height? All that kind of stuff, but what else include that you have to get done to bring it up to code? I realize we're yelling. Sorry.
Through you, Mayor Martin, that would be that's the purpose of this report, is get that detailed information and get costs of what we have to do. And then we can come up with an action plan on how we're gonna get the work completed.
Okay.
In time for 2025, so I'm not exactly sure on that, so that's what we need to get that part out of the way first.
And do we have to the end of 2025 to comply?
I'm not sure, but I would think it would look good if we approved for us to get the plan done and begin to start working on it. If we're for some reason not done by 2025, I'm sure if we have a plan and we're showing progress, then that will be acceptable.
So I think with that, Bob and I were talking, and I think, once we get this budget done, we need to set up a committee for accessibility and help us work through it. And there's different models there, but I think that's after the budget. We'll have to start going through that, because there's going to be a lot of things that we're going to have to do to be in compliance. So we've done a lot of things.
And through you, Mayor Martin, just to add to that, establishing an accessibility committee would dovetail nicely with the accessibility report that Ryan just mentioned.
Just a general comment at the end of it, I've been mentioning it a lot today. A lot of this stuff comes from our 10-year Parks and Recreation Master Plan, so they were recommending this, that we start allowing money to get these studies done, and so even for the town hall, for example, like having that accessible ramp replaced last year, like that's another box we're checking in terms of what was told to us that we should be looking towards. So yeah, so it's kind of all connected.
Future, I just looked into the accessibility date, and it's as of now, January 1st, 2025.
Oh.
So we just got 23 and 24 then.
Yeah.
Next year we're down to 24.
Yeah.
Well, that's fun.
And I do expect there will be some major expenses that are identified in that report that we're gonna have to discuss on it, but there are grants available. We're actively seeking that. So if we get this study done, it's definitely gonna help our chances of being successful for submitting a grant application, because we can support the need. The work that
Travis, in the past, some of these things the way we've dealt with them is, as long as we don't do any work on it, we don't have to go along with the accessibility. So like the ramp out front here is a good example. It's okay right now, but after 2025, then there's no excuse, or is it still the same? As long as you're not doing any work on something, it's you can leave it until you start to change things. You know what I mean? Like, well, because we're gonna have to start planning, like, along with that, this whole front thing is gonna have to be tore off. I know I pushed the chief up there in a wheelchair before and he almost ended up on Highway 7. So anyway, okay, so we can't hide behind that anymore. Wow. Okay, thank you. I shouldn't ask that. Suppress everybody all the help. All right then, so that's it. If there's no other questions,
So through you, Mayor Martin, before the manager of Parks and Recreation leaves this chair. Just to return to the council priority list, we talked about the gazebo at Cordova. Councilor Clement also mentioned, new items at the community center such as a pool or an indoor track. We have not budgeted for that, just to clarify.
We have an extension coming.
It's not in here, so
I know,
as of today.
we're working on it.
Councilor Flagler mentioned creation potentially of a dog park. That is something that would require more discussion. We would need to identify a site. And we would then need to identify the expense of fencing in that site. So that's not in our budget today. But perhaps through the year, we could have that discussion, identify a site and bring that to a budget next year. And I believe those are all of our Parks and Recreation items from council priority list.
there's gonna be more questions, like I keep saying, there's gonna be more questions coming forward, and hopefully we can have them for the next meeting, get them early and give time to answer them.
Just, I'm back, I'll be back up again for Parks and Rec. This is just the facilities capital.
Yeah. Okay, we won't get there. today,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it would. So I don't know, the fire capital here, Ray, if you can. We can start it and see what we get into here. I don't know how much of your capital is discretionary or stuff that has to be done, but
It all has to be done.
yeah, I know, like, I mean, this year.
Well, the forestry hose and the interior hose, that's just an ongoing thing. It has to be replaced because we've got old stuff. There's a time limit on it and a lot of it gets ripped in fires and burnt up in fires. So that's just replacing as we go along. The 4 defibs. If back in my operating, if you noticed my medical, I had extra left over in there. It's because I can't get batteries. I can't get the pads for them. The ones I have were purchased in February of 2016, so they're 7 years old. Basically, it's electronics. We need new ones because we're just not getting the parts for the ones we have. The rescue airlifting bags, we do have a set. We have been at some accidents where we've needed the second set for rescues. So that's why that's in there. The next two there, the doors, all the bay doors on all the fire halls, they need new seals. They've been hit with the snow plows, like removing the snow. And the doors just need to be reset and stuff like that. The lights in the Cordova hall. There wasn't a little bit of a thought going in them when we put them in. There's 3 rows of them. So when the trucks actually go in to the hall, the 1 row of lights right in the middle of the truck. So when you get on the truck to pack hose or anything, you're breaking tubes and stuff out of the lights. So they need to be moved over, and while we're moving them, we might as well put some LEDs in. Rescue rope, that's just again, an age thing. It gets to a certain age, it's got to go and be replaced. The thermal camera and the ventilation fan, both of those screwed up at the last fire up by Twin Lakes Hotel. Hydrant markers, we just should have new ones for heavy snowfalls. And of course, the bunker gear is the same thing, 10 years, they're done, they're gone, we gotta get new.
You got 98,000 in here, go ahead, start.
Sorry. And you just said it, but I was thinking of something of the hydrant markers. Those are the yellow things we put on.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, because I've had a number of comments from people asking where they've, like, do people just take them or?
We had some, I don't know, they're quite a few years old now too, and they're fiberglass, they're fraying apart, they're just.
More so this year than other years too, because of the snow we had, right, in terms of people trying to back out, but thanks.
Well, through you, Mayor Martin. So, Ray, just my question. So you're only ordering 4 bunker gear, and that's to replace. You're gonna get rid of 4 old ones that have been worn out. You're gonna get 4. What about our new hires? What are you gonna do?
That will cover the new hires.
Okay,
And then you'll see this bunker gear keep going in every year
okay.
as we go. I believe it's not next year, the year after that, there will be a big go in because I think there's 10 or 12 sets that have to be replaced.
Should we, okay, if we're that close, should we not maybe think about replacing some of those now?
We have been putting in money in an equipment replacement schedule, so there is money going into that. This is just to cover some of the new people and the newer people coming on.
Yeah, the reserve, so we are working on the reserve.
Yes, there will be the extra money in there.
Perfect.
In that time period.
Okay. Councilor
Through you, Mr. Mayor, master fire plan, 40 grand. You have to help me out, I'm just new. What is that?
So the master fire plan is a plan to go over the whole, something like the parks did. So it just goes over the whole fire department and the area of what we need, what we should have. And that was actually budgeted last year. But I couldn't get anybody to come in and do it because of the COVID and everything else.
So that's not new money and it's coming out of the reserve.
Yes.
So this is 2022 then. So we're really only talking about 58,000 in new money then. Is that-
Well, even some of the other stuff, was any of the other stuff budgeted for already? Like, no, okay. So yeah, so it's, okay, that's good. All right then, any other questions around that one? Right. You get right on 4:30.
Yeah, something's gonna happen.
Waiting for your leave.
Okay, I think it's all it. We did really well, I think, we almost made it through it, so I think for the next meeting, we'll pick up where we left off and anything that came out of today's meeting, hopefully we'll have some answers for that meeting and we can plug them in where they need to go and hopefully clarify some of the things that we went through today, so. Good job, everyone, and thanks for everything here. It's wow, it's a long day. I said it would be though, right?
We did.
Motion to adjourn?
Yeah, I'm gonna confirming by law first and.
Sure, that's.
So you, Jerry,
Check whatever. Confirming we do the next.
confirming Jerry and Beth
Yes, sure.
and motion to adjourn, Art and Kathy.